Give me another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno wao. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 our Savior is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 our Savior is another Savior. Holy, holy, get it moving right, moving faster, get the freedom. Is another Savior. Get the freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
1990, Chub Rock jumps upon the scene with a lean and a pocket full of green. The green doesn't symbolize I made it on the top, but RoboCop last year was a 1990, Chub Rock jumps upon the scene with a lean and a pocket full of green. The green doesn't symbolize I made it on the top, but RoboCop last year was a shock. The tone of the Popeye cut shook your butt. Kids are screaming, the media says what? Kind of music is this for you to dance to? The man with the plan and the band demands you. Leave the smack and the crack for the whack, for the vial and the knock, keep a smile like that. Leave the knife and the gun in the store and ignore temptation set by the nation. Racial game cause it's pain needs a new rep. In your heart and mind, never forget.
Since I was born, but now I am getting old. Hakuna motangu, hakuna toga book.
And it is right there. I couldn't have said it any better myself. Hopefully you can't hear me. Let me know in the comment section if you can hear me, because we started yesterday's session and I was rattling on and whittling on, not knowing that I was talking to a vacuum, talking to myself. So let me know if you can't hear me. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So I couldn't have said it any better myself. Paul Bremer right there. Who was that? Was that Saddam Hussein or whoever? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. So I suspect that will be the report that when what's it called? Gbajabi Amila knocks on the door of Tinubu's bedroom, and Tinubu's he shouts cursedly in annoyance that who is that? And then Gbajabi Amila peeks a nervous head through the door. And he will say, Ogasa, we got him. So Agatha, we got him. So there it is right there. The cross-dresser in Finland, now bagged and tagged. The cross-dresser in Finland, now bagged and tagged. So good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? We do it as we always do it. But the protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so. So click on the right button right at the invitation of my voice right now. So do it now. Click on the like button. Do that. If you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. You would know if you're not subscribed because the subscription button will be showing as red on your screen. So if the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, then you've not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by depressing that red subscription button to gray. That way you're in. That way you're member of the inner caucus, as they say. So do that, like and subscribe. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen to talk matter, Simon Ekpa, or whichever matter particularly piques your interest, yes, we get to that in a moment. I always tell you that I start with nervous energy, so you already know that it's nervous energy. If you want to come and participate in the conversation, either around Simon Ekpa, as I said, or whatever else that piques your interest, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish talking my Bula Balu and Bulaba, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in conversation. So that's how we do it around here. It is a participatory sport. It's an active audience participation sport, either via the chat or on the screen or through interacting by like and subscription. It's a audience participatory sport. So your input very much a crucial part of the process. So like, pardon me, like, make sure you do that first. So that's compulsory and daily for every single one man went to more output that you see. Always give it a like as your statutory duty. So like, and then if you're not already subscribed, subscribe. If you want to come out, you see, I caught my finger in a door. That's that dark speck there in my nails right there. So if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. What was I even saying? Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us on the screen. And of course, it remains the same. The super charts, a minimum of 5 every single day. We've not in recent times hit that 5, but we don't want that culture to grow. So super chart, be the first one to kick it off. So all of those things, do all of those things, and you just feel a feeling of warmth from within. Your body will be consumed and subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. Subsumed and consumed with I'm trying to position myself so I'm central to this thing, but I'm moving head in a manner that Mike Tyson did not do it when he was embarrassed by Jake Paul a couple of days ago. So like, share, subscribe, and all of those funky things. Don't forget to super chat and all of those groovy things. Let's just launch. Is there even any news? Am I catching you off guard? Am I catching you off guard to tell you this? Am I catching you off guard to tell you this? Simon Ekpa arrested in Finland over terrorism charges. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten him, the Finnish cross-dresser. All right, so Simon Ekpa arrested in Finland over terrorism charges. So let's launch straight into it. Finnish Nigerian separatist leader Simon Ekpa has been arrested in Finland alongside 4 others on suspicion of terror-related activities, including incitement to violence and terrorism financing. Report from local publication JA1L indicated that Ekpa was remanded in custody by the Pajat Hamid District Court on charges of, and by the way, there's a lot to come out of this. By the way, there's been reports of happenings in the court that will catch you off guard. So just stay steady. I think in the next sequence of our reads, we will get to that. Let me see. Have I got that on the ready? Hold on. It's just so delightful. It's delightful only really because this guy is one of the worst elements out there, you know, at profiting off our human lives, and you know who he is. But let's carry on. Finnish Nigerian separatist Simon Ekpa has been arrested in Finland alongside 4 others on suspicion of terror-related activities, including incitement to violence and terrorism financing. Report from local publication Yale, or YLE, yeah, I'm not quite sure how you are looking to pronounce that. Report from local publication indicated that Ekpa was remanded in custody by the Pajat Hami District Court on charges of public incitement to commit a crime with terrorist intent. In a statement released on Thursday, November the 21st, the Finnish Central Criminal Police confirmed the arrest of 5 individuals suspected of terrorist activities. According to the police, Simon Ekpa, identified as the main suspect, was detained on suspicion of public incitement to commit a crime with terrorist intent, while the 4 others were apprehended for financing a terrorist crime. The detention pardon me. The detention demands are related to a primary investigation in which a Finnish citizen of Nigerian descent born in the 1980s is suspected of public incitement to commit a crime with terrorist intent, the police said. The police statement further revealed claims will be heard in Pajat Hami District Court today, November the 21st. The police suspect that the man has promoted his efforts from Finland by means that have led to violence against citizens and authorities, as well as other crimes in the region of southeastern Nigeria. Crime Commissioner Otto Hiltonen, head of the investigation, stated the man has carried out this activity, among other things, on his social media channels. The 4 other suspects are accused of financing the activities under investigation. All 5 suspects of the crime have been arrested during the beginning of the week, the statement confirmed, adding that international cooperation has been integral to the primary investigation. So the Nigerian police has been involved as well. This is the long reach of Nuhu Ribadu, by the way. So just similar to Nnamdi Kanu, just the hand stretches and plucks him from Kenya and dumps him in a prison in Abuja. So the hand further stretches now, plunks this cross-dresser from Finland, only then to subsequently be placed right next to his paddy man in a cell in Abuja. Pardon me. The 4 other suspects are accused of financing the activities under investigation. All 5 suspects of the crime have been arrested during the beginning of the week, the statement confirmed, adding that international cooperation has been integral to the primary investigation. Ekpa is accused of coordinating violent actions against civilians and authorities in Nigeria's southeastern region from Finland, using social media platforms to further his agenda. In 2023, Ekpa was briefly detained on allegations of fundraising fraud. He had declared in a widely circulated social media video, no election will be held. Nigerian elections will not be allowed in Biafran territory. So there it is right there. The cross-dresser gets his comeuppance. The cross-dresser gets his comeuppance. The cross-dresser gets his comeuppance. I'm waiting for the next one to load. I'm not quite sure what's playing up with my... So there it is. And much to the delight then, I did indicate that there would have been cooperation from the Nigerian end, and it looks as though there had been cooperation from the Nigerian end. DHQ, so that is Defense Headquarters, hailed Simon Ekpa's arrest in Finland, seeks extradition to Nigeria. So it is very good that they've not done anything too extreme to Nnamdi Kanu, so he cannot then claim human rights abuse. So there's every possibility that this guy may well be extradited. The defense headquarters has applauded the arrest of separatist leader Simon Ekpa by Finnish police. The director of Defense Media Operation, Major General Edward Buba, and the Director of Defense Information, Brigadier General Tukur Gasau, in their separate statement, described the arrest as a key victory in the anti-terror fight. The spokesperson said the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has expressed happiness over Ekpa's arrest. CDS is happy with his arrest in Finland, with the hope this will be a step towards his extradition to Nigeria so that he will face justice, Gasau said on Thursday. Similarly, Buba said that Ekpa's arrest is an indication that the international community is in synergy with Nigeria in its efforts to fight terrorism. So I think a lot of the drum beats that Tinubu has been beating at the G20, the ricochet of it is now this cross-dresser in prison. The Chief of Defense Staff has always called for the arrest of Simon Ekpa following his deep involvement in fueling terrorism in southeastern Nigeria, Buba said. We are delighted about his arrest and glad that the international community is partnering with Nigeria in our fight against terrorism. The defense headquarters had on March the 23rd declared Ekpa wanted for inciting violence in the southeast part of Nigeria. He was declared wanted alongside 96 other terrorists across the country. But on Thursday, Finland authorities arrested Ekpa alongside 4 others on suspicion of terror-related activities, including incitement to violence and terrorism financing. Finland District Court in Lahti had ordered the remand of Simon Ekpa on probable cause for public incitement to commit a crime with terror intent in Nigeria. The separatist leader was accused of using social media platforms to spread separatist propaganda linked to IPOB, a group advocating for the secession of southeastern Nigeria. The court alleged that the offenses dated back to August the 23rd, 2021. Finland authorities have also investigated Ekpa in the past for alleged financial crimes, including the collection of funds through questionable means. So there it is. So through questionable means, collection of funds through questionable means. Waiting for the next one to load up. So celebrations galore, of course. We already heard from the defense headquarters, and as soon as this one loads up now, we hear from Ohanaeze Ndigbo. Simon Ekpa's arrest is a big relief. It averted another Biafra war, Ohanaeze Ndigbo. So I'm not quite sure if we'll stretch to reach. This was the same on Ohanaeze. They were telling us 1.3 million Nigerians were in prison. So you never take anything Ohanaeze has to say with any seriousness. They were telling us as early as yesterday that 1.3 million Nigerians are in prison in India. There's not even up to 500,000 people in the entire prison system in India. Never mind Nigerians. Simon Ekpa's arrest is a big relief. It averted another Biafra war, Ohanaeze Ndigbo. Leading Igbo social-cultural organization, Ohanaeze Ndigbo has commended the arrest of self-acclaimed Biafra Prime Minister Simon Ekpa by authorities in Finland. Ohanaeze, in a statement on Thursday by his Secretary General Okechukwu Isegozoro, said the arrest of Ekpa has successfully averted another Biafra war. He added that the development is expected to bring peace to the southeast region as the person inciting violence through his actions and pronouncements has now been arrested. Correspondents recalled that earlier on Thursday reported the arrest of Ekpa in Finland over allegations of promoting terrorist activities. The statement by Isegozoro following the arrest said the activities of Ekpa did not align with the behavior and wishes of Igbos. And I've always said this, by the way, as early as yesterday, I did say it, that all these Unzobu, Biafra, something screeching and squealing, constituting a nuisance to time and space, is not the popular will of the Southeastern people. The popular will of the Southeastern people is more inclusivity within the Nigerian structures, and they want a country that functions properly. And they don't want to feel like second-tier people within the country. So that's their want, and they want a better structured federal system that gives somewhat sub-autonomy to regions. So that's the Southeastern want. Nothing at all like Biafra. So the vacuous, empty-headed noise by the cross-dresser in Finland, not at all representative of the will of the Southeastern people. Pardon me. The statement by Isegozoro following the arrest said the activities of Ekpa did not align with the behavior and wishes of Igbos and have only brought hardship and sorrow to the Southeast for the past 3 years through the declaration of a weekly sit-at-home. He added that the arrest is a great relief and a pointer to restoring peace and security in the Southeast. The Apex Igbo Socio-Cultural Organization, Ohanaeze Ndigbo, wishes to express its profound relief and collective gratitude to the authorities following the recent arrest of Simon Njoku Ekpa, the self-proclaimed leader of the Biafra movement. His apprehension executed by the District Court of Päijät-Häme in Finland is seen as a pivotal moment in the ongoing struggle to ensure peace and security within southeastern Nigeria. Simon Ekpa's arrest on charges of public incitement to commit a crime with terrorist intent has been a significant turning point. His reckless intention to declare a sovereign Biafra nation on the 2nd of December 2024 has posed a substantial threat to the tranquility and stability that the people of southeastern Nigeria have long yearned for. His actions, which have consistently sought to incite unrest and civil disorder, are antithetical to the progressive aspirations of an Igbo nation that has decisively moved away from the harrowing conflicts of the past. For over 3 years, the Southeast has endured considerable hardship due to Mr. Ekpa's reckless campaign of fear, terror, and violence. His unlawful enforcement of the Monday sit-at-home order has resulted in catastrophic economic ramifications amounting to a staggering loss of over 22 trillion. So you can squeeze these figures that Ohanaeze is putting forward, squeeze it in a nice bomb, in a nice ball, and just basketball it into a bin. Never pay attention to anything figure or fact that because we already know they just pluck things out of thin air. We saw it yesterday. For over 3 years, the Southeast has endured considerable hardship due to Mr. Ekpa's reckless campaign of fear, terror, and violence. His unlawful enforcement of the Monday sit-at-home order has resulted in catastrophic economic ramifications, amounting to a staggering loss of over 22 trillion naira in investment opportunities. Our communities have suffered from the psychological trauma and socio-economic repercussions of these actions, which were supported by an unfortunate gang of armed individuals under his command. As we reflect on the implications of his arrest, it is paramount to note that the silence enveloping the 95 local government areas in the Southeast following the news speaks volume about the collective relief felt by our people. We have long been wary of the potential for renewed conflict, and the prospect of Ekpa's plan coming to fruition was a source of great anxiety. The Igbos have not forgotten the harrowing consequences of the Biafra War and are resolutely unprepared to return to a path of violence. The statement reads. It added that Ohanaeze Ndigbo supports the arrest of Ekpa, and the development is a pointer to the fact that the people of the region will not encourage violence in any guise of agitation. The group urged the authorities in Finland. To take decisive legal action against the arrested Ekpa, so it can be known that the people of the southeastern Nigeria are peaceful. Ohanaeze Ndigbo stands firm in its conviction that individuals like Ekpa are not fit to lead our sophisticated and vibrant nation into unprovoked conflict. His actions and ideologies represent a radical departure from the desires of the Igbo people who are striving for a restructured and peaceful Nigeria, not a return to strife and division. Our elders, leaders, and civil society stakeholders have consistently advocated for dialogue and peace over violence and rebellion. Simon Ekpa's ideations starkly contrast with these values, and his endeavors were met with widespread disapproval amongst our respected elders and esteemed leaders. Moreover, it is noteworthy that our organization has raised concerns regarding the prolonged silence of the Finnish government in relation to Ekpa's incitement and alleged sponsorship of violence against the Igbo people. This arrest presents an opportunity to reassess the trajectory and send a clear message that such malevolence disguised under the guise of agitation will not be entertained. In conclusion, we urge the Finnish authorities to take decisive action in light of the legal proceedings surrounding Simon Ekpa, particularly as we approach the significant date of December the 2nd, 2024. Let it be known that the people of Southeast Nigeria are unequivocally opposed to any incitement of conflict and are committed to cultivating a peaceful environment conducive to economic and social development. The arrest of Simon Ekpa is, without doubt, a milestone towards averting the specter of a second Biafran war. Ohanaeze Ndigbo stands resolute in his pursuit of prosperity and peace for all Nigerians and remains committed to the ideals of unity and collaboration amongst the tribe of our great nation. In solidarity and with hope for a brighter future, we extend our sincere gratitude to all stakeholders who have worked tirelessly to ensure the safety and security of our people. The statement concludes. So there it is right there. There's Ohanaeze preening and peacocking and all of that. But it doesn't end there. So Simon Ekpa has had a first briefing in court, and this is how that went. So this is how it went. So it says, whilst in court today, Simon Ekpa denies being Biafra Prime Minister, that is just a member of IPOB. Prime Minister denying his government. Is this the man you guys have been following? So it's just the whole thing, the totality of a nonsense, of course. But there it is right there. Simon Ekpa now eating baked beans at the pleasure of the Danish authority. I wonder, is it Gary? And at least it's not Gary. Well, maybe it's baked beans and bread that they feed them in Danish prison. But the sum total of it, Simon Ekpa, ladies and gentlemen, and there it is right there. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. But it doesn't end there, by the way. Simon Ekpa certainly is not going to go down with a fight. And already, the fight already for his rescue already been prepared. So this came in just soon after the arrest. The response from the IPOB, whatever it is, well, the response. Here is the response.
are ready to hear from you. Thank you.
Soldiers! Turn the tide! Sit down, stand this.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. A special squad of ESN crack team are in a submarine as we speak now on a covert mission to bust Simon Ekpa out of the Finnish jail, American Navy SEAL style. So the next time you say Simon Ekpa, he'll be throwing his what is it, the skirt and blouse that he wears again and doing his silly dance. So that is the crack team being put together by the ESN to go and bust the cross-dresser out of the Finnish jail. The cross-dresser out of the Finnish jail onto others. 2023 election was rigged, but presidency not stolen. This is Okupe. So Okupe is speaking a lot these days. What does he have to say this time around? We speak through the rest. Hopefully people turn up for the conversation, and then because this one might well be a big one. A former director general, and we're not seeing the super tax come in, by the way. What's going on? What is going on? We need to see the super tax come in. A former director general of the Labour Party presidential campaign, Doyin Okupe, has said that the opposition's claim of a stolen mandate in the 2023 election does not hold water. He argued that there might have been possibility of rigging, but no presidential mandate was stolen from the opposition. Okupe shared his thoughts in a statement on Thursday in Lagos. He wondered how Peter... All right, okay. Well, you know, it's the same mindset that births people like Simon Ekpa. Somebody that comes to claims he came first. Somebody that some random half-wit declares himself prime minister, and the gullibles are throwing money at him. So it's the same mind, function. A former director general of the Labour Party presidential campaign, Doyin Okupe, has said the opposition's claim of a stolen mandate in the 2023 election does not hold water. He argued that there might have been possibility of rigging, but no presidential mandate was stolen from the opposition. Okupe shared his thoughts in the statement on Thursday in Lagos. I'm going to at speed because I want to get through all the readers fairly quickly. Okupe shared his thoughts in the statement on Thursday in Lagos. He wondered how Peter Obi was able to win in Tinubu's home base if the election was indeed rigged. Okupe said, if Peter Obi, 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, says APC rigged elections, how come Obi was able to win in the home base of President Bola Tinubu? How come APC lost the election in the home base of the sitting President Muhammadu Buhari? How come APC lost the election in the home base of the secretary to that government? So the accusation about, you see, the one decisive thing that tells us that it was a free election was Lagos State are going to Peter Obi. If they had declared Lagos State overwhelmingly for Tinubu, I don't think there could have been a strong argument to counter it. There could not have been. Two-term Lagos State governor held that state since 1999. He picks and chooses what goes on in that state, the whole state in his pocket. So if they had declared that Tinubu won Lagos State by 800,000 votes, I don't think there can be a strong argument against that. And the fact that Peter Obi got Lagos State is testament to just how free that election might have been. It's just basic common sense, isn't it? But don't let facts get in the way of propaganda, I suppose. Don't let facts get in the way of propaganda. I will go at speed this time around. A former director general of the Labour Party presidential campaign, Doyin Okupe, has said that the opposition's claim of a stolen mandate in the 2023 election does not hold water. He argued that there might have been possibility of rigging, but no presidential mandate was stolen from the opposition. Okupe shared his thoughts in a statement on Thursday in Lagos. He wondered how Peter Obi was able to win in Tinubu's home base if the election was indeed rigged. Okupe said, if Peter Obi, 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate of 2023 LP presidential candidate or the Labour Party of the Labour Party says APC rigged elections. How come Obi was able to win the home base of President Bola Tinubu? How come APC lost the election in the home base of the sitting president Muhammadu Buhari? How come APC lost the election in the home base of the secretary to that government? So the accusation about rigging does not hold water. They do not hold water at all. The truth of the matter is that under the best conditions, the result we got may not have been the exact result, but they will have been, they will have that ratio. I was in the Labour Party. We couldn't have done better than we did. I know that for some reasons, but that is a discussion for another day. According to him, the opposition PDP and Labour Party appear to be unrealistic with their accusations that the presidency was stolen. Okupe added, there is nothing like that. No presidency was stolen. I am not saying there was no rigging. There was no election that we have done in Nigeria since 1960 till date that was not rigged in one way or another, not one. Perhaps an exception was MKO Abiola's election because of the unique nature of the voting pattern. You know, it was option A4 and people were counted. Apart from that, every other election was rigged. Okupe, who expressed strong belief in Tinubu's reforms, said that the president's policies will begin to yield results from the second year of his administration. The former LP chieftain said that Tinubu had impressed him not only as a politician, but as a technocrat, a man that is capable of deep thinking. So on another go. So let's leave that there, go on to another one. Let's leave that there, go on to another one. This should have gone with the Simon Ekpa readout. This is Fani-Kayode glorying and luxuriating in it. Fani-Kayode, well, I suspect it will be, I've not read it yet. Fani-Kayode reacts to arrest detention of Simon Ekpa. So it's a short read, so let's speed through. Former Aviation Minister Femi Fani-Kayode has described the arrest and detention of self-acclaimed Biafra Prime Minister Simon Ekpa as good news. Correspondents earlier reported that Ekpa and some others were arrested in Finland over alleged links to terrorism. Let's go to where Fani-Kayode speaks. Reacting, FFK in a post on his X handle said Ekpa is not only a misguided young man, but a notorious coward who derives, that should say, pleasure from killing and torturing the people of the Southeast. He wrote, the arrest and detention of one Simon Ekpa by the Finnish authorities for terrorism-related charges and inciting terrorism in Nigeria is good news. Not only is this misguided young man a feral psychopath, a hate-filled sociopath, a notorious coward, and a man of blood, but is also a religious bigot, an unrepentant racist, and an ethnic supremacist, and an enemy of humanity. He derives pleasure from killing and torturing our people, and he waged war on our nation from the safety of Finland. Many innocent Nigerians were killed on his orders, and as a consequence of his foul and divisive rhetoric. I hope this serves as a lesson to others in our nation who believes that division, violence, and terror are the only way forward, and who have no respect for the sanctity of the human life. So there it is right there. Fani-Kayode throwing the dictionary at Simon Ekpa. So Fani-Kayode throwing the dictionary at Simon Ekpa. So Simon Ekpa, I'm waiting for this one to load. Okay, so no, that's actually one we've just read. So okay, let's go to this one. Maybe we'll make this one the last readout. ACF suspends chairman over comments on 2027 election. Adewa Consultative Council to the uninitiated. What's going on? Is this not loading up? If it's not loading, I'll just abandon it. I don't have time for this. Is it? So there it is. ATF suspends chairman over comments on 2027 presidency. So what does this have to offer us? Is it taking me somewhere else? This Just read more. Don't take me to somewhere else. Just read more. Oh, all right, it's taking me somewhere else. HCF suspends chairman Osman over comments on 2027 election. So I think people should just abandon that 2027 election. It's a fait accompli. You know, the way we are seeing it now is a fait accompli. It's already done deal. The Arewa Consultative Forum has suspended its national chairman, Maman Mike Usman, for making what it describes as an unauthorized, I should say, statement concerning the 2027 presidency. Osman was quoted as saying during the ACF National Executive Council meeting on Wednesday that the North will support a Northern candidate for the presidency in the 2027 general election. Reacting to the statement on Thursday, the forum, through its chairman, Board of Trustees, Bashir Dalhatu, and Secretary General Murtala Aliyu, said Usman made the statement without consulting or discussing with other leaders and members of the ACF, adding that the statement made only reflected his personal opinion. ACF therefore announced the suspension of Usman as chairman with immediate effect and also constituted the committee to investigate the infractions. ACF rejects Mr. Maman Mike Usman's statement in their entirety. For this reason, the leadership of the ACF's Board of Trustees and that of the NEC has decided to place Mr. Maman Mike Usman on suspension with immediate effect. So there it is right there. The North holding his cards very much to. It's not like the North anyway to move very quickly in our political brinksmanship. So they'll hold that card very, very close to their chest up until the moment to strike. So they'll hold that card very close to their chest up until the moment to strike. So we were talking about how the World Bank told us that Tinubu's reforms were not working, but the IMF seeks to differ. Kristalina Georgieva, that's the lead person, and this is her verified X handle, by the way. Excellent meeting with President of Nigeria at official ABAT at the G20 summit. Commended Nigeria's decisive actions to reform the economy, accelerate growth, and generate jobs for its vibrant population. The IMF strongly supports Nigeria on this journey. So I don't think you can be any clearer than that. I wonder how the raw meat eaters will digest that in their coven. I wonder how the raw meat eaters would die. There's still more, but I think I'll leave that there. I'll play you, because I have quite a few clips to play you. So I'll play you the clips, send the link, and then see who turns up or not. And we're still not seeing those super charts. We must see those super charts. Let me send you the links. Let me send you the link. Anybody wants to come on. I wonder too. Rudolph never parts with money. Choma. Rudolph, he only ever takes it. He's never going to pay. Choma is asking if Rudolph will play Simon Ekpa's bill. No, I doubt that very much. So let's go through the clips that we do have. Let's pick it up with this one with where we pick it. Yeah, let's pick it up with this one with this Bala Usman eulogizing on the virtues of Nnamdi Azikiwe, telling us that he was a bigger figure than just the Nigerian space, an African icon. So we started off on this positive note.
National organizations. If the Ijo had fought the British and recovered the Niger Delta as an Ijo national liberation movement and restored their sovereignty, there is nobody who can come and contest their sovereign rights over that territory. But they did not. The Ijo chiefs, like chiefs elsewhere, supported the British. They were making their own chukuchuku here and there, but they supported the British. People who fought for independence was Zik, who people compare with others like Saddam Awolowo, but he's not on their level. Zik was a teacher to Nkrumah. He sent Nkrumah to America. He gave him the letter. He told Mandela, Mandela, if you go to other parts of Africa, they look at Zik somebody. Zik is a world figure. It's just that Nigerians demean Zik. He's great. You read his book, in 1930, when all these people were in school, and they say, Sadama says it in his autobiography, My Life. He said he wanted to go to Lagos to see Zik. And Awolowo was full of praise of Zik, how he inspired him. But Nigerians now want to remove them as the regional leader. Zik is not a regional leader. He's a leader of Africa, of the continent, and of the diaspora. His book, Liberia in World Politics, is still one of the most brilliant examinations of the economy and policy of an African country and of the global system. So let me go back to the issue I'm saying. It was people like Zik, African Morning Post, West African Pilot, Show Them the Light, then Sholanke, Folake, West African Students Union, then the Nigerian Trade Union Congress, Pa Imodu, and others. Then the Nigerian Students Union, who in fact forced the politicians from the NCNC. They are the ones who fought for independence. This independence, therefore, this sovereignty was restored to the people of Nigeria. That's why the Land Use Act is correct. Sovereignty, the land of Nigeria belongs to the people of Nigeria, because before it was under various independent states, kingdoms, city-states, confederations. The British conquered it and made it a colonial territory. Our movement fought for it, and it came back to us as the people of Nigeria. Sovereignty exercised by the federal government. But this sovereignty does not mean that people do not have occupational rights. A citizen of Nigeria living in a part of Nigeria has rights to that place. Do you get my point?
Yeah.
Not sovereign rights.
I get it. Thank you very much. I know that this type of question is going to take so much of our time, bringing the best of history out of you. Thank you very much. We'll take a short break and get back in a few seconds to talk about other issues of national importance. Stay with us.
And by the way, we're in talks with a senior from that space who may be. We're still in the opening talk, so I'm not making any promises. But we're in talks with a senior from that space who may be joining us not this Sunday but the following Sunday. We'll see how that goes. If I'm able to make the persuasion, then these are the sort of conversation we'll be hearing from a senior from that era, a very big beast from that space. So keep your fingers crossed for that. So now I'm going to prefix this next video with a little. Oh, I hope I've not deleted it. I may well have deleted it. Oh goodness me, I have deleted it. I was going to play you all right. I'm going to prefix the next video with this little soup song. So the video that I'm going to play you after the one I play you now, it's a consequence of the one that I'm about to play you now. Do you get the logic? So I'm going to play you a video now, and then this video is consequenced by the next video I'm going to play you. So watch this and then watch the consequences.
Lagos now, come on, who get Lagos? Now we get Lagos now, come on, who get Lagos? Now we get Lagos. Come on, fall out. My baby, come on. Put that bill. Yes, sir. Put that
bill. So there it is. Who get Lagos? Now we get Lagos. One of the rascally Labour Party youth right there. So who get Lagos? Now we get Lagos. So actions have consequences, and that action, that sort of commentary has been consequenced since it was made, and the consequences continue to come in gushes. So here is another consequence of it. The indigenization of Lagos State is now irrevocably in motion. Watch this.
Àwọn ìfìlọ̀ mìíràn kò sí sà. Ìwé ìfìwónúhàn kò sí. Ọ̀rọ̀ pàjáwìrì lórí àǹfààní aráàlú kò sí.
So there it is right there. The affairs of Lagos State Assembly now being conducted in Yoruba language. So who get Lagos? I think the owners of Lagos are staking their claim to their ownership. So who get Lagos? The owners of Lagos are taking claim to their ownership. Another person. So this one now. Let me see. How did I want to sequence the? All right. All right, this one now is essentially, you know, I've made this metaphor before, but let me make it again because it's very much in sequence with what I'm about to play you next. You know that a donkey is a workhorse, usually used in farming. So they put it in a barn, give it a bit of grass, and then very early in the morning, they take it up, they tie it up, they put some cart behind its back, and they flog it around the farm for hours on end. So they flog that donkey round the farm for hours on end. But that moment does come, always, and they go to that barn then to go and get the donkey ready for a day's work. And they kick it and they prod it and they do everything to it, but the donkey is not showing any signs of getting up. They check and they find that the donkey is dead. So the donkey has nothing else to offer them. So it's then a case of drop the dead donkey. So when the donkey has nothing else to offer, all you simply have to do now is to drop the dead donkey. And that is the invitation that Bode George is making here. Drop the dead donkey. Watch this.
Now to Atiku, my advice is this. You will be 81 years old in 20. Now to Atiku, my advice is this. You will be 81 years old in 2027. And you have been contesting for the presidency since 1993. This is the time for you to calm down and act like an elder. I appeal to you in the name of the Almighty Allah that you serve to take it easy and leave everything for posterity.
So there it is right there. The Waziri of Abu Dhabi dropped the dead donkey. The Waziri of Abu Dhabi dropped the dead donkey. So now this now next video I'm about to play you is sequenced with no, I wouldn't even say an allegation. Let me call it a positing. I'm not trying to be unnecessarily worthy, but that's the word that best fits. So let me the first one will be a positing, and then the next one will not be a response, but so much an explanation. So a positing and then an explanation. Who is positing? It's Ruben Abati. So we kick it off with this one.
But he's right if he says that Igbos are But he's right if he says that Igbos are entrepreneurial. But he's right if he says that Igbos are entrepreneurial. And I end by what people say about Igbos. That if you enter a community, a village, you don't see an Igbo man there, please pack your things and go. It means that place is not conducive. However, let me give the flip side. Chief Tos Benson, T.O.S. Benson, former Minister of Information, now late, on one occasion at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, and I'm not making this up, he said it publicly. If anybody can contradict me, let them do so. He said something about Igbo people. He said he had an Igbo wife and had an Igbo daughter, that he wanted to buy land in Igbo land for his daughter, for his wife, to say, I'm getting old. Tos Benson is getting old. Let me build in this place for my wife. He said that his in-laws told him that they don't sell land to outsiders. That is the irony of Nigeria about the politics of federation, of unity. The same Igbos who are so industrious that they are all over and they do well in other parts of Nigeria. You go as a non-Igbo man to go and buy a land. You will be told that you don't belong, even as an in-law. That's by way of an aside. But these are the issues, in my view.
Well, all right. We'll take another story then. 15.
All right. So they take another story then, but we will not be taking that story with them. But that is a thorny issue that has always been at the backdrop of the Nigerian complexity. So the Southeasterners have long been accused of this clannish protectionism around their own region. No matter how meshed and embedded you are into their society, they would never ever let you fully in, never sell you land. So they've stood accused of this for long, not selling land to people. Given somebody as esteemed and as embedded within that culture as the chap that I forget his name, that Ruben Abati just described, even he was not allowed. His own in-law told him he's a foreigner and they will not sell him land. But is it a case of clannishness or is there more to it? So now this next video seeks to unravel just why the Southeasterners are positioned in that way. So watch this.
The reason why Igbos don't sell land to strangers. The reason why Igbos don't sell land to strangers. The reason why Igbos don't sell land to strangers. Let's even talk about it, because this is a fact and this is also a misconception. Igbos don't sell land, not just to strangers. Igbos don't sell land at all. Before now, in Igbo land, land is God. We worship land. We call it Ani. Ani is God of justice. Land is beyond an item. We worship it. It has a deep religious meaning for us. When you are seeking for justice, it is Ani, the God of justice, that you will cry to and you will get justice. So because of this, it is almost a taboo for anybody to sell land in Igbo land before now. In fact, there is a very serious stigma that is attached to selling land in Igbo land. Any family that is used to selling land is seen as a useless family. When somebody wants to bury his loved one and then he sells land to be able to raise funds to bury his loved one, it is assumed that he is burying two people. There is this understanding among Igbos that when you sell land to raise money to do business, that money will eventually vanish. That money will become useless. Before now in Igbo land, or even till today in Igbo land, when you use your land as collateral to borrow money and you go and marry with that money, the person that borrowed you that money will not return your land to you. Because when you marry that your wife, she will give you children, and those children are as valuable as that land. There is a deep religious attachment to land in Igbo land. As a matter of fact, when you want to sell land, you will have to approach your homeowner first to see who is going to buy from them. And when they now refuse, you look for somebody in your community to sell to. So when they say Igbos don't sell land, it is not like we don't sell land to Yoruba people or Hausa people or people from other regions. We don't even sell land at all. It is more recently that we started selling land. We worship land. Land is God of justice, Ani, the God of justice. When you read Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, you will understand the God of justice. When you read Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, you will understand these things. So it is not as if we don't sell land to Yoruba people or we don't sell land to Hausa people. Igbos don't sell land at all. But all these things are changing, and they are changing rapidly. Right now, the best place to buy land, the best place to invest in real estate is Igbo land, because lands in the east are relatively cheap. Like in Anambra State, where I'm from, you can buy land very cheap in Anambra State, and within 1 year you will sell it at very high price, because we don't really have land and the development is encroaching all the communities very fast. The best place you can invest money right now is in Anambra.
So hopefully that clears that up somewhat. It's not just a matter of clannishness or ethnic jingoism. There apparently, allegedly, from what I could deduce from what that guy was saying, there's a spiritual connect with the Southeasterners and their land. So according to what he just described, they say, which it says it's been broken somewhat now, but there seems to be some sort of a spiritual connect with the land, which prevents them from selling it willy-nilly. So sell it willy-nilly. Somebody glorying now in somewhat of a victory that he claims. We have to verify this, of course, because this guy is a pathological liar. But here he is now telling us that matters are settled. The chairman of the Labour Party, Watch this.
We need a lot of political education to re-energize the party. We need a lot of political education to re-energize the party, re-energize the country. Like I said earlier, we believe that leadership is not just the problem of the country, but followership is also a problem. And therefore, it is our intention to carry out political education from time to time in order to reorientate our people and change our mindsets for betterment of the party and for the betterment of the country. We believe that the change should start from us. And that's why we are going to carry out consistently this political education of the party. And I'm happy that the national youth leader has taken the initiative, and we are starting with the youths. We are going to do that of the women, and then we are going to do a lot of other educational programs within the party. And by the time we are sure and convinced that we have convinced us.
Oh, all right. So that's Julius Abure consolidating his position somewhat, as Nigerman said in the comment section right there. Another round of dollars loading for 2027. So another round of dollars loading for 2027. But it looks as though the dollars have loaded into Tinubu's account right now. The $2.2 billion has been approved, much to the chagrin of the raw meat eaters. Watch this.
It was laid on Thursday, 24th November 2024. It was laid on Thursday. It was laid on Thursday, 24th November 2024. Honorable Abubakar Hassan Nalaraba will move for his consideration.
Honorable Owens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, my highly respected colleagues. Abubakar Hassan Nalaraba, Owens, Sadokin Lafia is my name. I represent the good people of Awedo, Makana Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, I am from Nasarawa State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move for the consideration of the report of the House, that the House do consider the report of Committee on AIDS, Loans and Debt Management on request for approval for the implementation of the new external borrowings of 1,767,610,321,777 naira 0 kobo, which is equivalent to 2,209 million in the 2024 Appropriation Act through the issuance of Eurobonds and other sources, and approve recommendations therein. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy Chair, please.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, my name is Architect Larry Okwola. I represent the wonderful people of Surulere 2 Federal Constituency. I'm from Lagos State. I rise this afternoon to second the motion ably moved by my chairman for the consideration of the report. I so second. Thank you.
Those in support of this motion should say aye. Those against should say nay. That is it. Before I call on the leader, let me make some announcements. One is an omission.
So that is right there. The $2.2 billion lands in Tinubu's back pocket. So the howlers at the moon will screech and squeal about that one for the next. They usually give it 2 weeks, isn't it? So they'll screech and squeal about that one for the next 2 weeks. So the next clip that I'm about to play you now, I've titled this "Signs of the Times." Signs of the times. So this is what Nigeria looks like now. There's so much conflation in this video. I'm not even going to prefix it with any heads up. Just watch it and then form your own thoughts. Watch this. So there it is right now. So that's the Nigeria of now. You need AK-47 support to go to church, to attend church. AK-47 support to go to church, to attend church. So now this next one that I'm about to say is just the next one I'm about to play rather is just the rank unfairness of it. Is the gender wars again. We're back with the gender wars. But this time around, somebody is batting for the other side. And there is categorical truth in what this person has to say. I concur in its entirety. Watch this.
I like as everybody pretend like say they no say yesterday, na International Men's Day. I like as everybody pretend like say they no say yesterday, na International Men's Day. And no man was in any woman's DM asking for gifts. When it is time for International Women's Day or Girlfriend's Day or what have you, women should maintain that same energy. I don't want to hear very stingy man. He not even buy me gifts. He not even do this one. He not even do that one. Now DM me and person go get serious issue. As men maintain their self yesterday, where they just pack where they on their own. Make women maintain that same energy when it's their own turn. We are all humans. We all deserve love and to be appreciated. Don't expect to get what you can't give. Life is garbage in, garbage out.
Oh, all right. So there it is. The International Day for Men came quietly and went quietly. I certainly did not get anything to acknowledge it. I wonder if you did. But woe betide when it comes to Women's Day and you've not parked a Ferrari wrapped up in a bow at the front at the front porch. So there it is right there. The gender war continues. So now the next there are about 4 clips left to play. They are not long, but the next 3 they are interrelated. So the first one I'm about to play you, I just want you to identify who the winner is. So who is the winner in this clip that I'm about to play you now? Who won? Watch this. All right, let me stop you there before I get copyright struck by that music. But you decide who the winner was in that. But certainly, Candice Owens, of all people, she certainly picked a winner. Watch this.
Shout out Nigeria. I don't think we pulled a picture of her. I meant to tell you guys to pull a picture of her. Absolutely. Shout out Nigeria. I don't think we pulled a picture of her. I meant to tell you guys to pull a picture of her. Absolutely stunning, the runner-up. And she, I think, was the first Nigerian to place in the top 5. I am a Nigeria stan. I think Nigerians just really have their ish together, their culture together. Whenever you meet a Nigerian, like they're all doctors here in the USA, their families are together, they take marriage seriously. I wish I was Nigerian. I do, a little bit, but I'm not even a little bit. I'm not Nigerian, but they do have a very good culture. And that woman was positively stunning. I actually don't want to be rude. Give me 1 second. I want to look up her name because she was really beautiful. And I feel like I'm just saying like, her name is, okay, Nigerians, don't kill me in the chat for the pronunciation here, but I also mispronounced Ava's last name, but Chidimma Adetshina. Oh, they've got, look at this.
So Chidimma Akureprima. So Chidimma Akureprima, or whatever it is that Candice said there. But it looks as though the stock of this lady has gone through the stratosphere. So if you battle through adversities, often instances the ethers reward you. And there are people in strange and peculiar spaces that are actually backing you and you don't know. But this now last clip on that trilogy is certainly strange and peculiar, where the defense of this lady is coming from. Watch this.
This message is addressed to Vanessa Chichi. Mama Life Coach is here in the kitchen. This message is addressed to Vanessa Chichi. Mama Life Coach is here in the kitchen cooking, and I'm thinking of you, my girl. There's a verse that came to me that is found in Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 5, and it reads as follows. Now listen carefully. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee, and before thou camest out of the womb, I sanctified thee, and I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. Just like this verse is for Jeremiah the prophet, it is also a verse for you, Chichi. You have been sanctified to be a queen. And what does being sanctified mean? Sanctified means to be set apart, to be ordained, and to be made legitimate. So you are legitimately the queen of the universe. I love your story because you have faced many adversities. And now it is time for you to shine. So now I have voted for you. And please, all of you that can hear this message, vote for Chichi. Not because she is better than the other girls, but it is her time to shine. The other girls are also beautiful, but it is Chichi's time to shine. What does your name mean? Chidimma means God is good. So it's time for you to show the world that God is good and glorify His name.
So there it is right there. I thought that lady captured it succinctly. That's why, the moment the stars aligned for Chidimma and there was no stopping her, even in spite of the best moves that the Mboboti drinking element in South Africa could come up with, she still shone like a morning star. She shines like a morning star. So here is the last one now. So this one now, I have not a clue what's going on there. Somebody sent it in at the last minute. So let's go on this journey of discovery together. It's only 40 seconds. If it's rubbish or dangerous, I'll just stop it immediately. But let's watch this.
Da yake mun saurari bayananka shine ka zo nan kai alƙawura kuma kun yi alƙawura. Da yake mun saurari bayananka shine ka zo nan kai alƙawura kuma kun yi alƙawura a manifeston ku. Kira na gare ku a madadin 'yan arewa da kuma matasa shine cewa ku ji tsoron Allah, ku san ya kamata ku cika alƙawarin ku cika alƙawuran nan da kuka ɗauka. Annabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam ya ce idan Allah ya ba wa mutum dama ya gallaza wa al'umma, mutumin ya yi amfani da damar sa ya gallaza al'umma ya mai da rayuwarsu ta sake lalacewa, to shi ma Allah zai gallaza masa. In kuma mutum ya kawo sauki a gwamnati ko a kasuwanci ko a wani abu, to shi ma Allah zai sauƙaƙa masa. Muna fatan sauƙi za ku kawo mana, ba wahala za mu ci gaba da shiga ba, kuma muna muku nasiha a matsayinmu na musulmai 'yan uwanku cewa ku rike alƙawuran nan da kuka yi in har.
All right, make sense of that if you have the keys to decode it. A bunch of Danlades talking Dandongo. So a bunch of Danlades talking Dandongo. A bunch of Danlades talking Dandongo. But this is what we are saying here. Oh, all right, so there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. So if you want the conversation, the link to the studio is in the comment section. It's a participatory spot, like I said. So if you want the conversation, hop on. The guys.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh naido. Hapa oh naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Oro keke. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Chifu Faila ti keke elemu re o. Oro keke. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dode ojare o. Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o, ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o, ó dilé o. bẹ̀ ó sì lé o. ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. ó lè jò àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Ikoko Neru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So hopefully fully recovered from the punch in the nose from Donald Trump. The Kamala right, man of prestige right there. Always a delight when prestige is here. To add the Bula Balu to the Bulaba, there's Tony, of course. Who else? The star joins us. Always a delight when he's here. Kulata with the data, and to hopefully take over in the latter half, Thomas. So that's the panel. Still room for we have a screen for 10. So if you want to hop on. But ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Or did we? Thoughts, Prestige. You were first in, Prestige.
Yeah, greeting everybody. It's
Okay,
nice to be on this. I'm good. How you doing?
I did.
Good. It's nice to be on this platform. It's a great day, and I'm very, very if the happiest man probably on earth. This is one of the best news I've had in a long time, pertaining to my people, the Southeast. And this man, which I consider to be a demon in my heart, because he was on Dr. Damage the other day, a week ago, or something like that. And I asked him a question, he just disrespected me and denigrated my comment. He didn't even want to comment like I'm stupid, the way he treated you the other time, like you are not a Nigerian, That's what he said. But anyway, having said that, I came to this platform because I've been glorying since I heard the news. I wasn't really sure, if it has been validated, but in recent hours, it has pretty much been confirmed that it's true that he has been arrested. I thought it was what could have happened, like I think about a year ago when he was detained and released. So I find it might be a speculation, it might be a fake news. I wasn't sure, but thank God, I am probably the happiest man for what this man has done to my country.
It's a pretty evil guy, Prestige. We can even use humor to back and forth any other person, but this guy is a very evil guy.
He's more than evil and very arrogant. You need to see him. I don't know. He was on Dr. Damage when he came the last time about 6 months or 7 months ago. But this time, when he came in, a week ago, this guy was so arrogant. You ask him a question, if he doesn't want to ask you, and when people are clamoring for him, he'd be jumping up, laughing like people are supporting him. But it's not about him, that pay me a lot. It's about the people from the Southeast. You have doctors, educated people that are so gullible, believing in this idiot, this demon, in my own opinion. And you're telling people that Biafra Republic is going to come on December 2nd. How gullible and stupid. So everything is not about education. You may have all education you have, but you can be as naive as anything. This guy is a racketeering to the highest level, in my opinion. Gullible people giving him all the whole money, people in diaspora. I was so mad, about the people, giving him money, perpetuating this killing of your people. And I asked him a very simple question. You've been agitating for the, okay, I'm from Biafra, to be more precise, like some of you are from Ududu. There's nothing wrong with that.
You have to mind your words, Prestige. He's a prime minister.
What prime minister? Prime minister, my food. F him, okay? I hate to call it, but F him. I hope I hope they repatriate him back to Nigeria and face the consequence, not just leave him in Finland. They need to bring him in Nigeria. Hopefully he can get an execution firing squad, because forget about Nando kind of started all this crap and everything, but that's in a different space. But what this guy has done to the people of Southeast is unbelievable. I'm not even going to talk about business. I own some business in Imo State, and I know, how he has, denigrated the business, anything you have in the Southeast. But it's not about money. It's about people's life. that has lost in that part of Nigeria, this guy has perpetuated, and I hate him to the highest degree. I have a disdain for him.
Prestige, go to that space of him possibly being repatriated. So very quickly, the Nigerian defense headquarters have made it known that they want the repatriation of him, and the arrest they finished also told us was in collaboration with the international space, which would be Nigeria. But what chances are there, given Nigeria's human rights record, that this guy could possibly be repatriated? That will complete the process, wouldn't it? It would be a real boon if he was repatriated.
I think he has a very good chance of being repatriated. Forget about the arrest and everything. He has been detained. I think the hearing is going to be next week. Because I've been reading everything today. The hearing is going to be next week Tuesday. That's when it's going to be coming out for hearing. But look at this particular point. They was talking about the arrest. Has to do with international cooperation. That was their last. That is very crucial for this investigation. What is that international cooperation? That is Nigeria. So he has been investigated. They have been investigating him since August 2021, which is under Buhari regime. But that one, notwithstanding, whenever you're in power, of course, Tinubu is going to take credit. I'm not saying they didn't play a role. So it's under Tinubu umbrella. So whatever happens is going to be, it fall under Tinubu umbrella right now. That's one. But the point I'm trying to make, Nigeria play a very crucial role, and this is why I like the Western countries. I mean, they're going to give you a lot of time. Remember, he has been investigated since 2021, August to be precisely, until they actually got a very solid evidence. So it's not like speculation or whatever, because what they stated that, he has committed a violence against the civilian, and the authority in the southeastern part of Nigeria. So they have a solid evidence to hold him this time, and he's done. And I think this is going to be repatriated because. Go ahead.
Prestige, what do you think this would mean for the Southeast, especially in the build-up to Christmas? What do you think this means?
I'm going to be cautiously optimistic, but let me say what I'm trying to say. Okay, if he actually repatriated and put in Nigerian prison, right now, then if those what we are encountering in that part of the country is still happening, then it has to be something beyond Simon Ekpa. But I hope it's all about Simon Ekpa because, in my own opinion, I don't have any evidence. I don't have any data that he's the only, one perpetuating this thing. Maybe there's some other, the government. I don't know whether it's the people like Hope who's it's my governor, but I just use him as an example because there has been something like that perpetuating in that part of the country. So if there's some people in the politics,
man of prestige, I think I want to disagree with you for what you just said now. That if after repatriation to Nigeria, or maybe after this time, if this problem in the south is continuing, then there's something else to it. I think the arrest of this guy is not going to help the situation because Nnamdi Kanu, during the time in Kanu was doing his own ranting. It was in Nnamdi Kanu that everybody was crying everywhere. And after Nnamdi Kanu, what happened? Did the violence stop? No, it didn't stop. It's not going to stop after the arrest. You have to look at Nigerian government, Nigerian state, as the failure of the insecurity. They failed to secure every part of that country. It is not these guys. They failed to have intelligent gathering mechanism that is effective, that can fish out where these people live and get them terminated. So it's not going to stop as long as Nigerian state failed in their capacity to unravel these people wherever they are in all parts of that country. The insecurity is not going to stop. So don't think that the arrest of this guy now, oh yeah, hallelujah, Jesus Christ has come, there's going to be peace. It's not going to help the situation. This guy does not live he's not living in Nigeria. He's not on the ground. He's not coordinating. He's Finland. is all the way in Finland, and situation is happening. Those people on the ground in Nigeria, as long as they still exist, don't be joyful this time.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, Prestige. Off the back of what Ajanle Koko just said, and by the way, people please like and subscribe. If you're not if not already done that, please do that. Like and subscribe. But just off the back of what Ajanle Koko said, Prestige, we saw the succession very quickly. As soon as Nnamdi Kanu was incarcerated, very quickly this guy was birthed, and he seamlessly occupied that space. So are we likely to see then just another person pick up the baton, maybe even more extreme? Because Simon Ekpa, of course, is a more extreme version. It latches very sharply to the right of Nnamdi Kanu. So are we just going to see the same thing repeat again with another one popping out of the woodworks and going even more extreme? Do you have that apprehension, Prestige?
Yeah, thank you, one man, and thank you, Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko made a very good point. I'm not disputing that. I guess temporary. I'm just happier, with hope. Try to look at the optimistic part of it. That is going to, things may subside. I'm not saying that it's going to eliminate. Maybe they will start from there. Is there going to be another person carrying the baton? Probably, because I was watching earlier today a guy who say his name is Ejimofo. He lives in Texas. He said he's the deputy prime minister. He was speaking. I've seen the guy before. Like I said, I don't go to their website, but a long time ago when I went to their website and I said something, they just banished me, So his name is Ejimofo. He was just saying that Simon Ekpa, wasn't arrested. That Simon Ekpa is just somewhere right now planning for the December 2nd Biafra inauguration. That's what he proclaimed today. But later on, there's a lady again that I watched earlier today that was saying, you can tell in her face that, Simon Ekpa has been arrested. But that guy's supposed to be the deputy, prime minister, and he lives in Texas, So if that's the case, because, I know
Hey,
some people who,
man of
who know of
prestige.
him. So we're gonna try anything to do right now. He's gonna be the next. Go ahead.
Man of prestige, real quick. Are you sure him and Ejimofo are on the same page? Because there was a time they had a spat on a Twitter, and they were going back and forth, and he put some information out there then, and like more or less like exposing Ejimofo, was security risk or something like that. Are you sure they're on the same page?
Adewale, thank you very much. I don't know. I'm just saying about what the guy said because I've seen him long time ago in the same platform. So I don't really know what has transpired in the last year and a half or something like that. I've not been to that platform, not even to listen to their garbage. So you may be right, maybe they're not in the same, but according to what he was saying today, he was saying that he's the deputy, prime minister, that Simon Ekpa is just, taking a break to prosecute how the Biafra is going to be actualized. So I don't know if it's just making
man of prestige.
Yeah.
Question. So what's going to happen to our ticket for December 2nd?
What ticket?
I suspect people will be arrested at the airport anyway that turns up. But
that is nonsense, Ajale. Kulata. What ticket? You see, Kulata, what's bad for me a lot is the so gullible of my brothers and sisters in that part of the country. It's not just one, it's not two. I'm talking about probably millions of people, probably the ones in diaspora. You should have come to Dr. Damage when Simon Ekpa was there last week. That was the highest, people streaming his. I think it was almost about 4,000 people. That has never happened. That didn't happen during the election.
I think it's people follow him everywhere.
Exactly. That's why I said. That's why I mentioned. That's why I used that point. People that are so gullible following him. You should have seen the way they was talking against us. That this is their prime minister, and you have to look at people's face, whether they are just blabbing or whatever. They are serious. They are bought into this code. Narrative.
Prestige, let me do this. I want to take this hot button topic rather. I want to take this hot button topic around everybody so that they get a hot off the spot.
Okay, I'm going to be here because I still have a lot to say.
Yes, I know it's a big topic. So I'm going to we are not even going to be doing 5 minutes. We're going to be doing about three to 5 minutes. So just a visceral first response to when you got the news and how you digested it. We'll use ladies first in this instance, And we kick it off with Zita, Ajanle Koko, Kulata, and we take it round. Zita, so there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. But how long are they going to hold on to him for? They've arrested him before in Finland, and they let him go the next day. But I suspect not this time around. Zita, Simon Ekpa, now eating baked beans and fish at a Finnish prison. Zita. All right, we don't
One man,
have
can I come in later? I'm in a class.
All right, we go with Adale Koko. So Adale Koko, let's hear from you. So we've not your fans have been bullying me, so let them hear from you now, so they know that everything is okay. Adale Koko, floor is yours. Big day, big news day.
Thank you, Mama. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Let me ask you, one man. So because I didn't join you when you are doing the readout. So they arrested him and they found him, of what? Terrorism or what? Or what did they?
Yes, terrorism. They inciting terrorism, sponsoring terrorism, promoting terrorism, subversion. So and the news actually came out of a local newspaper from where he is. So it's been checked and verified. So and they said they did it in collaboration with the international space. So that would be in sequence, in synergy with the Nigerian security forces.
Well, the news, I believe, Nigerian authority will be happy. Some Igbo people will be happy as well that, they finally got him for terrorism. But I think we still have to wait till tomorrow or maybe some few days so that we can get full report, and or maybe should I say full to hear more about his situation. So because the last time he was arrested for the same thing, they released him the second day, maybe within 24 hours or within 48 hours, he was released. So that might happen again now. Finland is a country that, those European, Scandinavian country, they don't easily abuse citizens' rights. He's a citizen of Finland, so, and I don't think that they will.
Adale Koko, the first arrest was to do with financial related crimes, not terrorism. Or so they said it was canvassing money suspiciously or something like that. So it was somewhat of a lesser crime, or somewhat like a civil crime, even not the seriousness of terrorism in this, which is the case now.
So his case now is financial crime. It's not terrorism.
No, the first time he was arrested and released.
Okay.
But this time around is terrorism, inciting terrorism, financing terrorism, those sort of heavy-hitting charges.
Well, let's see. I believe he's going to hire a lawyer to defend him, and he can prove his case. He can defend himself, and they have a judiciary system that is not that will give him his right to defend himself. So we have to wait till when charges are placed against him at the law court and trial is open against him. That is when we will really know what they have against him. So, but at the moment, I just think that for anybody to think that the arrest of this guy, just as I said earlier, this arrest we guarantee, we bring security to the Southeast, that person must be dreaming. there's not going to be security there, because what we have on the ground there is beyond the control of the government in the southeast. And the federal government of Nigeria as well has shown that they lack the capacity to put that situation under their control, to secure. They show that they lack the capacity to secure that southeast. The same thing we have in the north and all over the country. So what are we talking about? So this is not going to bring. It's not going to bring peace. This arrest is not going to bring peace to the southeast. Just like you said earlier, what we are going to see, another person will emerge as a new leader pursuing that goal, that agitation for Biafran state. That is what we are going to see. Nobody knew that Ekpa could jump into that space after Nnamdi Kanu was arrested, but he did. And it kept that agitation going, that dream. He did a lot of things that people never believed that he could do. So, fighting against Nigerian state. So they have them all over the ground fighting for this Biafran actualization of pursuing the actualization of Biafran state. So this is not going to, it's Nigerian state that we have to put pressure on to secure the country, all over the country, not only the southeast. So that's...
Can I say something? Just a minute.
Yeah, say it and then I'll go on from there.
I tell you, but remember, Nnamdi Kanu, nominated him. So that may be different. I'm trying to be positive in that aspect. Remember, he was nominated by, Nnamdi Kanu. So that may be different in the eyes of people, whether it's actually going to make any difference. That's what I wanted to say.
When did Nnamdi Kanu nominate? After he was arrested, when he was in incarceration?
Yeah, he said this is going to be my replacement.
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
yes,
he did.
He did nominate him. Yes,
but
I
was
think he
later
actually
fired.
nominated him for the as the voice of Radio Biafra.
It was radio, and they later fired him. The organization later, IPOB, fired him that he was not following the what did they call it?
The directives.
The directive, or what did they call it? So they later fired him, and he went on his own and started pursuing this, carrying out this agitation for Biafran state. So another person will emerge and continue the struggle. It's a struggle. It's a dream for some people in Igbo land. I'm telling you today, if they carry out referendum in Igbo land for Biafran to go, majority of people will tell you that they want to go.
I doubt that. I have to disagree with that. I think the Biafra is a vocal minority voice. I know Adetshina even tells us that it's not representative of the broader wishes of the southeastern people. I think the broader wishes of the southeastern people is for a more equitable participation in the Nigerian experience. I don't think they want to leave.
Okay, one more. Let me interject one more. I think I'm beginning. Remember, initially, I used to align with your ideology, with your sentiment. But recently, what I'm being seeing in that part of the country, Jadikoko may be right. I hate to say it. If not what I saw about a week ago. How people took part. A lot of Nigerians, common people, was on Dr. Damage show. I can say maybe about 1/3, or if not half of the people are from Nigeria that was supporting. So that made me to think that this narrative has penetrated among the common people.
No. Those were Simon Ekpa adherents. So,
I hope you're right. But from what I'm seeing right now, Ajali may be right.
Okay. I think you are Prestige. You are a good test case of a middle down the road educated southeastern person with an international perspective. If there was a referendum today, I don't want to put you on the spot, and you can refuse to answer. Would you go with Biafra or stay with Nigeria?
No. Why would you even ask me that question? I'm a proponent of one Nigeria, like I said. But
so there it is, and you are the silent majority. Is what I'm saying.
Believe me, not because of just me. even the people in diaspora, what I saw in recent time, like a week ago, have made me beginning doubt, if there's a referendum today, if people won't go for it. I'm serious. People in diaspora, people have sold their soul. I don't know what's wrong with people, but hey, it's their opinion. That's what happened in America too. So anything is possible.
Well, all right, let's take the conversation to Kulata. I want to get around everybody fairly quickly. Yeah.
Okay. One man.
Yes.
Let me even start from the issue of a referendum.
No, I was going to go to Kulata, then I'll come to you after Kulata. Okay. So let me go to Kulata. So Kulata, hopefully this guarantees at least a Merry Christmas in the Southeast. So let them at least have Christmas is my wish. But as Simon Ekpa, ever the coward that we know him for, apparently, allegedly, whilst in court today, Simon Ekpa denies being Biafra Prime Minister that is just a member of IPOB. So, of course, this is what we know him for. There was an interview he did with a BBC person, and that one was asking him why he wasn't in Nigeria leading the cause, and he said he doesn't want to die. So there it is. He orders the death of countless people, but Ojoni apparently. Kulata.
Simon Ekpa is a character. Is just a clown making money, but heartless clown, by the way. Because while he fools around and dances, there are real consequences to his tomfoolery on the internet. So all this, I think people happy that they caught him is just okay. You caught one of the characters, but as long as there's that psychology and belief system in the Southeast, it's going to get worse. It's not even going to get better, because the people that are causing mayhem, they're gangs. They have guns. Because they arrested Simon Ekpa, those guns are not going away. And because they arrested Simon Ekpa, and because they've detained Kanu, depending if they don't release Simon Ekpa, and perhaps if Nigeria requests for extradition and they extradite him, they're just going to use that as an excuse to escalate. As long as the people are receptive to this ideology, people are always going to take advantage of them. And I don't know why. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't know why, but I think it's something people, especially from the Southeast, needs to start growing out of. 1970 is 54 years ago. It's about time you let it go, right? So if you keep holding on to this, you open up. Like, look at Dr. Damages. I saw one educated woman. I don't even know. I didn't really join. It was when you called my attention to it that I looked at it. But I saw one educated woman talking, and she was talking all this Ekpa stuff. I'm like,
did you see some elderly woman screaming and just it was quite
I'm like, how in the world?
It's like a cult something. I don't know what.
You're talking about the woman from California.
Yeah. It's like
she's from California.
How did that happen to an educated human being? I'm sure she goes out to work. I don't know what her profession is, but
no, she's a doctor. You're talking about the one speaking or the
okay, she's a doctor. So if she's a doctor, she treats patients, she does this, but she still harbors this belief. So it's much, much deeper. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of pushback online from the obedience versus the Ekpa people. I mean, I think there's definitely a fracture. But a lot of people, especially the people that grew up in the Southeast, it's easy for them to be susceptible to this kind of like fraud, in my opinion, because they're taking advantage of events of 54 years ago that Nigerians seem to have moved on from, but got resurrected again back in like 2014, 2015, and turned to a franchise. And now the franchise, the money that they're making is too much that movement is not going to stop. Ekpa goes, another person takes over. Even if another person doesn't take over immediately, the mayhem going on in the Southeast is still going to continue. They'll just use the fact that, they've arrested Ekpa, you must release Ekpa, you must release Ekpa. It's just another excuse to do stuff. So, and another problem, like if the government sends security to the Southeast and they attempt to enforce the law, then, I mean, you and I know what's going to happen. It's going to be like, oh no, they sent the government to come and destroy the Southeast. We've seen
another
Python dance. We've seen that before. So it's not as simple as Coco just saying it now. No, it's going to look, if the people is up to the people, if you accept something, it will perpetuate in your environment. If you reject it, then I mean there will be mass rejection of it. It will be easy to kind of like get those, I mean, fish those boys out and do what they need to do. Because you see people saying, oh, it's because of Kano and Co that Hausa Fulani has not taken over Igbo land. Is autopilot or whatever, is it in Calabar? Has Hausa Fulani taken over Calabar? Have they taken over Akwa Ibom? Do they have, what does it call it? Is it unknown government or whatever you call it? Something that Kanu did. They just, because you see the people keep making excuses because they're glued to this ideology. People are living in the past. This is 2024. You need to move on. Every country has some sort of civil war. It's a bad, I mean, the bad past, but you move on from it. So I think it's going to get worse.
Just to the obedient space, how do you think the obedient space will be digesting this? Because Simon Ekpa's excesses has been thrown at the obedient space endlessly. That will be always silent about the atrocities going on there. So how do you think the obedient space will digest this news?
No, the core obedience, the real obedience at heart, that are even from the Southeast, are very, very happy that they caught Simon Ekpa. They're extremely happy. The people that are kind of like Ekpa people, but support Peter Obi by de facto, I don't know how those ones are feeling. But the core obedience, the public obedience, the Uptown and his crew, they're very, very happy that they got Simon Ekpa. But it's not. I don't think this is going to last long. Someone else is going to take over because the money is just too plenty, and they need to keep the.
At least let them have Christmas. It's just my own wish. Let them have Christmas. So let them have Christmas. Kulata, let me move it around. I'll sweep it around very quickly so that it's a hot button ticket, and I'm sure a lot of people want to speak on it. Let me use editorial fiat to go to JC, who I think is joining us for the very first time. So you know what we're talking about, JC. So Simon Ekpa now in the capable hands of the Finnish authorities, hopefully not handcuffs to a bed or something. I have visions of him Hannibal Lecter style in a cell, but there it is. That's the news. Your response, JC. On mute. JC. Ebe Christian. On mute. Oh, all right. I'm not sure if he's ready for us. Let's go to Dewale. JC, I called you, but if you're not willing to speak, then Dewale. So there it is. I mean, I'm pleased for the Southeasterners. Because people send me a lot of clips, and a lot of the clips that they send me from the Southeast is not even something I could share here. It's just blood on the floor, heads blown off, shops being. It's just. You've seen them, but what are you making of this news? Simon Ekpa now in the Canadian, not the Canadian, but the Finnish authorities' custody.
To be honest, when I read about these arrests, I was elated. I was happy. As a matter of fact, I want to dwell in the moment. I don't want to overthink whether his arrest is going to bring the lasting peace to the Southeast. No, I just want to enjoy that moment that at least this character is being picked up. Kulata said that the one, I think I saw that woman on Dr. Damage's show, the one that I was referring to. I was referring to Ekpa as a prime minister. Even Ekpa himself, based on the information being available online, I think he's also a lawyer, if by profession, according to. So that makes him a learned person. So if somebody who is a lawyer could perpetrate such evil in the land, a doctor can as well support him as well. So I wasn't surprised. But as things stand now, some of those charges are, mainly on terrorism, terrorist components. But I went online to search information just to see, extradition is about mutual agreement between countries. I read that Finland had an agreement with, America, Australia. But I've tried to see if there's something, that can with Africa countries and all that. According to the information, Ekpa is a Finnish national. So it's going to be hard because Finland is not known to extradite except, but if you look at the magnanimity, or I mean, sorry, the scale of these these are huge charges. And I don't think it's only limited to Finland, but I think it's also connected to Nigeria as well. So will the Finland government have a listening here to Nigeria government that is will be played out? But as the things stand now, I don't think there's any extradition treaty between the two countries. But we'll see how it plays out. But I'm just happy that it's been picked out, been picked up. For those who are supporting him, it's easier to be brainwashed, especially those who genuinely feel that they've been deprived or they are being marginalized. But when they hear alternative voices, but in this case, it's an extreme voice, and unfortunately, people are following him. Those who are gullible, and you can imagine somebody who live in the Western world, but still cannot go beyond, what is written in the newspaper. You're right, one man. This young man is a young man. He's a very, very young man. He has a lot of blood, innocent blood in his hand. And that's why I said people that are actually clamoring for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Look, that guy also have a question to answer to his creator and to the government of Nigeria. But also would not support his continuous incarceration. At least let him be tried. But at the same time, he also have questions, answer. Be question to answer with the people of Nigeria. But at this moment, I'm that inferior of the fact that this I don't want to use the word that comes to my mind, but he deserves every ugly word that I could come with. He deserves to be picked up. He deserves to be, he's human being. He has a right to a fair trial. But I know for a fact that when you perpetrated evil like this,
I wonder if they have death. I wonder if they have the death penalty in Finland. We have to check that.
In Nordic countries, I doubt it. I'm not so sure. It's not so common. It's not so common. Most of the of these European countries are trying to do away with what you call it, capital punishment. But in Nigeria case, we still have capital punishment, but it's not something. I don't think any government have executed any criminal in the past 40, 50 years or 40 years thereabout. I don't think so. But at this moment, I'm happy. And for my brothers and sisters in the Southeast, those who are not following him, I hope this brings respite to their, to their fear. These people they couldn't go to market every Monday. You can imagine this. It's not because they want to listen to this character. It's just that the fear of being pie, people coming after them for innocent people just going about their daily lives. And for the fact that they live in that part of the country, they'll be subjected to terror, to fear. Come on, man. This guy, I'm glad. This is Finland. It's not like Nigeria where it's like a lawless country. He will be subjected to the rule of law of that country. But I just hope that whichever that charges will be a tight grip one, that he will not be able to at least, get off easily, like he did the last time. That's what I'll say.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Oh no, that. Sorry. Sorry, Charles. I want this to be clean cut. I want to go through everybody. I'll come to you in a moment. So we go on to Zita next. If it's not ready for us, we go to Tony, then Prince Daddy, then you, Charles. So if Zita is ready, we hear from her. To the people new to the space, if you're not already subscribed, please do. We stream every day, so you can always join. Nigerian politics always been discussed. So if you're not already subscribed, please subscribe. And if you've not clicked the like button yet, I'm inviting you to do that as well. Zita. You ready, Zita? All right, we go to Tony. Tony.
Yeah. Good evening, sir.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, I salute everybody. Dewale, everybody, Ajanikoku, I welcome you back. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think Ohanaeze has disappointed me so much. It's not a good news for me, although I'm not his follower. Nando see me, I've been Nnamdi Kanu boy. I worship Nnamdi Kanu. But this guy, I don't like his style of whatever. I don't like his system. I don't like his voice at all. The voice used to irritate me. So now, honestly, should I be more diplomatic? You know what I'm saying? Like they have to send some signals to the so-called government in Africa that doesn't look at the main causes of all this problem. Why did this guy came out? What led to his coming out to try to save his people? At least whether you like it or not, all these Igbo people, when they make nonsense, when they pretend that they don't like Biafra, they don't want to be free, they are useless. So what this guy is doing is try to play a role of try to help the poor people, those that cannot speak. Ohanaeze should have been more diplomatic by talking to the people that are in charge. It's very difficult for me, for me to say that government. What is government? Where there's social security, where you cannot go to the farm. What led to all this issue? Why did Nnamdi Kanu came out? Why did Samekpa came out? People can't go into their farms. They can't move from village to village, even right up to now. Why we try to, shy away from all this? Why can't we try to address the root causes of all this problem so that in order to prevent them from coming out? Why did our old brother Sunday Igboho came out? You know what I'm saying? So these are the questions. Ohanaeze, I don't know. I think if I want to marry an Igbo girl, I will not go to Ohanaeze again to make any negotiation. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is that Ohanaeze, they should have approached Tinubu, who is in charge of the country right now, with their state governors. Oh, please, don't do this guy no harm. That we don't know what led. You have to look for why. Why is he crying? You are beating somebody and you are asking this person not to cry. So that's the thing for these Ohanaeze people. You know what I'm saying? And then Finland is a country of being run by human beings, not by gorillas, Congo gorillas. There's nowhere in Africa that any government is in place. It's on ground. That's the true fact, and that is why all of us are in abroad. It's very easy for us to be speaking from our comfort zones. After driving white men away, we say we want to take over our place by ourselves, and then we still come back to be begging there that all the black book. If you know, say that you are the most qualified, that you spent 39 years working the oil farm, did the government of Sweden or Finland come and pick you, or the German come and pick you with a plane to come and be a specialist in their country? If these black people that are bragging about all this nonsense are not crazy, so why did this thing happen? How do we prevent this? Why should we be having army in Nigeria and then they are be allocated to big men to be watching them? The police also the same thing. Then lack of security, no electricity, no work, no nothing. I'm happy that Johnny Coco is there tonight to do justice to this this issue. You know what I'm saying? What the hell? Let us forget about solution right now. I think you want somebody come up. You know that Finland is a human being country where you cannot just pick anybody. Even that if this guy were to be Nigeria, it's an opportunity for Finland to have granted him a political asylum. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Well, I don't want to take so much of your time. I just want to give you just preliminary, of what I'm going to say later. Anybody want to come and challenge? Let it come out. If they're not you, especially the Igbo people. Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right, brilliant. Prince Daddy, you're up next. Zita, let us know when you're ready. Prince Daddy, you're up next. Prince.
Hey, woman, I'm have to pass right now and come back later. Anybody else wants to go?
All right. We go to let's go to Thomas. We've been bypassing Thomas. Thomas, I'm not sure. I'm sure you have some thoughts on this. The arrest of Simon Ekpa in Finland. Thomas. All right. We default to Charles. So Charles, the floor is yours. Charles.
Yes, woman. And what Tony just said is the truth. God bless Tony. Tony says the truth. Nigeria have not solved the problem. Why Namikana and some Apple are not solved the problem. And it must solve the Igbo problem. What to be more Namikana, more Simon Apple. What Tony says is a fact. Nigeria have some problem. Why people agitating for what? So Nigeria have failed them. Nigeria failed the Yorubas and the Igbo. That's what people agitating. That's what Igbo are agitating. And at the same time, and that failed them. That's the truth. Our African leaders have failed us. The youth are angry. The whole African have failed the youth. The youth are upset. They're angry. Yeah, I think that felt that's why Simon Apple and now become agitated. I don't agree what Simon Apple did, but if it's the truth, why is Simon Apple now become coming out? Why is Igbo coming out? There's a reason for that. Because our leaders have failed us. Our leaders have failed the new generation. The new generation are tired. The Gen Z are tired of our leaders failing us. We're tired. Enough's enough. There'll be more Simon Apple, more Namikano, until our leaders wake up and solve the problem. But that's waking up. To be more Namikano, that will solve the problem, the issue. Why is Simon Apple angry? Why the South is angry? Why the
What about the killings, though? What about the killings in the Southeast? Do you have any thoughts on that?
The killings, I think what Simon Apple did is wrong. The killings shouldn't have happened. It's wrong. But we have to say why this happening. Nigeria is the cause of the problem. Nigeria is the reason for all this happening. That's the problem. That's the problem with African leaders. You must solve the problem first. You know why did this happen? There's a reason for this. There's a reason for all this has happened. It's got leaders failed us, and the people angry, and that I'm the king. Sad, breaks my heart. But when Nigerian youth are angry, we're frustrated. But it's not. I'm told to say we're frustrated. More time in April. Nigerian youth are frustrated. We're frustrated. Nigeria, 96 in this big country, and youth are dying. We're frustrated. We're angry. We're frustrated. I think Nigeria must solve the problem.
All right. You're angry and frustrated, but I don't think that should be the price of that should be paid in human lives.
Yeah, I agree, woman. They shouldn't be paid. I agree, but I'm saying Nigeria comes to solve the problem first. To know why Simon Apple come out, why Nam can't come. Then solve the problem. Or what it be more Simon Apple. And no Simon Apple. It's wrong. Some people have to go to jail. I don't care about somebody. You always go to jail. But Nigeria must solve the problem. Why did Nam come out? Why did Simon Apple come out? Why did Igbo Ho come out? There's a reason for that. Now,
they want ethnic nationhood. So that's not unknown. We have the Catalans in Spain that are agitating for ethnic nationhood. We have the Rohingya in Myanmar that are agitating for. So it's not an uncommon thing in nations for people to want to break away nations. We even had it in Sudan to some success.
Yeah, I know, but I think the reason why it's happening in Nigeria, it's got leaders failed us. The Yoruba youth are angry, the Igbo youth are angry, the Hausa people are angry. They're failed us. That's what they're frustrated. They're frustrated.
All right, but
the killing is wrong. Some people should go to jail. Like what in jail, I don't care. In Igbo, who's Sam Apple? He should go to jail. I don't care about that guy. That guy's a fool to jail.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Charles. So thank you, Charles. So thank you, Charles. We hear from Zita, and then if anybody else wants to come in after Zita on this particular topic, they can come in. Otherwise, we move it on. If anybody wants to come into the studio to speak on this topic, here will be the moment, because this first slot now is to this particular topic. But Zita, you're up next. Zita.
Ajani Coco, welcome. One man. Hello.
We they hear you.
Ajani Coco, welcome. I'm back.
Thank you, my sister. How are you?
Ajani Coco, you've been away for some time. Hope everything is okay.
Everything is okay. Everything is okay. We thank God.
We thank God. Okay.
Yeah.
So what man? What are you talking about?
Madam Zita.
Yeah.
His name is not Ajan Le Coco. It's Ajan Le Coco.
Ajan Le Coco.
Yeah.
Okay. Ajan Le Coco.
Don't listen to that enemy of progress.
His name is not Ajan Le Coco. Ajan Le Kokoro. It's Ajan Le Kokoro.
That was what just called him the other day. Now it's Ajan Le Coco.
Who is this guy? He will call it Ajami Le Coco. Remember Igo? Ajami Le Coco. You know. But no, we're on the Simon Ekpa space, who has been arrested, and it's almost it's an element of euphoria to it at the arrest of this guy. We didn't even know he impacted on our psyche this much until it's now been picked up. So a real boon for the Southeast, I would say, even for the Nigerian state. So Simon Ekpa now, hopefully it's not catch and release as it was the last time, but thoughts on this, Zita?
Who caught him?
The finish.
Who instructed them to catch him?
The Nigerians.
Okay. First of all, on a lighter mood, Simon Ekpa is not committing any crime against Nigerians. His crime is against the indigenous people of Biafra. So if the people he's committing crime against is not angry, what has Nigerian government got to do with this? You see, okay, let me be serious for once. I keep saying this. Whatsoever that is happening in the Southeast can only be handled by the Southeasterners. One man, Igbo people are very intelligent people. Smart, dogged, hardworking. But for the fact that they fall for people like Nnamdi Kanu and Simeon Ekpa is something I've been trying to process for so many years. But let me say this. When you see people from the Southeast talk about this with passion, you have to look beyond Nnamdi Kanu and Simeon Ekpa. It is something you've been told while you are young, growing up. The Christians used to say that faith cometh by hearing, and hearing the word of God. But I always tell people, no. What you constantly hear, you start believing in it. It might impact your life. So when you see a professor in Igbo land, well-read, well-traveled, but when it comes to something like this, you see him, you'll be wondering, is it not this professor? No. Look beyond that. What was his upbringing? Because one man, if you look at these two people, Nnamdi Kanu and Simeon Ekpa, actually they were not born when the Nigerian Biafra War happened. From the age they said they are. Am I right? Hello? Hello?
So, sorry, you were correct.
Continue,
Carry on.
continue.
I was muted and speaking. Continue, as our former president would say. Continue.
So you can see that whatever they are speaking on is what that we are told. Whatsoever they are acting on is what they are told. That's why somebody like me, I will tell you, I don't like history. Because most people that draft history, they push their own narrative instead of the fact. So when you have a young child that is growing up that is not born when something happened, and that person can be filled with so much bitterness, hate, and sadness on something that happened when he was not born, you should understand that that is deeper than him being a professor or even being a president. So as I said before, whenever you throw this topic to me, and I will keep repeating it, nobody's going to shut me up. Whatsoever that is happening in Southeast region of Nigeria can only be solved by Southeasterners, period. Then coming, you said they heard him before, they removed him. Let me say this. You know, I talk a lot of rubbish. When Oyibo one address you and they say Nigerian born finish, now you see you don't enter trouble. if you are their citizen, and they say Nigeria, something happened, Nigerian born American, you don't enter trouble with that. I rest my case. Any other topic?
There are other topics, but I
No,
wanted
but
to take this.
this topic is very, very important, madam. Let
I
us
wanted
continue.
I wanted to take this Ekpa thing round. The Nigerian state is now asking for his extradition. But I suspect that the handling of Nnamdi Kanu will go a long way in making that decision if the finish will acquiesce to that or not. So,
Okay.
what do you think the chances are of him being extradited to Nigeria, given the backdrop of Nnamdi Kanu?
Let me make my. I think maybe I did not explain it well. Let me say it again. Whatsoever that is happening in the Southeast can only be solved by Southeasterners. What do I mean by that? You know, I talk a lot of rubbish.
It will be solved by Nigeria, you know. I don't think. I think it will need the active participation of the Southeasterners to want it to end. But ultimately, the state will have to be the one that will. It cannot be solved by the Southeasterners,
Okay,
because
let me explain.
they're not equipped to solve it
Let me
at
explain.
the level that it is. Yeah.
Let me explain. You pick this guy, you dump him where you dump Nnamdi Kanu. Another one will come up, maybe even worse, brutal than he is. You pick that one after some years and dump him the way you dump this one. Another one will spring up. Nobody is understanding this, but I understand this because I come from that area. And I speak truth to the issues that concern southeastern region of Nigeria. The day Igbo people are done with this shenanigan, una go there where una dey, here say they don't finish them. Mark my word. But as long as they are welcoming it, they are sympathizing, it is brewing according to what they have been told while they were young. When they speak about it, you can see the pain and anger and bitterness and hate for something you were not born when it happened. It's actually really ridiculous. But it is what it is. So, if Nigerian government think picking this guy will solve the matter, you know, when I say something, I usually tell people mother with heart. You will come back here again and say Zita said it. That's the way I say my own. This guy, hold on.
One man, can I interject now?
Let me
finish.
One man.
Hold on, yeah.
One man.
Yes.
This guy is not the problem. He's just a tool. I think now
you know, they say take the head off and the body will follow.
He's not the head.
I'm not sure if you've ever had to.
No, he's not the head.
To kill
That's
a
what
snake.
I'm telling you.
Take the head off and the body will follow. Yeah.
He's not the head, because let me tell you why he's not the head. The monies, the weapons, the ammunitions, the attack, the Odeshi, he cannot afford it. That's just the simple truth. How else can someone explain this to the rest of Nigeria that they will understand? This guy doesn't have the financial capacity to sponsor what is going on in the southeastern region of Nigeria. He doesn't. So why can somebody ask, where the heck is this money coming from? Then I repeat myself again. If you think the whole world is hearing my voice, arresting him and then Nnamdi Kanu, you think you got the head? The joke is on you. I'm not saying there's going to be an escalation, but that is not the end. That's just what I'm saying.
All right,
and the end will come by them. Period.
Okay. So,
all right, brilliant. So brilliant. All steady Zita. I want to document every voice, and Chioma is here as well. So Chioma, in the opening salvos, Kulata jocularly said to Man of Prestige that what happens to our tickets to Finland now? So the little matter then of a couple of weeks' time, when Biafra was meant to be declared the 2nd of December in Finland. So that goes by the by. A lot of people bought ticket, book hotels. So maybe they'll just treat that as a holiday. But so the arrest of this guy now, well, Zita is saying that is not, it's just a symptom. It doesn't address the core of it. But does it open a window for a bit of toying of that space for the authorities to go in and flush it out? So what are you then making then of the arrest of the cross-dresser in Finland?
I think it's long overdue. I like that he is arrested because we don't really understand why there's so much commotion in that space, you know? I mean, even Nigerians, like Igbo people are complaining, people from back home, they're complaining that, you know, like they can't do their business, you know, and they're having issues moving about, you know, and even the IPOB are terrorizing them. So it's more like, why are you, if you're trying to liberate, you know, Igbos, why are you causing them so much harm and making everything so difficult for them? It doesn't make sense. But we need to talk about the 4 other people that were arrested along with Simon Ekpa, because I think it's important to know like the list of those 4 individuals. Do you have the list, one man?
I don't have the list, but because I don't think they actually released names. But they are more on the financing terrorism part. So there'll be money men and bag men for the organizations, I suspect.
Yeah, because you know they have like I've listened to that Biafra channel before. They have like the treasurer, they have of course the prime minister and the secretary and of defense. I mean, they have a whole chamber. So maybe they arrested all of them. They picked them all up. I'm not sure, but Nigeria is very strategic in when they're trying to get all these you know, quote unquote terrorists, you know, that are causing problem in Nigeria. So I really hope they're on top of it, honestly, because I don't like what Simon Ekpa is doing, and I don't think Nnamdi Kanu agrees with him. You know, they're not in it together. So yeah,
just on that name you mentioned now, do you think the Nigerian state will be clever to use this window to release Nnamdi Kanu back into that vacuum? So because he's a more temperate, he's still an extremist, Nnamdi Kanu, but a lot of people actually will probably conclude that this Simon Ekpa is just evil. So do you think they should release Nnamdi Kanu into that vacuum so he can reclaim that leadership and then try and just sanitize that space a little bit? Do you think that would be a strategically clever move?
No, that would be a very dumb move, very stupid move on their part, because there's nothing strategic about it. It's causing more harm than good. You know, I mean, you know, the Biafra space is so toxic. Like all those IPOB people and the sponsors, you know, they're really agitating for Biafra. So it's like if you release Nnamdi Kanu and you know Simon Ekpa is arrested too, he's in confinement. I mean, it's gonna be like a vicious cycle. You understand what I'm saying? So Tinubu should just keep both of them, you know, in prison. Honestly, you know, if we want peace in the Southeast, if we really want peace in the Southeast, and for us to move around and do our business freely, I think they should just stay in confinement. You know. That's what
all right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. You wanted to interject then, Tony. So have that interjection. Then we move. If Thomas is ready, then we hear from him as well. Tony.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you very much, Princess Chioma, for your submission. But one thing I wanted to know, one thing that I wanted to know is that in every struggle, there are always arms wings. So like USA, we have this man that Martin Luther King, who went to protest and lost his shoes. He moved 500 kilometers back to his village without no shoes on his leg because he was running from the police after being tear gassed. Then meanwhile, Malcolm X was steadfast, as a member of the arms wing. Then I want to take you also, bit by bit to the Irish, island. We have the Sinn Féin, who was also the arms wing. So where the other one, they are talking like they eat akamu. So, but the other one have to be really something out. May they not say they're serious. They got to brutality of the Inkatha movement. Like what Mother was saying just now, that those people that were born shouldn't know enough. No, it's not how far, it is how well. You may be born in the 70s and still have more knowledge about what has transpired in that Niger area more than the people that were born 100 years ago. You know what I'm saying? That's why the history is there. Even if they say that they stopped teaching history in Nigeria, but you can use your own brain to go and study history by yourself, You know what I'm saying? So you go to South Africa, Ireland, just to mention a few, all these Fidel Castro. You know what I'm saying? Even in Russia, in Yugoslavia.
One man. I have a question. Excuse me, Tony. One minute. What's going to happen on December 2nd? Or is he still going to declare?
That's
the Republic.
Well, that will really tell us what level of structures and backbone that space has. So there should never be a vacuum in leadership. And apparently, some guy somewhere in America, he's already covering the media space, saying that he's the deputy to Simon Ekpa. So are they going to follow through? So they cannot make that declaration in Finland anymore because it's too hot a space for them to go to now. So are they just going to make the declaration on their social media spaces and just have whatever it is, some sort of ceremony? I don't know. But it'll be interesting to see how they handle December the 2nd. I suspect they'll just make a lot of a noise. I think it's dead and buried, actually. So, or they will hold it in abeyance for their leader to come out. I don't quite. What would you recommend that they do?
I think they should just cancel the whole Biafra saga. I mean, it's just a lost cause. I mean, that ship has sailed when Ojukwu died. I just don't think it's worth it anymore. Let us just, come together as one and live peacefully. One Nigeria. Even though we don't get along, but we do have intertribal marriages. We have kids that are mixed, Igbos, Yoruba, Edo, even Hausa, Fulani. So I think we should just try to make it work with, I think Igbos should try to make it work with the rest of the Nigerians and stop agitating for Biafra. I mean, it's a lost cause. And a lot of people have died for this thing. It doesn't make sense. But one man, right?
Sorry, go on.
Last time I heard Simon Ekpa's situation, it was on one show and he got 40,000 views because he wanted to declare Biafra for December 2nd. So I don't know if he said something that implicated him or just that Nigeria wanted to shut it down before it happens. What do you think?
No, I think I'm not sure if whatever I said or didn't say on that show has anything to do with it, but it's been I see him on Twitter a lot. I don't actually go into his space, but I'm on Twitter and I see it on the strap line, and anytime you see it, 5,000, 6,000 people just and if you click on it, it's always asking them for money. So
yeah, but this time he got 40,000 people.
Yeah, but that's his crowd anyway. That's not unusual. It was 40,000 for that platform, but anywhere he is, it's usually 40,000. In his own space, it's 60, 80,000. So
Can I say something?
yeah.
Can I interject?
Comment. Yeah.
Okay. The question Choma said, I was here laughing. About what happened last week. When he had over 40,000. There has been a narrative going on that he was set up by Dr. Damage, because that was the final nail on the coffin for the Finnish government, because he has been investigated since 2021. They have a solid evidence against him, but they just wanted him to come out and make that alteration at the national forum in that of that caliber. So that was, you see, it was
Do you
set up.
think it was a setup on
I
Dr.
don't know. It's all speculation. I don't have any data to back what I'm hearing. I heard it from so many places that I've been today. They say it was the final setup. So the damage was part of that. I don't know how realistic that is. So let's just wait and see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. This is a hot tea. So I wonder if he gets to make bail or what.
Hopefully the raw meat eaters don't go after Rudolph. But there it is. Those people, they are wild. They're like they're like creatures from a different planet. So who still wants to come into that space, because it seems to have had an appearance in court.
I will start to round up. I will start to round up before you
round up. Okay, round up, and then we.
Yeah, that area of the arms wings of every struggle is the area that I want us to be considering, as we move forward. Meanwhile, to Princess Chidimma, to Princess Chioma, it is not possible to live together in that country, because Austria and then Germany, they are the same people, the same mother, the same father, but they couldn't live together. So they are living separately and then collaborating together. Then if you go to all the Switzerland, Belgium, you have Germans there. Denmark, you have Germans there. In Poland. So our case is even worse of a scenario. We cannot live together in a country. We have already been divided naturally. So you see that we have two separate laws running one country right now. That's a very an easier ways to the
Tony,
easiest way to look at. Yeah.
Even Igbos are divided with the talk of Biafra, the separate.
No, I know. No, that is for money purpose. Money purpose. It's not the ordinary Igbo. It is the political class that are fighting each other.
But Chioma is Igbo now. You are not, and she's telling you.
No, I know, but Chioma was born in the USA or grew up in the USA, so he doesn't know what is obtainable there. Just like a prince daddy.
And by the way, please, can people please subscribe and click on the like button? Very, very important for reasons of the YouTube algorithm. If you've never been on the screen before, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come share your thoughts about the handcuffing of Simon Ekpa by the Finnish. But carry on.
So
and it doesn't cost, and and it doesn't cost anything. Hold on, Theodore. It doesn't cost anything to click the like button, like as earlier advocated there. And then I beg you, try to make even once upon a time, Wama used to kick me out, but I still push the like buttons. Even all the Nigeria platform. What is wrong? Let people listen to our voice and see the way forward. So let us put it's cost. It doesn't cost anything. Like German would say, costing loose. That it is costless in German. It doesn't cost a penny to. I mean, it's just like maybe all this bad mind that will make me not to click any Nigerian platform. You know what I'm saying. So that's it. So let us consider the fact that we are not the same people. It's very easy. We are not going to fight. I'm not advocating for any war or violence. But we should look at what is making people to be agitating. You know what I'm saying? Chioma is living in the USA. What is moving Chioma is the Nollywood. Is the Nollywood? Yeah, Nollywood Eba.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? No.
Can I make a final submission?
Yes.
Before we move to
hold on. Let's do it this way. Let Chioma land, and then Prestige you come in, and then Zita. Yeah, Choma.
Yes, I was going to tell Mr. Tony that, many Igbos are all over the states in Nigeria doing businesses. They're in Kano, they're, in Castina, they're in many, states in the Southwest. There's not even an Igbos in Southeast. They only come back for the holidays, and because they're doing business all over Nigeria. So these people are not thinking about Biafra. I don't know why you think that it's so important in 2024. I think they don't even have enough members, to even have
They are not being appreciated. They are not being appreciated. So it's high time the charity go
I
begin
know,
at
but it
home.
doesn't matter. We've moved past that. We have moved on. A lot of people in Nigeria are not being appreciated. A lot of tribes are not being appreciated. Isn't that the same Yoruba people that are begging Tinubu a big pami? A lot of people are struggling too. Even the Northerners are not happy with Tinubu. So yeah, I think we have moved past that agitation of Biafra. I mean, mind you, many Igbos are all over Nigeria doing businesses. It's actually more Igbos outside of Southeast than there is in the So yeah, you should put that into consideration.
All right, brilliant.
And that is very bad. Thank you very much,
No.
woman.
Tony, please don't turn it into a rowdy. Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me begin on a more lighter note. In reference to what Tony said, I just pick up one thing that made me laugh when I was laughing, but I didn't want to mute myself. When he said he's not gonna go when he go to marry an Igbo woman, he's not gonna take advice like the Ohanaeze is supposed to sanction, anybody that he's gonna get married into. So Tony, that's not the case. Ohanaeze has no authority to sanction anybody if you want to get married to Igbo land, okay? So come to Igbo land. We have beautiful women. Ohanaeze is not. They're not going to decide who you to marry. Thank you for that one.
But it can't come to Igbo land now because the Igbo women belong to Yoruba men, and he's
Okay,
not Yoruba. They
that's
belong
all
to
good.
Yoruba men now.
Yeah,
We have the first.
that's
The
true.
Yoruba people have first dibs
Probably
on
that's who will have intermarriage the most,
Yeah.
which is a good
Now I
thing.
don't born Yoruba. Now I don't born Yoruba.
Wow. But let me finish, brother Tony. We don't want to go there. Do and the Yoruba. That's another day. But having said that, I think I may take. It might be a short glory that I'm taking right now about what just transpired, but I'm due for it because I have a disdain for this Simon Ekpa a long time ago because of what he's perpetuating. Whether he's the only one, there's a lot of army in that regard, but at least one of the fish has been caught. So we don't really know what's going to transpire, whether it's going to what's happening in the southeast, when at least you're going to minimize it, or it might finally bring a peace in that region. But it's odd hope. That's all I can that's all I can cling right now. Hopefully. But so I mean, some people have made a comment. Everybody has their own opinion. This is what make a platform of this magnitude, good for everybody. That what effect the Southeast just for the Southeasterners? No, it is. Of course, they bear most of the brunt. Whatever affect the Southeast affect Nigeria as a whole. So it's not just the Southeastern people. I mean, they bear most of the grunt. It affect them the most. I mean, just like what's happening in the North, it affect Nigeria as a whole. So it's a Nigerian issue to begin with. So that's my opinion in that regard. But I'm glad, Simon Ekpa has been in court. I'm probably one of the happiest people. I mean, is it going to solve the problem? We don't know. So let's see what happens. I think he's supposed to be arraigned on next week Tuesday. Yeah, that's what I gathered. So we see how things go from there.
If they can just keep him at least through the Christmas period, so that the Southeast can at least have Christmas without this guy.
It's not that. I mean,
noise,
he's supposed to appear in court. It's not that he's going to be adjudicated that particular day. I mean, the first appearance is next week Tuesday. So we see what happens. So yeah, definitely for that part. So we can go home and enjoy Christmas. But anyway. I mean, I enjoy Christmas because I live in the capital, so that's a different case. But it's not just about me; it's about the whole Southeasterners. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Zita.
One man. They just killed the Asumba that the mother died. Asumba is a famous architect from Anambra State. He lived in Port Harcourt. He has always lived in Port Harcourt. I think he's the president of Nigerian architecture. He lost his mother and he was going for the burial. He was in Anambra for the burial. That will be on Saturday, and he got assassinated today. So, one man, this is not the first time that guy said he's going to declare that. He has said it in 2002. He said it in 2000. He always fixes a date for it. He said it in 2002. He said it in 2003. I think this is the third time he's saying he's going to declare Biafra. So I don't really think I don't know, but this is not the first time he put a date for that declaration. You can check your records. Which he never, at the end of the day, no declaration has been done, but he keep putting a date. I think this is the third time or the fourth time.
You know what struck me, Zita? It struck me that I didn't actually know this guy had embedded himself surreptitiously in the back recesses of our psyche. The euphoria, I was excited, and it doesn't really especially particularly, it affects me broadly, but not immediately. But I was just so excited when I saw he'd been arrested. So it's just this guy has embedded himself into our heads in ways that we don't even know.
It's not, woman, I don't know how to say this, honestly, but mother way at, it's not him. It's not him embedding. You see, when you tell people what they want to hear, it's as if you are brainwashing them. If you tell people what they don't want to hear, they will object to it. In fact, if care is not taken, they will never speak to you again. Some will start avoiding you, some will quarantine you. So we won't want to have a conversation or a debate with you again. But this guy, I keep saying it, Nnamdi Kanu and Simeon Ekpa, I'm saying this in a global platform, that just a tool. Believe me, don't believe me, in future you will find out Zita said this. They are just a tool. They don't have the financial capacity or capability to do the mayhem happening in the Southeast region. Woman, you don't know what is happening in that region. I just told you that this guy was tied today. You can check it online. He lived in Port Harcourt just to go to bury his mother. They finished him.
Zita, quick question, but to what end? Whoever is behind it or the people behind it, to what end?
Wait. I gave you people an example here before. Igbo people are very indomitable, very resilient in nature. That is one thing some people have not seen about them. They are very resilient. If they stand up for something or against something, it's going to be a runover. You see, this thing that is happening is going to be a little mistake by these agitators that will turn the whole thing 180 degrees. Mark my word, though. You know, I speak gibberish sometimes. I repeat myself. Somebody will say, how are Igbo people going to stop it? To what end? Let me say this. They are going to make a little mistake that will cause an uprising in Igbo land that they, with their gun and ammunition, cannot stand. Igbo people are very resilient people. The mistake will come. Don't worry. But if anybody think it's by getting the Kalo, getting this one put in prison, another one will come out, you will say Zita said it. But that mistake will happen, and there's going to be a 180 degrees. And everywhere will be calm. It has happened before in my land, in Igbo land. And I can assure you it will happen again. That's all I can say.
All right, brilliant. Anybody else with thoughts on that space before
Hey,
we move it on?
hey, woman.
Diwali.
Before we move on so fast, quickly, while everybody was talking, I had wanted to, want us to dig deeper. I think I agree with what Sita said. For this character to manifest, I think there are bigger masquerade behind the curtain that not just committing a financial backing, but they have the political wherewithal to the fact that they are able to, spread across that region. You can imagine when a whole country, the government is helpless, and because of the connection with the political angle of it, it makes it a little bit difficult because the people that are actually pushing this, I mean, it's gonna be hard for someone who lives in a foreign land to just by word of mouth, command people and they follow the instruction. Material and resources are being provided for the foot soldiers. They have sophisticated weapons. They have money to give people, and people don't do anything for free. And I think that is where the failure of government agencies comes in. But I also will not blame them because when you have, a political issues, not you can't use force in a way to extinguish such fire. You have to apply the same political measure to counter what is being perpetrated. So in my own thinking, I was thinking that, okay, look, why government cannot go the same route? Those big money, those people that are, backing this guy, why can't they go after them instead of this character and fish them out?
I'm not sure that there's big money backing him. I think it's a swathe of medium monies. If you look at the way this guy operates, he has them on some sort of subscription system. So they pay monthly. Let's say about, and globally, $100 spread over about 50,000, 100,000 people coming in every month. And then he has all these little gimmicks. So he'll tell them that he has come up with an ID card. So they have to buy into that. So he'll sweat them for money. And then he'll say he's created a cryptocurrency for the space. He'll sweat them for money. And then he'll come up with another. It's just gimmicking his way into their wallets.
No, one man. Those monies they give to him is for his pocket and for his extravagant lifestyle. That's not the money I'm talking about. My town is close to Izombe. That's not the money I'm talking about. I'm talking about the money that buys those buses, those arms and ammunition. The money that they used to pay native doctors heavily with the human parts they give to them to prepare Odeshi for them. That's the money I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the rip-off he's giving. People are giving him $1,000, $50,000, $500, $2,000, $3,000. That's not the money I'm talking about. But I will continue saying what I am saying. He's not the problem. But the movement, that thing is sympathy and fear mixed together. But there's going to be a mistake. And it's that mistake that will turn it 180 degrees. Mark my word.
Sita,
Yes,
do you think those community leaders that are able to harbor these criminals, do you think they are not being paid, or there's no, something that goes into their pocket for them to be able to keep quiet and allow them to do this? Do you think they are not being paid?
So many community leaders has been paid because of this. But let me tell you, as I said before, it's beyond what you guys are seeing. I repeat, it's a mixture of sympathy and fear. Somebody said that if they do referendum, that so many Igbos will vote to go. I don't know where they got that word from.
Yeah, it was Prestige that was saying that. I disagree.
But
I don't think they will vote to go. No,
but
they're
let
too
me say
embedded in the
this.
system. Yeah.
Let me say this. If Igbos has wanted, if they are in oneness, I know my people. Even when I say things about them and people shut me off, I don't really care. It's people I did research on. If they want to leave Nigeria, let me tell you, it will not be happening like this. They will come out with their big chest too. The main people in Nigeria, the people who have made it in life, they're not going to hide behind the Nnamdi Kanu. You people will push me to say something about this iPod movement that I don't want to say in global platform. Let me repeat this. Nnamdi Kanu and Simeon Ekpa is not the head. But I tell you, they have gotten to more than half their way. And a mistake is about to happen. And when that mistake happens, you see all this nonsense about cessation and everything. Igbo people are going to take what I call 180 degrees. Mark my word, you know I talk rubbish. It is a mixture of sympathy, what I have been told that I am holding on, bitterness, hate. Then the second one is fear. People who, those boys who carry those things that buy military men, policemen, burn them up, put them, they are no strangers. They are no strangers. No Igbo village that thing happens that will tell you that they don't know who did that, or his father, or his mother, or his brothers and sisters. This is us. But I think they've gone more than halfway. Something is about to happen. Mark my word. But holding in Nnamdi Kanu and Simeon Ekpa is just an action to me. You're taking an action that doesn't. It's just like when you write something, you say for your info. That's not an approval. I rest my case.
Yes, they just try to create, the fear into the citizens, who
No,
are, no,
I disagree. Nigerian government, they did the right thing. It's a step in the right direction. Even though Madam Zita said it's just an action, it's something. At least who's going to be declaring their, Biafra on December 2nd? Let's see who that person is, because that person will be the next to be in jail. Let's see them
but
try it.
Chioma,
That's what I think about it.
4 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, you said
I
that
said
you want to
what?
go back to Nigeria. You say you are not going back to.
Saying they are guilty of causing mayhem, everybody is right. You can charge them, convict them, bring out all the videos the guy has made, and use it to throw him to jail. I didn't say there is anything wrong in that. That is not what I am saying. And I'm saying this in a global platform. You can charge Nnamdi Kanu, charge Simeon Ekpa. They're guilty. Yes, by law. But if you are doing that when you do it, the hate that is going on in Southeast region of Nigeria will stop. That's where I said no. But they have gone more than halfway. They're going to make a mistake. Trust me. But 2 of them can go to jail. I don't care. They should be in jail anyway. Hello, why is everywhere quiet? Is it me?
I'm wondering too that what is going on. Why? I
I
thought
think
it,
it's the network.
Rapture. They used to say angel is passing. So angel passed and took one man to rapture. Anyway, that's all I'm saying. I don't, it's something that is happening in Igbo land. I have to sit down. And I took an extent, a long investigation into it because I have the boys that are involved in that thing. Most of them, the army don't buy them now. Most of them by several army men. You won't believe this. But they when you sit them down and talk with them, you won't believe what they are saying. It's a long time coming. Huh?
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you.
No, I was speaking then, and nobody could hear me. So I was saying that are we done with Simon Ekpa, and then I was lining it up for the Fubara's victory at the appeal court, the local government election they conducted. But then nobody could hear me. But carry on.
So it's something that I don't know how to put it. Most Igbo people are carrying this thing inside of them. So that's just the truth. It's a kind of mixed feelings, sympathy and fear. Fear is the letter. So it is a discussion when they say you heard the story, what happened? They told me. When such a thing, you are getting so angry, bitter, and hateful about such a thing, you have a problem. It's a thing you have to tread softly because for me, I had several versions of these stories from my uncles. And then at a point, I have to withdraw myself from thinking about it even. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I ask questions. Uncles, relations, different towns, different villages, people from Edo State in my office, their father, their mother that was alive. When we go for weddings, when we go for burials in Edo, I used to sit them down to ask them. I told you people, I have a friend who does documentary. The stories were so different that at a point I said, I won't need this to bother my life. Because at the beginning, when they tell you the story of Nigerian Biafran war, as a child, you hate, sadness, bitterness will start brewing in your heart. But for somebody like me, when you tell me, this person tell me, this person tell me, and all the 200 stories, the only thing I can grab hand is there was a war. Then I have to remove myself from it. That's exactly how most Igbo people set themselves free from it. But those who didn't have the opportunity to ask questions, it was a lot of bitterness and hate and sadness. And when you have it in your heart and somebody like Semi and Ekpa and their conglomerate come to brew things inside of you, you can end the whole time. And that's exactly what is happening in the Southeast. But I think they have exceeded their boundary. They're about to make a mistake. I leave it so.
You know, the greatest illusion is to think that when you separate yourself from certain people, that you will be okay. If we look at the history of nations, hardly you will see any state that secede themselves from the major or their mother country that are able to live up to that expectation. Pakistan is an example. Kokoro tó ń jẹ̀fọ́ inú ẹ̀fọ́ ló wà. You think going your separate way is the only way you can liberate and make the life of your subject okay? The same mentality that we apply now will continue to trail you in that your new nation that you think you are forming. Is it not Africa? Tell me that country in Africa. South Sudan? Give me a break. Tell me that country in
You
Africa.
can use the African one, but Pakistani teachers, the tutors, they taught us in secondary school, so they are qualified, very much qualified, like the Indians. You know what I'm saying? When a country is divided by religion, there's nothing you can do about it. So Pakistan has a nuclear power, and they are scientific people, very very scientific in in nature, just like the Indians. So you cannot compare. But Africa, you can just write Africa off, South Sudan, whatever. That's what I'll be praying that please, at the Beguna say, Beguna no go reach that South Sudan situation. At the end of the day, if we separate ourselves from the Janjaweed, South Nigeria, the Igbos and Yoruba should cooperate. They should work together, love each other. I mean, build more bridges so that we can live together. So Adewale, don't compare that, because Pakistani teachers are even more better. They are Pakistanis are more intelligent than the Indians. You know what I'm saying? So that's it.
All right, brilliant. So we could still stay with the Ekpa, but let's introduce other topics as well. Court of Appeal upholds River State Council election conducted by Fubara. So I think the Federal High Court kicked it out. The Court of Appeal reinstates it. And as I was saying, as is ever the trilogy in the Nigerian judiciary system, when it gets to the Supreme Court, that Wike wins the day. Okupe still throwing daggers and stones at Peter Obi. 2023 election was rigged, but presidency not stolen. So it's a narrative of yes, the elections were not as they could have been, but all of the permutations would have still landed us where it landed us. And that seems to universally, a lot of people concur with that. Arewa Consultative Forum suspends chairman Usman over comments on 2027 presidency. So the chairman of that forum has come out to say that the North will be fielding a candidate to remove Tinubu from situation, and they suspended him. That position's not yet taken. That has coming out of StatisCense, and of course, it's somewhat in line with what we're reading now. Anyway, just the sort of damage that the Ekpa space has done to the Southeast. So these are data coming out of StatisCense. So data coming out of StatisCense. Southeast, what states contributed to VAT poll and what they benefited. This is August 2024. So the contribution of Anambra, 4.2 billion, their allocation 6.6, and that themes all the way through. 1.9 billion Ebonyi State, 5.2 billion they got out. So Enugu contributed 1 billion, got 5.7. Abia didn't even get up to a billion, 663 million, and they got 5.4 billion. Imo State contributed the least and got the most, 235 million, 6.01 billion. So there seems to be somewhat of injustice in that embedded. A lot of that's coming out of the VAT in Lagos State, of course. Still staying with those statistics, what some other states contributed to the VAT poll and what they benefited. August 2024, Zamfara 432 million, 5.6 billion they got out. Kebbi 665 million, 5.6 they got out. Bauchi 691 million, 6.4. You round it up to 5, they got out. 1.4 billion The Nasarawa State, nearly 5 billion they got out. Jigawa State, 1.6 billion, 6.4 they got out. Katsina State, 1.7 billion, 7.2 they got out, and that themes all the way through. So if we look at the regions, then essentially the VAT will be coming out of the south and the southwest, and the body of it seems to be going to the north and the southeast. Top 10. What states contributed to VAT pool and what they benefited? Lagos State contributed 249 billion. They got 40 billion. River State contributed 70 billion. They got 15. Oyo 20 billion. I didn't even know they had an economy in Oyo. They got 9.4. Delta 13 billion. They got 7. Bayelsa 7. They got 5. Kano 4. 4.6. They got 9.7. Ebonyi 4.4. They got so. Just as I suspected, it looks as though then the south and the southwest, they are carrying the heavy lift of that VAT, much to the benefit of the north and the southeast. And to the benefit of the southeast, though, how it benefits the southeast is that economic activities has been brought to a halt in the southeast as a result of the excesses of demand that we've just been discussing. So anybody want to come into that space? And there is this one as well, actually. This all the conversations that we've been having may well pale into insignificance for what is to come. Assurances of prophecy of doom coming from the Ukrainians. World War III has officially begun. Ukrainian ex-top general says so. Is the firing of those long-range missiles into Russia? I think it's the precursor to what he's saying. So the Americans authorized state, and I think now the British long-range missiles are now landing in Russia as well. Russia will want to show strength, but in what way? So any of that or all of that, anybody that wants to come in, come in.
You know, woman. For those who are actually clamoring for military rules, this is the kind of problem that military decided to hand over to the civilian. Now, because we run unitary system, everything has to be harmonized. Can you imagine those states that are not actually productive? We can imagine as we are, reading out the amount of money being generated in the month that are being contributed, and they were the one taking the chunk of the income. So if they allow states to control their resources and plow that money back into that state, we can imagine the level of development that each state will be able to, account for at the end of it all. It's unfortunate that that's where we had ourselves. And it goes into what military did. Some states shouldn't have been created in the first place. The whole state now becomes a burden on the entire country. And you said Abia contributed how much? 70 million, or I wasn't paying attention to the figure per se, but I was imagining the level of disparity in those income.
Abia contributed 663 million, and that is Simon Ekpa's state, by the way. He contributed 663 million, got 5.4 billion. I don't know, that's almost 10 times or nearly 10 times what they put in. They got
Simon Ekpa is from Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State.
And when they talked about tax reform, those states that are not actually
that's precisely why they are pushing against it. The North. If you look at the figures,
you don't contribute jack, and yet you want to reap where you didn't sow. I mean, it's quite unfortunate. We can't have that disparity. We have to balance it out. Okay, the states that are actually contributing and providing the milk should be able to have at least a significant amount of that money put back into that society, so that the citizens of those states can also enjoy because they are the one paying taxes, paying everything, on every item being consumed. It's quite unfortunate. And, for those who are saying, oh, during the election, they wanted military, see what the kind of logjam that they created, all this unnecessary trouble. When we were operating a regional system, every region, cut their own coats to their own sizes, and they were doing very well. I mean, each region able to identify their strength, their area of strength, and they work on it. Now, here we are. Everything has to be, evenly distributed when other people are the weak link in the system. It's unfortunate that's where we found ourselves. And as for your cousin in River State, I mean, it's I don't think any reasonable judge will want to award or scratch what is the local government election. I mean, they won and they won squarely. Well, I even wonder, it's just a waste of resources. Why should they even do that in the first place? But don't let us misconstrue this thing because the fact that he won local government means that he will be able to do well in the gubernatorial election. No, it was.
But that local government was largely uncontested. That was why he was able to win.
No, he moved the machinery to that new party so that it could help him. When the money is committed to something, it will take long for for it to start manifesting. What you're saying now is that when that time comes for the opposition to take its rightful place, and I'm talking about the PDP or APC, whichever one has upper hand in River State, they will mobilize every machinery to destabilize what your cousin have back there. I'm talking about your cousin, I mean the governor. To destabilize everything, and and federal might is something that we cannot wave aside. I mean, look at the states that where APC actually have their governors installed, Edo State and now Ondo State. Let's even say that Ondo was a done deal. How about Edo that everybody thought, okay, since PDP was, the dynamic to this thing, sometimes it depends on the, the happening instant thing, not something that, we can say, oh, this is going to be the outcome. But by and large, the strength of his machinery will be put to test in the next 3 years when he will be, coming up for re-election. And that is when you will see that money pass money, power pass power, when that time comes.
Prestige, did you want to come into that Fubara space? And you ran away since Prince Daddy has been chasing you up and down, looking for you. He picked up a rock to look for you under a rock. He wanted to have his moment, glory in Trump. I think he's chased you down again. So apologies for what happened to Kamala, but there it is. She was never going to win anyway, was she?
We didn't win, but that's okay. Life goes on. Oh, Prince Daddy been chasing me. That's fine. I mean, now he's in power. So let's see what Trump is gonna do. I mean, I accept him as my president. I never like him. I don't like him as a person. It's not about Republican, but it's just a person. His character is what I have a disdain for. But he has won. So I mean, the so acclaimed that he has won the highest majority vote. That could not be true, but just a fallacy. He has the second lowest. I mean, he won. I give him a credit. I mean, he won almost all the battleground states, the 7 battleground states. Okay, that's good. That's what America won. They have voted and everybody accepted. So I don't have any issue.
What do you think happened? What do you think led to such a landslide? Because I don't think it's the love of Trump, but I think the Americans are trying to send a message. What do you think?
I think they wanted to move.
Not a landslide. That was a blowout.
What do you call a blowout?
Mega Prestige, stop acting like you don't live in America.
Wait a minute. Madam Zita that made an interjection about the blowout. Why do you say it's a blowout? You need to go with real facts. Hold on. Let me give you the fact. Then you can counter me whether I'm wrong or wrong. I have the data here to prove it. Okay, Trump won. He won all the whole battleground state. He did not win any state that considered to be blue. He won all the 7 battleground states. That is nothing new. Biden did the same thing, last time he was in office. In terms of majority, having
Biden didn't want North Carolina.
I said North Carolina is not really considered a battleground state.
Biden didn't win North Carolina. North Carolina
No. I never said Biden won
state.
North Carolina. Democrat hasn't won North Carolina in a long time. The only person
But
that
you
won
said
North Carolina.
Biden did the 7. That's why I'm pointing out.
Oh,
He never won North Carolina.
So, okay. No. I think when I was speaking, I wasn't even thinking about North Carolina. I guess I'm thinking about Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, then the other three so-called three blue states. So that's 6. But anyway, having said that, after the election was over, there's this clamoring coming out, and coming out there that he has won, majority of the vote. We win by electoral college. But if you look at the figure that just came out today, he won the least of, majority vote. He's 1.6. That's how much he won the, majority of the vote. And that's the second lowest. The only time, the lowest is Gore and Bush the first time. I mean, Obama is like about 2.7. Biden has the majority of vote last year. So, I mean, he won, but coming here
It
to tell
was
me
a
that
blowout.
it's not a blowout.
Can I explain?
Yeah, explain how it's a blowout.
Okay. I thank God you are very good into American politics, so you will understand.
Okay.
You see, when an election is conducted, I mean the presidential elections, in every country, which includes the United States of America, when you call it a blowout, you see where the person that won made inroads. Have anybody in his party made inroad to those places before? That is number 1. When last did somebody from his party make inroad to those areas? Now, how do they calculate it? You take a particular year, or you say in the 2 decades ago, this is the last time somebody from this party, then you count it. How many percentage have they been winning? I mean, the party that has been winning there before he came in. Now, if you want to see the in picture, what I am talking about, you go and pull out, you are a party man, go to your party headquarters, tell them, or wherever you belong to, tell them to give you the county map of the 2024 presidential election in the United States. Your party, they have it. When they give you the county map, it will be a clearer picture. Now, you will begin to see in California, yes, Kamala Harris won. In the past 2 decades, Democrats has been winning. What is the percentage of Democrats winning in that state? What is the percentage Kamala Harris using winning? Now, that's one side. Then you now said, the Republicans that have never won that state in so and so decades. This man that came in, how many percentage did he win? Now, where did he make inroads? Like saying, in the state of Illinois, you will say, there are some counties that since 1834, no Republican has won. He won it. That's what they call blowout. So you go to your party and ask for the map.
Okay, can I counter you?
So when you see the map, you will see red everywhere. You will see blue in places like Kamala Harris with dot blue. Why did she win those states? Because the counties she won are counties that have The population is concentrated, and that was what enabled her to win it. Not that she performed.
All
Okay,
right. Let Prestige respond, and then after that response, we document the thoughts of Prince Daddy and the Star, and then we open the conversation up. But respond to that, and then after that we go to Prince Daddy the Star. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. You made a comment about it was a blowout. I mean, Trump won. I'm still giving him the credit, that he's due for. But coming to call that is a blowout, no, that is incorrect. And the reason why I say it doesn't matter the county that he won, that he Republican has never won before. That does not count. What count is he won the electoral college on popular vote. The popular vote margin that he won is the least, second least ever in this country. Go and find out what I'm saying. The only person that came last was Bush first time. That's the only popular vote he has. He has voted when Bush beat Al Gore. But second time of Bush, which is a Republican, the margin for the popular vote is 2.7. But the margin, one man, as I'm talking to you, go and Google it. The margin as of today, by popular vote, it doesn't matter what county, is an overall. It's an overall popular vote. That's what count. As I'm speaking to you right now, Trump margin is the second least, which is one. Initially, people thought it was going to be big, but as of today, it's 1.6. Obama beat him. The two-time Obama run office in popular vote, Obama was way ahead of him about 3 points. I think the highest was Reagan. They say it was 7 points. So so it wasn't a landslide, like he make it sound. He may won it in a county that Republican hasn't won before, but it doesn't really matter. It's the aggregate of the whole thing. So at this argument we are making, whether popular vote or that, I mean, Trump won and he won the popular vote. That's what matters. But to come here, I'm painting different narrative that the data does not correlate with. That would be a false narrative. So go and Google what I'm telling you. One man, the margin is 1.6, which is the second lowest in American history. I'm not making this up. Just put your Google there.
Man of prestige.
Yeah. But it doesn't make any difference. He won.
Man of prestige, let us talk.
Okay.
The campaign after election doesn't matter. What you are saying before the election is different from what you are saying now.
Well, because I have to be real. Trump won. So what do you want me to say? Do you want me to be living on an illusion that he could have? What do you want me to say? To deny that he didn't win?
Let me
support. You know what we want you to say? We want you to say, "Make America great again." I dare you say it.
Yeah, okay. Let America be great again. We're gonna see. I think the administration is gonna begin next year. So we see what's gonna happen. I mean, my life is not gonna change. So Trump won. I mean,
they're beating.
Okay, go ahead, Adele Cook, your point. What are you trying to say?
Okay, let me support Zita.
Okay, that's fine.
The Zita said the landslide. What did he say? What's the point?
Yeah, he said he won landslide. But under what you consider to be a landslide?
She said it was a blowout. A blowout.
Yeah, a blowout.
Yeah. It's a complete blowout.
Okay, tell me how it's a blowout compared to other previous elections.
Blowout.
You have to go with.
No, now it's a complete blowout.
Okay.
Blowout.
Compared to what?
Yeah, let me tell you. She gave you some points that you don't want to agree with. Some candidates that Republican never won for over 100 years. In many parts of this country, she won it.
Okay.
You understand? I mean, Trump won those candidates. And look at the margin of our vote. I mean, the loss that this woman suffered compared to what do you call it? 4 years ago, Biden.
Wait a minute, before you make a comment, you have to go. Hold on. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just don't come here mislead yourself without having the fact. The margin Biden won. We're not talking about electoral college. We're talking about popular vote, which is the
And I'm talking
totality.
about popular vote, for God's
Yeah,
sake.
no,
Listen to me.
Biden is more than Trump this year. You want to
Listen.
bet? And you want to bet? Let's put
Biden did
bet.
not make
One
the
Oh,
man,
deep
God.
route.
one man.
Come,
Google
Would
it.
you
bet.
let somebody talk?
Google the margin. I told you as of
Can
today,
you
just came
let
out. The
somebody
data came
talk,
out today.
for God's
It's
sake?
1.6.
All these
Biden
things,
margin is
you are-
more than popular vote. Go
can
and
you
find
let
out. I'm not making
somebody
this up.
talk?
Let's see who is right.
Let somebody talk now.
But you're saying something that doesn't make sense
Oh,
because you
God.
don't.
Can you let me land? Our home vote against that of Biden, she lost by 9 million, over 9 million votes.
That's where you are wrong. You don't have your file. You are going by the initial data, not as the current data. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Let somebody. I don't know if Kulata is here.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
Let
okay, hold on. Now, don't. Why are you just too agitated over what?
I'm not too agitated.
Already,
It doesn't bother me.
already lost.
Sorry, Ajani
I'm
Koko and
looking at
Prestige.
it. She lost 8
Sorry,
million
Prestige.
votes.
Sorry, Zeta. We need 9 people to subscribe, or 10. So if you are not already subscribed, please subscribe. If you've not clicked on the like button, please do that. So back to you.
So let me say this. Zita made a point. I'm supporting Zita.
Okay, that's fine. That's your opinion.
Let me land on the basis that she lost all, what do you call it? All the, what do you call all the state? Battleground state. She lost all. That's a blowout. In the recent history of presidential race, they always shared it. Maybe one party will have 6, more than the other. But this one to completely, you know what they call clean house. This is what happened. Clean house. This is operation
Are
clean.
you conversant of American election?
Can you just listen, man? You are just too agitated.
Because you don't know what you're talking about.
What are
Obama
you
won North
talking?
Carolina twice. So what are you talking about? That
Can
means
you just
you're so naive. You
can
don't
you
even know nothing.
this is
Oh,
clean,
man of
this is
prestige, calm
this is
down.
operation clean house. They sweat you people out, all battleground state. You didn't win only one.
But
Okay,
you're
one
making it
man,
sound
so
like
make I
he's
go
the only
sleep oh,
one. You're
because
making it
I
sound
go
like
come
Trump.
I'm here for
There
the
goes
Nigerian
Prestige.
politics. So I
There goes
want go sleep
Prestige
oh.
calling. Hey,
Prestige, you're
You make
Kenny,
it
in
sound
go ahead,
like
please.
Trump
denial.
has done what nobody has done
Ajadi
before.
Koko.
Man of
Ajadi Koko.
prestige, you're
Eh?
in
There
denial.
goes
Ajadi
Man of
Koko, can I
Prestige
come in?
Right
calling
now.
other people ignorant.
Ajadi Koko,
Eh?
can I come in?
What did they
Ajadi
happen
Koko.
to this guy where they before the election? Not like this.
Ajadi Koko, can
Now
I
like
All
this,
come
right.
in?
they make noise before the
Before you come
election.
in,
Now they
Ajadi
I'm
defeated
Koko,
still
let
them.
me
making
He's
say
still
noise.
making
something.
noise.
hold on,
Yes.
for
Hold
Ajani
on, let
Koko.
me say something. Then I
He's
will
in
shut up my
denial.
mouth. You don't say I sabi talk nonsense. But let me say something. I'll shut up my mouth. You see, I've given an example of why it is a blowout. But if they say they don't understand. In 2016, he won with Electoral College. He got 68 million votes, right? I think, is it 66 or 68 million? In 2020, that is how you measure it if you are into politics. In 2020, yes, he lost. He gained extra 12 million votes. Okay? In 2024, he gained extra 2 million votes, making inroads in what I will call unnecessary places. You are not supposed to see a Republican. That woman allowed the guy to circle her around and climb on her head. But if you say it's a win, I rest my case. And I can continue with an argument.
It is Operation Clean House. It's not. It's even more than blowout. You said clean out, clean sweep. They clean them out.
You don't know anything about the American election. You just live
Well,
here with
and Prestige,
very
you
ignorance
yourself, you
of your
don't know. See,
narrative.
listen, if you lose, you should listen to the winners. Prestige, you know,
Why would
there
I
you
listen
are.
to the winners?
Ajani Coco, we
There you are
have
arguing.
1.2 billion.
There you are arguing
lose.
about something you know nothing about. You can't even accept.
$1.2 billion, and she lost.
Zita, hold on for Prince so that we have one voice. Prince.
Yeah, to manifest that we're trying to be nice to you, but there you are. You lost, but you won't listen to the winners.
Come on there.
You
Which nice to
always
wish
make
four people
trying
on
to
one
make
person.
an.
Come on there.
Bros, how you doing?
4 people on one man. So come on there. You know, you guys are not nice to front of the city.
See, all
You
Democrats they cry.
you guys are lucky.
Relax,
Democrat they
You
cry
guys are
now.
lucky I'm in a noisy area. Once I'm out here, I will come
Prince
and give it to
Daddy,
you guys.
Prince Daddy, don't listen to you. This is another Democrat they cry now. Let them cry. We told them
know.
before the election.
See,
They were packaging fraud for us. They thought Americans are stupid people. They package fraud.
Exactly.
They thought we are stupid people.
Madam Zita, Ajale Coco, they're all telling you it was a blowout, matter of prestige. You can't even acknowledge that. Now, your argument now is that, oh, Trump won with the least popular vote by 1.9 million. The question you should be asking yourself is that where's the 10 million votes supposedly that Biden got in the last election, 2020, by 81 million votes? Where is the differential of 10 million votes? Answer that question. How shameful. You're talking about someone that raised all together with the PAC over $2 billion for the election, and they're still in debt after the election. She didn't even win one single damn swing state. And you have the nerves to come out and talk about Trump only winning by 1.9 million votes. That's an embarrassment. You have nothing to say or nothing to offer. You're not want to be making an argument at any length about this election. Your prediction was horrible, horrendous, was like kindergarten and childish. And your so-called guru, Alan Littman, that phony, I mean, his prediction was worthless also. It's being mocked right now, just like you. You know, it was glaring in the eyes of the Americans. They can see what is going on in the country. Though you and your liberal media were trying to gaslight them, they didn't fall for it. They didn't fall for it.
Sorry, guys. I dozed off a bit. How did we get to Trump? We're talking about Samuel Ekpa now.
You can go back to sleep.
We have Prestige and Prince in the house, so always it will land on Trump.
Kolata, you should go back to sleep.
Kolata is right, man. Let's talk about Nigeria politics. You should give Ajani Coco an opportunity to contribute.
And I'm hearing talk now. Okay, you guys continue.
We were actually talking about you know those statistics that came out. We were talking about them. The ones that the ones that were showing us who contributed what to the VAT and who.
Oh, VAT. Okay,
So we're doing that, and then we were doing, and then there was this headline as well that came out of the Ukrainians promising us or even threatening us that we are officially in the Third World War now, and there's an argument for that. We're also talking about Doyin Okupe saying that the 2023 elections was rigged, but the presidency not stolen, which is to tell us that yes, there was rigging, but the result landed where it would have anyway. But let's hear from the start so that everybody's voice is documented, and then we can just open it all up. At the start, so the star, it came in just when we started, but it's been in and out, so I want to make sure the star. All right, it's probably so who wants to come in? Who wants to come in? Kulata, do you want to come into the statistics place? When I hand over to Thomas,
you guys continue. I'm not recovered from my sleep. You guys continue.
Okay, let me talk on this VAT statistic.
Yes.
You see, if you look at that statistic, it just clearly shows that
we are running a nation, a country that 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 will not function, that will not work for the people. What I mean by this is that when you have some part of the country or some few states that work hard, raise a lot of revenue in form of VAT, only for them to get less when it comes to distribution, and those that didn't contribute anything or contributed less got more than those that contributed more into that tax system. It just shows that we are not running a country that will financially sustain ourselves. You see, those many states, you see, many states, 2/3, absolutely like 2/3 of the totality of, that constitute that country, 2/3 of all the states that constitute that country called Nigeria, rely hugely from federal subvention. And as long as we continue running a system in this manner, those states will remain lazy because they know that others that will work hard for them to get funding will continue to work hard. Why? They don't need to work hard at all. So it is time. These figures, these statistics just show that it is time to stop it. Let every state develop at their own pace. Let them raise their own taxes. Give the VAT to the state. And, that is the only way out. If look at Kano. Even the Kano with the huge population, what does that show you, one man? It's a loss. It's just big for nothing. Huge population for nothing. They contributed how many? Maybe 4 billion. But they're collecting, like, is it not 11 billion or 8 billion?
They contributed for 4 point something billion. They are getting 9.7 billion. They contributed 4.6. They are getting 9.7. Ajanle Koko, the story of the whole of the VAT in Nigeria is told in just this little highlighted space right here. Lagos State contributed 249.7 billion, got 40. So Lagos State is paying for everybody. That's just what tells that's what that tells us. Between Lagos State and River State, they pay for everybody.
Yes. So how can we continue running a country in that manner, where the states that generated more got less, and those that contributed generated less got more? It's just it's insane. Anywhere in the world, any accountant or any financial guru that look at that statistic, we just say, what country is this? People can contribute more, less, and people that contributed less of the less, they got more. Look at some that contributed millions, but got like 9 billion or something like that. Where is that done? So what we are saying, what we are running now is we are aiding and abetting. This system is aiding and abetting those lazy states across the country to remain lazy, while those that work hard will continue to work for their own sustainability. So it's something must be done. It must be stopped. They must stop it so that give it out to each state, let them manage it, whatever federal government, to sustain federal government can charge maybe like 5% out of it in all the states of the federation to service federal government. That is the way it should be, and not this, general contribution and distribution that doesn't favor people that contributed, substantially into that tax system. So it's not working. It's not going to work, and that is why you see the northern leaders fighting hard, saying that Tinubu cannot carry out this reform. Although I, on the other side, do not support what Tinubu is trying to do because of one clause there in that the tax system that is trying to introduce, this incremental increase in that tax system that is trying to introduce, this reform that is trying to bring in, the incremental increase that on the way forward and on the yearly basis, this tax will increase from, we double up as we move out from one year to the other. That is stupidity. I don't agree with that. Do it right and, stop it. That is the best thing to do. When he was Lagos State Governor, this is what he was agitating for, that VAT should not be federal government, should not be in charge of the federal government. Each state to control it. That is what he was fighting for, and this is what he should do. And that is what Wike was fighting for as well when he was governor of Rivers State. This is what we should pursue. Let each state carry their own destiny on their head, develop at their own pace, at their own pace. That is the way forward for that country. Let me leave it there.
Yeah, one man.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, please. I'm about to leave. Can you give me a minute? I mean, I didn't mean to pivot to what we were talking about. I just want to. I just want to exonerate myself what we are talking about, because people think that I'm mad because we lost. Yeah, I was mad for the first day, but election is won and conquered, so I give Trump the credit. But one man, what I'm going to tell you, it's not just what I'm telling you. Put on your Google, put on your Google there, and you're going to see the list of information I'm about to give you on your Google map. Do list of United States presidential election by popular vote margin. Just put it as I'm talking to you. So let's begin with the modern era. This is what people are here, disputing with me. I'm not calling that Trump won, but I'm calling with the wrong narrative being perpetuated here. So let's begin from the modern era. So let's start with Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter won by the margin, of popular vote, 2.6. He only served one term. Ronald Reagan, the first, he won by 9.74. George Bush, the first George Bush won by 7.72 million. Bill Clinton, won by 5.56%. The other one, George Bush, the son, lost the popular vote by minus 0.51%. Then the second term of George Bush, which is the son, he won the popular vote by 2.46. Then when Barack Obama came in the first time, the popular vote, he won by 7.27%. During the second time of Obama, he won by 3.86%. Then when Donald Trump came in, he lost the popular vote by minus 2.009%. When Biden came in, the popular vote, we're not talking about electoral college now. Electoral college, we know what happened. But the point people are talking about, people are saying he won by, whatever terminology they want to use, by any kind of margin. Okay, Biden won by 4.45%. That is the margin of the popular vote. Now Donald Trump came in and won the whole electoral college, which is the same thing. But on popular vote, the margin of Trump victory is 1.64. One man, put it and let everybody see the fact. The popular
Yeah,
vote is one. I'm not saying it's not big enough,
pre-
but
pre-
this
prestige,
narrative that
But
hold
let's
prestige.
go
on.
to the Nigeria
No,
topic,
no, no,
man.
no, no.
Because
I'm just
don't
trying to
cut
share.
Ajani Koko
I'm
off.
just trying to share more these people that
Yeah, I know,
Tony,
I know,
hold on.
my brother, I beg. Let us go back to our country. I beg, I beg.
Tony,
Can I take my turn now? If it's my
Tony,
turn, really.
let them speak about what they want to
Okay,
speak
so
let
about.
me
Mama,
chime in.
I want you to bring out
Wait,
that data.
I
can I
want it
chime
on the
in
screen.
briefly?
Hold on. Is this the data you wanted? Is this what I have on the screen, or is this something
Yes,
different?
that we are not talking about electoral college. We're talking about margin of victory. Look at it. It's right here.
Prestige is right. The
That's the
current
only thing I'm
popular vote.
disputing. I'm not talking about
Wait,
who won or who didn't win. I don't know.
the
People
current.
just think I'm making up things. Go
Let me
ahead.
quickly make the point. Though Trump is still the winner by popular vote,
Yeah,
the
I'm not disputing
percentage.
that Kulata.
Wait,
But
now I'm
it's still,
not.
Hold on. Well, Prestige,
but they claim that Trump
let
won
Kulata
popular
Wait
vote more
now.
than anybody
let
ever.
Kulata agree with you. Let Kulata
No,
agree
he
with you.
didn't win by anybody ever because currently now is below 50%. The popular majority is like 49.87%, and Kamala is 48.25. So the difference between them is 1.6,
No, it's 50.
1.6,
50% now.
1.62.
It's
No, no, no.
50%. Kulata is
The current
50%.
one on
The
Cook
current
report.
one.
The
Now,
current
as of today, is 50%.
as I'm looking at today's data too, Zita. Today's is 49.87% as of today from Cook Political. Cook is kind of neutral. It's 49.87, and it's 76,909,463, and Kamala is 74,411,631. Trump still leads her, but it's
Yes.
now no longer like over 50% majority, but it's leading out by 1.62%. Prestige is right.
It's 50%. You see?
It's
What are you
not.
arguing about, Madam Zita? The data is here.
Can I say something? Can I say
Well,
I'll
something?
send it.
say
I'll send it
it's
anyway,
Let
but
always
it's
me
not.
nice
let
to
me say
present some
something.
useless
You see?
data that satisfies some
Wait.
people. Prestige is right. What is Prestige right about? Okay.
Wait.
It's
Okay.
right by
Wait.
1.62%.
Well,
That's
we
what's
don't want to talk
right.
about some trashy data. We don't want to talk about some trashy
Can I
data.
come in, please?
From Trump not going to win the popular vote to win it now, or you won by the least margin. It's just ridiculous when people just want to make that some silly
You see,
argument.
Trump Daddy, calm down. Calm down, man.
You see, Kulata and the man of prestige. Let me say this. You see, all these things these fake medias put out.
Oh my God.
Don't worry, it will soon come to an end. Americans have spoken. I am looking at the data from their this thing, and you people are putting out what this media has been putting out.
Bring up what I
Hold on,
just
let
sent
me
you
finish
up.
now. You see this thing you are saying, you and Kulata is saying, some Democrats who refuse to get the message have already started saying this thing you people are saying. It's nothing like a blowout. It is nothing like where they're saying it's a blowout. Look at this, look at this, look at. I'm just laughing. But you guys can continue. But let me say this.
Scroll down.
Blowout.
Okay.
And as of today,
I mean, when you're gonna be saying
50%
something,
to
you just sound very
48.something.
ignorant when the fact
But
is
if you
there,
don't want
and
to
you're just
believe it, that's okay. Make
people.
una continue.
Those are the latest numbers. It's not about
You have to
sentiment.
go with the
Those are
fact.
numbers.
Well,
But they're not finished
see, man of
counting.
prestige is
They've
your
not finished
Twitter.
counting though.
Zeta, who even cares about all this percentage of this thing that this guy
Okay,
trying?
Kulata, you don't care about. At least say the truth.
Somebody,
Don't be lying,
somebody
Kulata.
won, man.
I mean, not Kulata,
Oh,
Ajali Koga. Say the truth.
somebody
I
won.
mean, if you don't,
Hold on. Somebody won both the electoral college and popular vote, and you people are still crying. What is
but
this?
that's not what he was
Right?
arguing before. He was arguing about margin. It's not about whether he won. He won both. But the margin
Wait,
is what you have to say. You
forget
have to
about
say it correctly. The
Prestige,
margin
you're
that he
just a
won. It's not a
crybaby.
problem.
Is 50%.
Trump is
You,
still the
Kamala
president.
Harris 48.
But don't
Prestige,
come
your
here and
bad
bring your own
attitude
fake
hasn't
news. It
changed.
doesn't. It doesn't help. It
You,
doesn't help the narrative. Just say how
Prestige,
it is. You
your
won, and
bad
you bring out the
attitude
data
hasn't
how much you
changed
won,
since
and everything
you
will
are
be
the one
good.
election and
you are the
prior.
one raising the issue of margin.
man of you are the one raising the issue of margin.
And
What
You
we
did,
call
you did,
Americans
because you say
gave
it's a
the
him
blowout.
blowout.
Like
presidency,
you are
gave him house,
Zita
gave him
claiming what is not
Senate to
even fact.
function. Even Joe Biden did not win like this. Joe Biden did not
See
win the
yeah,
house.
you see, this is the delusional that
Joe
just
Zita, that's
Biden
also
did
not
not win the house.
Zita. That's not true though. Like
Joe
I
very
bring that
Biden did
delusional.
not
data.
even win
Let
the
me show you
Senate.
the data.
It
One
was
man, check your what's it
50-50.
called?
It
One
was
man, check
I don't
your
know
Trump
why
IG.
won
people come
White
here and
House,
perpetuate
Trump
nonsense.
won
It's
House, Trump won
people
Senate.
who don't have any sense. We believe what is illusion you're creating here.
It is a blowout, though.
Do you know what? Can you define a
It's
blowout?
a clean sweep. It's a clean
I
sweep.
just defined it, but you refuse to hear. No worry now.
I mean, how do we make sense of things? Let it make sense to me. When the data is telling you the fact, and you're presenting all this illusion, you won. There's no big deal.
Part of
But come up
prestige.
with the
Don't
fact.
worry. It's just 4 years. Don't worry. That 4 years will be soon over. Don't worry about it. Don't need to
No, I'm
argue
not
with
worried
the
about
others.
that. But I hate when people lie.
As if he won so significant. Look, don't worry yourself. It's just
I'm
4
not
years.
worried,
That
Adewale, but I
pendulum will
hate lies,
swing back.
man. I hate lies. I
You
mean, the
guys need
fact
to
will be in
chill.
their face. They are still
Prestige, before
lying.
you run away, Prestige, I mean, you're a sore
No.
loser. It's
I
quite
didn't
clear.
run away. Okay, let me tell you, I
You're a
don't run
sore
away. Not
loser.
for this. I don't run away. Not for
Oh, okay,
politics.
hold on.
Hello, is anybody there?
We are here.
Yes, everybody just suddenly went silent.
Hibernating.
That's the data you asked for, Kulata. I'm not sure what are we
Yeah, you
reading?
can see. You can. I mean, you're looking at the popular vote percentage for everybody in recent times. Joe Biden still got the highest popular vote percentage, 51.3%, and you can see Trump 49.9% because it's approximated for 9.87. And they're showing now, if you want to just look at the raw vote numbers, Biden 81.3 million, Trump 76.8 million, Kamala 74.3, Trump 2020 74. So you can see the raw numbers in terms of the people that voted. And if you want to look at it by percentages, in both cases, Trump is not the highest. But I don't know if that's the argument.
This cockamamie data. Okay, if you guys
I
want
don't
to
know
feel
if that's
smart, what about Trump? Hold on,
be
please.
bought hurt over data. Trump won. Can you calm down?
No, well,
We're just talking about
Everybody
what
it's
you
agrees. He
you
can.
and
won.
Prestige that bring up the data. So can we all
That's not
talk
in
now? Can I
dispute that
talk?
Trump
I
won.
woke up
He
and you
won.
guys were
Everybody
arguing
voted.
about
It's
Democrats
data.
are
good. That's
still
not
looking for
dispute.
votes.
See,
Even
okay,
in
so
Pennsylvania, they're still counting
And
votes.
hold up
they're not
now.
done counting, though. They're
In
not done counting.
California, they're still
Yeah,
counting
so
votes. In New York, Democrats are still
but
counting votes. I thank God
Biden won last 2020.
Donald
Guys,
Trump
let me
has
talk,
been
please.
declared
All right,
winner.
we
Otherwise,
can
you
only
guys
have
would
one
have
voice.
beat him
So
out today.
everybody, we can only have one voice. Carry on.
Is it a land? Issues land, so I can talk. I can't get it. Is it a land?
They are still counting votes. Oh. Democrats will continue counting votes until they come out and say Trump won with only one vote. We know them.
Exactly.
In
They're gonna do that.
Pennsylvania, they are
They're
still
gonna do that.
counting votes. In
Even in
California, they are still
Pennsylvania,
counting votes. In New York, they are still
exactly.
counting votes. 2 weeks after the
Woman,
election,
listen to
we
this. I know
know
you guys
now.
don't know this, but even Pennsylvania, the governor Shapiro had to come out. They had a court order for these clowns to stop counting illegal votes. They said they're going to count it, and they are actually counting illegal votes so they can actually defeat the Republican that won in Pennsylvania. Just like Zita said, they're going to count the vote and they know they can't declare Kamala winning the popular vote, especially when he lost the 7 key states, swing states. So at the end of the day, I will not be surprised at all. Just like Zita, they'll say, "Oh, Trump only won by 1 vote, popular vote." They're going to come up with that. That's shenanigans. So nobody's sweating that. That's irrelevant. But rather, what if you guys want to talk about data? So Trump lost by what? Is it 10, 12 million votes to Biden? And it came back in the next election and only went up by what, 1 million votes or 1.5 million votes. So who's truly the greatest? Who's truly the winner here when it comes to the margin differential in the net votes
Okay.
positive?
Prince Daddy,
If you guys
2020,
want to go that route.
Prince Daddy, 2020, from 2020 to 2024, Trump gained 2.6 million votes, and Democrats lost 7 million votes. Yeah, on the money, 7 million votes. Democrats lost 7 million votes. Trump gained 2.6.
Okay, so now, okay, great. So when we talk about landslide, just like Ajala Koko and Zita said, this is classic of it. So the man lost by some almost 80 million votes, okay, supposedly, and he came back and edged out by 1.5. And you're telling me that, and Prestige is trying to mock him that he won by the least popular votes. See, that's even an irrelevant argument. I want Prestige to tell us the 81 million votes that Biden got in 2020, where is it? Is the question. Where's that vote? Where's that 10 million vote differential? How come we're not talking about that? And you're not even talking about after spending almost 3-4 times that of Trump in fundraising, over $2 billion. She could not even win one single swing state. How embarrassing that is. And you have the nerves, as they say in Nigeria, the temerity to come out and try to mock it and minimize its win.
Can I ask a quick question? Because I was sleeping.
Prince Daddy, stop crying. I will have the nerve as an American, and I have the nerve to say whatever I want. If you don't like it, go hit the transformer.
All right. Hold on one microsecond. Let me bail out. I'll hand over to Thomas. The super chatter of the day, Baba Tokwe Ilesami. So, all right. So thank you.
I only got $2 today. For now.
Look at that. I think people are still hanging it on I could get from yesterday. So thank you, Tokwe. I'm going to be hand over to Thomas. I'll shuffle myself out so I can bring Akim in. Thomas, try and manage it so that the audience can follow along the conversation. So you manage the voices so the audience can follow along.
Let Thomas have the floor. Okay.
Yes, Prince Daddy still has it.
Before you hand over, let me just ask a question. I was sleeping and I just started hearing Trump. So what's the criteria of the blowout is my question for the MAGA people. The MAGA's claim is a blowout. I'm asking what's their own criteria for what the blowout
that he lost by almost 8 million votes.
Swing states is where they
the swing state. Okay. If you say he won all the swing states, yes, he won those landslides. But
nobody is disputing about swing state or electoral college. But it's when he come here and paint this narrative, it was a blowout. Then that's when I bring the comparison.
If you don't like it, that's fine.
Hold on, let me. That's when I brought out the comparison of the margin of victory when it comes to popular vote.
Hold on, Prestige. Hold on, Prestige. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, before you blew it up again, let me ask this question, please.
Yeah.
Please, good evening. Sorry, guys. Is it evening? Yeah, it's afternoon. Yeah, 2:00 here. Friday afternoon. We are ahead of all of you. Australia is the ahead country. I'm joking. Yeah. As Prince Daddy asked earlier on, so where is the vote that Biden got last election? Why do I ask that question? Are we not tracing it to what Trump has been saying, that the election was manipulated, that he won the election? I'm just asking the question. No, I'm not an American. Yeah.
So that's a very good question, Thomas. That's an excellent question. Prestige, answer the question, please.
That's a nonsensical question. It doesn't even make any sense. I mean,
Prestige, John. Thomas, where is the vote that Ronald Reagan got in whatever year he won election? Where has that vote gone now? What kind of question? What kind of dumbass question is that?
It doesn't even make sense.
I'm just asking questions.
Hold on. Who has that question? Who has that follow-up question? Who has that follow-up question?
Is Akim now?
Akim. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just leave it like that.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on a second. Hold on. No, Prestige, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, you should hold on. Okay. You should be the least person talking here about this election, by the way. Anyways, the point, the question Akim asked is just like I don't even know how to put it. But see, even the great Barack Hussein Obama, that everybody voted for, including myself and many other people, the man at the end of the day only ended up in his first election by 69 million votes. Okay? So, and if you want to go back all the way to Ronald Reagan, I can guarantee you that Reagan was around 60 million votes. Just like Bill Clinton, Hillary, when she won the popular vote, everyone is hovered around 63 to 69 million votes. Obama is the one that hedged everybody out. And Obama was super popular, and we all know that. But all of a sudden, there comes this crooked Joe Biden that sat in his basement throughout the election, and he won by 81 million votes. Who are you fooling? Yourselves. You're not fooling the American people. So your question is almost a non-question, because you rather expose yourself by asking that question, because everybody, they've been within that bandwidth. Hold on. They've been between that bandwidth, that range of popular votes. So it shows clearly that, just like I've been saying since the beginning, for quite a while now, that the 2020 election was stolen. It's even the Democrats that asking themselves and asking the public.
Please, Daddy, you're just coming up with fact that doesn't even make sense in the first place. First of all, Biden did not even win as much electoral colleges as Obama and some other former president. That is one. Two, sometimes you have to understand that. I think you
live in You live in Ireland. You live in Ireland, so I don't think you know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. You can't do one lecturing off here. You can't do one lecturing off here.
Where you live doesn't matter. Data doesn't.
Well, it matters because it shows your lack of
the numbers is the same every time you look at it is the same. It doesn't matter if you live in Afghanistan or in Kurdistan. The data is the data. Okay, so you have to understand that it was almost like what happened to Hillary Clinton, where she was getting a lot of votes in areas where she doesn't need them. So sometimes you can increase your vote in area where you are strong, and sometimes you can lose votes in area where you are not that strong. So she lost votes. She lost votes in the states where she needed vote more, and she was increasing her margin in states like Texas, where she was not going to win. So what happened in this election? Trump increases his share in states like New Jersey, okay, in states like Virginia, okay. But sometimes you don't even win this state, but you just increase your margin in those states. That's all. What is so difficult for you to understand?
Well, I don't understand your point. The question I asked earlier.
Let me come in. You know, one man of prestige. You guys decided to leave what is obvious and talking about data and all that. Look, the recurring decimal is this. You see that country called United States of America, it could take for a woman to be president. And I'll tell you this. The country is not ready for a female president, point blank. Number two, who actually worked against Kamala. And I'll tell you this. If Kamala were to be a white man, I can guarantee you Trump will not be going to White House in January 2020.
I do go slip a deck.
I can guarantee you that.
You're talking about.
Look.
That is very true.
I can guarantee you that if
there's nothing true about it.
Be a white man.
There's nothing true about it.
White man.
You don't submit to the American people.
Woman, a white man. Trump will not be going to White House. That country fear that
talking about.
That country fear that
it was
we'll be having a female president. Not to even talk about a leftist, a political leftist to be a president. They were scared, and that's why that vote was diverted to vote for the enemy.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
It is a fact. It is a known fact.
Guys, can I come in now?
Everybody, please. Everybody,
can I come in, Thomas?
You will come in. Just wait, please. You guys know me. When it's 2 voices, 3 voices, nobody's hearing us. So, Prestige, Adewale, land your point. Prestige, come in. Kolata, come in. Then we'll go back to Prince Daddy.
I only need 5 seconds. All state men would not let me lie because they can't stand a woman taking a
Adewale land your point. Yeah.
And the woman is, whether they like it or not, I'm not a feminist, but the women are taking their position in the society, whether they like it or not. a woman will rule that country called United States of America. In the nearest future, Trump will pack his load after 4 years and leave. And I can tell you in the next 1 decade
John
to
man,
two.
not Jare, you this Democrat.
I'm telling you guys the
Well,
fact.
after they
Forget about
defeated you people,
statistics.
you've been
That
crying,
country is
crying,
not
crying, never
ready.
stop crying.
It's not ready. It's not ready
She's coming back.
to change.
She's coming
No.
back in 4
It
years.
costs a lot of. Trump is going to come back for what? Where is he going to? Is this ghost that will come back to rule
No,
America?
no.
No, Kamala is not coming back. Kamala, that is the end of her political career. She's not coming back.
Kamala is coming
Anyway,
back.
she's not coming back.
Okay.
Coming back to do what? To do what? To do what? No, I said that country is not ready to have a female president. I'm telling you the fact. They're not ready. The blue wall states. It was a complete write-off because they were scared. Look, Kamala has never been a moderate. Kamala has never been a moderate
hold
Democrat.
on. The U.S. is not ready. See. Okay,
I
so
said they're
Hillary.
not ready.
Hold on a second. So how the heck did Hillary beat Trump with the popular votes if America is not ready for a female
Because
president?
where it matters the most, you have to concentrate your energy where it matters the most. Look, whether popular vote or no popular vote, they chose those who made those determined states decided to go Republican side, and it repeated itself again. How come?
See, I can tell. See, Adewale, I know you subscribe to the woke ideology.
No.
See,
I'll tell you.
Hold on, let me land.
But that is the reality. People are dilly-dallying around it. They don't want to make it a factor, but it is a factor, and it will keep happening.
It is not a factor.
Is it not
it
the
is
same
not a
country
factor.
that women were not even allowed to vote until the recent 1960 plus? And we're talking about
Okay,
year 2024.
Please, Daddy, let me hammer this thing home. Let me help you out there.
Tony,
Hold on. If a woman can be a president in Germany, in England, in
Man, you don't say
Belgium,
in there. You don't say in there.
hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. This boat, they actually made the United States, all the British, the Germans, and the Belgium and all these people. So in Italy, so they are the people who are even more powerful than you, Africans, that are living in America. So a woman can be a president. Only that woman not get time for head. And
Exactly. Even
all
the way in Germany knows better.
We're bad for human beings.
Okay, can I say my 5 seconds?
It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing, Adewale, that you want to.
Everybody, please hold on. Yeah, I just sequenced it. Let's just let it be like that. Yeah.
Okay, let me go first.
Yeah, let's Kolata come in. Yeah, Kolata.
I only need 5 seconds. Prestige, don't worry, it's just 5 seconds. I think so. What we're trying to understand now, I think everybody has acknowledged that Trump is just a woman beater, nothing more, nothing less. Because he beat Hillary and he beat Kamala, they're both women. So he can only beat women. You guys continue.
Can I come in now?
Yes, Prestige. Yeah.
Okay, please, can I, please let me make my point. I don't want any interjection. So I'm going to make my point clear.
You were interjecting people earlier on, Prestige.
No, I'm not going to. Hold on. I'm trying to make a point because I have the data to prove. I have the data to prove what I'm saying. So let me make my point where I'm coming from. My prison. Yeah. Donald Trump won the popular vote, won the electoral college, and I give him a credit for that. He's our president, and I accept him, whether I like it or not. This is the way America is. There's always a paradigm shift. You know, the popular vote and the electoral college, they tend to shift. You know, you may go to Democrat next year, in 4 years or whatever, but it doesn't matter. So let me bring a data to pinpoint exactly what the argument is. When I came here, it's not that I was crying. I was trying to say he won the popular vote. So the argument, intermingle into a different point that he won by a blowout. So I decided to bring the data to confirm what is considered a blowout and what is not considered a blowout. And I have the data to prove, beginning with Ronald Reagan. In the first Ronald Reagan, when he ran for the election, he won the popular vote by 8 million. During the second time, a lot of people voted for him, even Democrat. I wasn't here. He won by 16 million popular vote. That's the highest ever. So George Bush, which was the vice president when he came in, he won the popular vote by 7 million. People just listen. When Clinton came in, and took over and overthrew him because, George Bush, the senior George Bush, he didn't win a re-election. When Clinton came in, he won the popular vote by 5 million. Then during the second term of Clinton, 8 million. So George Bush came in, the son came in, and he lost the popular vote by 5,000 something. Then during the second term, he won the popular vote, and of course the electoral college anyway, by 3 million. So Barack Obama came in for the first time. He won the popular vote by 9 million. People just listen. During the second term, it was tighter. He won the popular vote by 4 million. What happened when Trump came in, and won the election in 2016? He lost the popular vote, but he won the electoral college. He swept all the whole battleground state and won the electoral college. But he still lost the popular vote. That's where we are measuring. We are not measuring about electoral college right now because that has been this is the bone of contention. So when Biden came in his, during this time, he won the popular vote by 7 million. What happened at this time when Trump came in? He won the popular vote. This is the data because initially it was wider, but as he began to count, there's still some area that has not been confirmed. Some of the House of Representatives, and today it was confirmed. Republican won the Senate from Pennsylvania. That's already been confirmed this evening. So he beat Bob Casey, but Trump won the popular vote by 2.5 million. I mean 2 million. That's what I'm saying. That is the bone of contention. For if you look at the margin of the margin of the popular vote, that's where I have an issue with people here. It's not that Trump didn't win. I'm not giving him a credit. The margin of victory is 1.64, which is the second lowest. I'm not saying it's not a victory. Victory is a victory. I mean, even at all it's 0.00, it's still a victory by popular vote. That's not even the point. But when you're gonna come here, just say the fact he won. Then you present the data to back up how much margin you want to glow with. Then if you want to glow that he won by 20 million votes more than Reagan, that's fine with you. If that's gonna make you happy. But I have to go with the fact. So don't come here and be deceiving people. There's people who listening who doesn't like to go by data. They just want to listen to what people say and they take it
Yeah,
and run with it. So that's
Prestige,
my
I
bone of
think you
contention. I'm not trying to discredit Trump. He won. And I give him a
yeah,
kudo for that.
I think I think we get the gist.
Yeah.
Adewale, you make a comment earlier on which I'm really curious. Why do
Uh-huh.
you say America is not ready for female president?
I didn't
What
say that.
implication do
They
you
are
see?
not.
No,
They
I
are
said
not ready.
Adewale, I'm talking to
I didn't
Adewale.
say that, but
I
if
said
I have to make that
Adewale,
comment in
Adewale,
regard, I seconded what Ademola said. That's my own opinion.
Adewale rather.
Ademola, yeah, I agree with Ademola. That's my opinion. That doesn't
Adewale,
mean I'm right. It's just my
So
opinion.
why did let
Adewale,
Prestige
Adewale.
Adewale
hold on.
Rai. Oh, come on now, don't educate
Prestige,
me. I know how to pronounce his name. I
Prestige,
know Adewale well.
hold on. Yeah, please. Let's hear from Adewale. He made the comment.
The,
Let it
the
clarify what
country,
he said.
America, is not ready for a female president. And it is
Why?
obvious in their voting pattern. Look, I'll tell you this. This is a country that just recently allowed women to vote. Women were seen as a property. Okay? In one of my domestic violence class that I teach, guess what? There was a time in this country that a man was allowed to discipline their wife according to the sizes of their thumb. This is the country, this is a society that doesn't see women as part of that society, the same way the black people were regarded as slaves. So when a protest came up and they allowed women to start voting, they didn't even allow women to have property. Now, civil rights allow women to start doing all this. Now, fast forward to not even up to a century. It just started in 1960 something. And here we are in year 2024. You want to have a Negro woman in the White House. You think that America will look, no. Their disdain for Clinton dynasty caused Hillary Clinton's that vote, because there's no way the president will be, the husband will be president and the female will come in. They just don't like that woman. Period.
Oh,
The fact
okay.
that
Not because she was
the
a
fact
woman,
that
right? It's
it
because
goes
they despise the
beyond.
Clinton dynasty.
We've seen interviews from the people
Hold
from
on,
the
Adewale.
Midwest.
Choose one side. You said that they despise the Clinton
Don't
dynasty. That's why
interject.
Hillary's not win.
Let me give it to Thomas. Okay, hold on, Trump Daddy. Hold on. Let me give it to Thomas. Okay, look. See,
You are breaking. You are
they
breaking.
said,
Adewale.
oh, okay. I think I'm entering this area that is always. Can you
Now
guys hear me now?
we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
So
Yeah.
we've
It's
had
better
people,
now.
women themselves saying no, because of the women are always full of emotion, that they cannot have a female president, overseeing.
Excellent.
Somebody
Excellent.
even said that how
Yeah.
could a woman who doesn't have a military background now commanding the
Exactly.
generals? These are the mundane things that people consider when they are voting.
Yeah.
You cannot push these things aside. These are factors that people consider before they vote. And the fact that the leftist agenda that has been pushed doesn't sit well with a lot of majority people. And they
Adewale,
decided,
so
this is
that
like
means
a protest vote.
Adewale, follow-up question. That means America is not a sane community. Can you say that? Because that is
It's not what?
discrimination right there.
Oh,
It's not a
hey,
sane, it's not a sane community. It's not a safe
if you
state.
look,
Yeah.
it is when
That is
when people
discrimination right there. Why can't the
you know
female become American president?
look, I know a white apologist like Trump that you will want to dismiss this and say, well, there's no discrimination, because they believe that these things. Look, when you go beyond cities and you started going deeper into those rural areas, you will know the true color of this country. People
That's
that
true.
have
Yeah,
been here for
That's
years
true.
will tell you.
Obama won most of these places you're talking about now.
Obama won because you look at the demographic of those people that voted for him. The majority of them were young. They
Young
were
folks.
young. They wanted change from Bush dynasty. They wanted a change the same way they voted for Trump now, the same way they voted for Obama. I was one of those people that what?
The same phenomenon that's happened in the United States happen across Europe. When the people are feeling this economic downturn, the heat, look, we cannot put that aside. Look, the
Of course. Of course.
Labour Party just
That
won
is part of it. That is
overall
part of it.
majority in the UK. So you have to look at people the inflation that is going across the world, across the globe. Any government in power, they are getting hit. They are getting hit by it. So there's not a single government in power at this time that has retained power. Even go to the Netherlands, a far right guy won election in the Netherlands not long recently.
So
You have
it
to
has nothing to do with a female
No.
you have to put
Progressive is getting somewhere. He's. I mean, what he's saying, he's giving you some points people don't understand. Okay, let me tell you what happened in Michigan. Did you know that Joe Stein won the Muslim vote, followed by Trump? Trump they don't even like, because and Kamala Harris got the list of the Muslim vote in Michigan. That's exactly what
Why is
happened.
that?
I mean,
Why
that
is
has to
that?
do with what's going on, what's playing in the international level. The
but
war.
Prestige, the Muslims don't like women. So how come I mean,
Okay,
I don't get it.
whether they don't like women, but I'm telling you, the vote in Michigan,
No,
the Muslim
I'll be
vote.
sarcastic. No, it's not true because you said Jill Stein won. You said you
No.
Jill
I
Stein
said Joe
won.
Stan
See,
had won the majority of Muslim vote. That's what I'm
I
giving you
know,
the fact. I
I
don't come
know
here and
Jill
make up
Stein
this.
won. Hold on, you said Jill Stein. What is fine? I'm just trying to make a mockery of Adewale's
I said
ridiculous
I didn't say
argument.
he won Michigan. Can you just listen?
I heard
Forget.
you. I heard it
Take off
clearly.
your mega
Maybe
hat
she didn't.
sometime,
No.
Prince Daddy.
See,
Take off your mega hat and listen
no. I
properly.
heard what you
I
said. She
said
won the
Joe
Muslim vote. Don't
Stan
repeat
won the
yourself.
majority of the Muslim vote. But I used the word
See,
Muslim, and Trump came second. You know,
Prestige, you have a hearing problem. You don't hear so well. So I heard what you said. Don't repeat yourself. And
okay,
I'm trying to
why
make
are
a.
you countering me that I'm saying something that is not
I'm
true?
not countering you. I'm just trying to emphasize, just like if I made a comment that I thought Muslims hate women, but you kind of want the Muslim vote followed by Trump. I'm just to point out the ridiculousness of Adewale's point about America is not ready for a female president, which is ridiculous.
No, I'm looking at it from progressive point of view. What progressive just said here
Yes,
about the
I know,
dynamism going on in the
I
world
know,
right now.
I
Whether
know,
the
and
war,
I
whether
agree.
the
I agree.
inflation. That's the point progressive was saying.
Oh, okay, I heard you. I heard progressive also, and I agree with progressive.
I think
Hold on, I agree with
Kamala had
progressive.
run against if Kamala had run against Trump during COVID, she would have won. She would have beat Trump. That's
Well,
the
you
truth.
know
I
what?
don't think
I
so.
can.
I don't think so.
No,
Well,
she would
she would
She
have
would have
won.
beat Trump.
Hold on, she
No,
would have won if they rigged the election, just like they
no,
rigged the election for
no.
Biden.
They
Yeah,
did
she
not
would have
rig no
won.
election. They
She
did
has
not
no
rig no election.
chance.
Trump lost.
No, she has
Well,
no chance.
well, yeah. So again,
She has
where's the
no
10
chance.
million? Where's the 10 million vote differential? Where's the 10
Being
million
a
vote?
black woman, being a
So
black
Trump
that
woman,
lost
nonsense.
now.
You see,
Trump
you
lost.
see,
she has
Adewale is
no
a woke
chance.
person. Adewale is a woke person. He believes in DEI and all those nonsense. Okay, he doesn't believe in merit. He doesn't believe that. For someone that came all the way
You see,
from
that
Africa,
is
from
the
Nigeria,
propaganda.
he doesn't
That is the
believe in merit.
propaganda you guys are carrying. DEI. What is
I don't.
DEI? You guys are carrying peddling propaganda. A woman
Okay.
who was an attorney general.
Prince that is the DEI of his office. He's complaining about DEI.
Yeah, someone
It's the one.
who is far
DEI.
qualified than Trump. Somebody who is far qualified than Trump, who is well read than Trump.
Qualifying in your mind, in your cranium. That's where she's qualified, right? Stop that nonsense.
In walk of life, she's more qualified than Trump. Trump is somebody that's been spoon fed.
That's why the people voted for Hillary. I can agree with you that on paper, Hillary she's more qualified, even more qualified than freaking Obama. After all, Obama we're talking about, he won big time. Was he qualified in any way, shape, or form? Because he became a freaking 2-year senator and was the head of the Harvard Review, and that's what made him the qualified, right? Adewale, let me land.
Yes, land.
Thomas,
I want to ask something.
This is my point.
No, Thomas, when is my turn? You said I was going to come in. When is my turn actually?
Yes. Let me quickly ask Kolata this question. Kolata, are you there? Yeah. Adewale, you finished there. You the praise daddy. Kolata, in your wildest imagination, do you think America will really vote for Kamala? Forget, I know you don't like both of them.
No, honestly, when I think about that election, like outside of abortion, there was no reason America would have voted for Kamala. And I think I told Prince Daddy on the chat that when you think about it, like Kamala wasn't coming with anything compelling besides abortion and social issues. So that honestly, that was if you are being reductive about her message, that's what it looks like. I know she's more than that, don't get me wrong. But that's how I felt about the whole election. Trump is bad, worry about your women's rights. That was kind of like the message that cut through to me. Like I said, I'm not the best person because I wasn't following. So I don't think Kamala kind of like represent. And honestly speaking, for having been to San Francisco for much of my travels lately, I think it's about time we need a reset. There's the left is going too far. It's going too far.
What's wrong with San Francisco?
Trump,
I've been to what I mean, forget about the homeless. I mean, San Francisco is a beautiful. It's a beautiful. What's wrong with San Francisco apart from the homeless? How many times have you been to San Francisco?
I've been to San Francisco a couple of times, but
okay,
look,
what's wrong with San Francisco? It's a beautiful city.
Okay, let me put it this way: if you buy coffee and they tell you no lead, does that make any sense?
No. To me, it's probably the most expensive city. You know.
No, forget about the expense. I mean, I'm not paying for it. I mean, what I'm saying is, you go and buy coffee, they're telling you no lead. Like it doesn't make any sense because of some global something. You will now put lead over my coffee. I mean, it's ridiculous.
That is it.
So
things are getting ridiculous. And one thing, Akeem, let me put it this way. Most people that voted for Trump on this platform, me that didn't even vote, I've never voted for Trump in my life, and I won't ever vote for him. But most people that voted for Trump are Democratic voters. They didn't change. The Democratic Party changed. It moved too far left. People stayed where they are.
Kolata, you on that topic, on that what you just said now, you are correct. The Democratic Party, they've become a donor class party over the years, okay? So issues that FDR pushed Democrats have been running away from those issues for a while now, and I think this is why they are struggling with elections most of the time. When they come out with on the populist side, they always do well, but I think somehow so they always look for a way to go in that donor. They go with their donors.
It's
So
all class messaging, and it's all about social justice, green this, green that.
This is where they are going wrong. But what I'm trying to say is this, right? You will have states that are predominantly dominated by one party come up with this come up with policies that is almost like appealing to their base. That's why you see this knockhead in Texas say you cannot carry gun without a permit. You don't need the permit to hold a weapon in Texas. So would you say things like that they're going too far as well? So it's just a way to appeal.
Yeah, but Akin, that is Texas. It's not. I mean, Texas is known for something. If you say don't carry permit in Texas, it's socially acceptable in Texas. But when you look at the entire country, look at state after state after state, the Democrats are losing working class. Ohio is far gone. Iowa is far gone. Florida is far gone. Most of the Rust Belt is going away because what do they campaign on? Things people don't care about. If it's Bernie Sanders, hold on, let me make this quick point. Hold on. If their message was kind of like a Bernie Sanders message, they will win all the elections. But they've moved so far from that. It's just stupid things that nobody cares about that they're talking about.
Yeah, but this is what
Right. Hold on, Akim. Galata, are you saying that? Are you refuting Adewale's argument that Kamala lost because America is not ready for a female president?
Kamala is no, I don't agree with Diwali because Kamala is too far left and she doesn't seem like a genuine person. And the crackling, and also when she was running on her own versus Biden, you can see how they really liked her. They did not like her. And honestly speaking, she's too liberal and she has too many far left positions, and you cannot suddenly pivot.
What policies does she have that is too liberal?
No, the policies running for president were pretentious because that's not what she really represents.
Can I interject 1 minute?
You just say that Bernie Sanders, they need Bernie Sanders policy, and now you say Kamala is too liberal.
Bernie Sanders is more economic messaging.
Social.
It's full of social. Something. You see, this defeat is not against Kamala, it's against Democratic Party. Democratic Party has failed the people, particularly the low-class people in America. And that's the reason why they voted against them en masse. You see, Democratic Party is very deceitful. They are painting the picture of as a party that fights for common man, but what people are seeing them doing is a party that does not represent the interests of common man anymore. If you look at the millionaires and the path that supported, I mean, you look at the number of millionaires that line up behind Kamala Harris, they are far, far more than those that line up behind Trump. You see, like 80. Hold on now.
How do you know?
Hold on now. Can you just listen?
What do you know? You cannot just tell a lie.
Can you just hold on? Let somebody land.
But you have to put a context to it.
Can you just let me land? They came up with a figure. 83 of them were behind Kamala Harris against that Trump that are 53. So when you see a party that is showing to the poor people that, oh, I'm representing your interests, and at the same time, they are seeing
a lot of millionaires supporting your candidate, it shows that you are not representing the common people.
Ajali Koko, is that a fact? What does that one mean? For the fact
Okay,
that the
what it
millionaires
means.
supported them,
Hold
does that
on,
mean that
hold
they are
on,
not for
hold on.
common man?
Because,
You're just
hold on,
coming
can I
here
tell
with
you? Because,
unequivalent
hold on,
analogy.
hold on,
It doesn't even
hold
make sense.
on now. Hold
Trump
on.
controlled the Wall Street. What are you talking
Because,
about?
let me land. I'll be quiet. Let me land. Because,
Let Ajali Koko run through. Yeah.
yes, because they are they are carrying out a campaign against Trump that, oh, Trump is for billionaires, is for multi-billionaires, like,
Because it's going to
Elon
give
Musk
them
and all these
tax
things.
break.
Hold
It's
on
going
now.
to give them
Who is
tax
that?
break, Baba.
Yes, hold on. For tax break that, okay, yes, it's representing the interest of the multi-billionaires and this and that. But yet, when they counted all the millionaires that behind you, supporting you, multi-millionaires supporting you, they are more behind you, more than the Trump that people are saying that represent the interest of the multimillionaire in America. So if you look at the result, if you look at the outcome of that election, where we see more of the more poor people in this country are the rural area. Trump won in all rural, if not all, at least he won in 90% of the rural area in this country.
Yeah, but Ajali Koko, the Republicans normally win rural areas, so that's
Yes,
not new.
he normally win rural area. But what we
Ajali
are
Koko,
telling
man.
you is
Wow.
that the signal is that the poor people in the area where the poor of the poor people live, they are with
No,
Trump
Ajali
this
Koko.
time.
Ajali Koko, no. That is
Can I
the
come
area
in?
where you have the more
No,
white people. And it's just
let us not
Ajali
do.
Koko,
The
no, hold
Democratic
on.
Party has
Hold
failed
on.
American
In
people
the
because
rural area is where you have more white
they are
people, and
neither
the white
here or
people
there.
support
They
Republicans.
can't. You can't say you are representing the interest of the poor people and you are dining with the
Ajali
rich
Koko is
people
not
at the
poor
same
people.
time.
I think where your analysis is wrong is the working class people that
Working
Democrats
class
lost.
who
Yeah.
are paying their bills.
Not the rural. The rural people. The rural always that rural vote always go to the Republican Party. It's not about rural vote. It's about the
Angelica,
working class
can you
vote.
give me a minute? This analysis you just painted here about
No, this is the second.
about
This is
the
the second
rich
time
and the
Ajali
poor.
Koko.
Okay,
Ajali Koko have given
Trump
false
pretty much
analysis.
control the Wall Street. You may have more millionaires, siding Kamala Harris, but if you look at who favored the millionaires, let's go with the tax break during Trump era. When he came in, he lowered the corporation tax rate, I think from 39 to 29, and that was passed by then. It was supposed to expire next year. But that's not going to happen anymore because Trump is going to keep it. And if you look at the tax break, that he give to the working class people, lower people or middle class, he raised the tax break of, I don't know if he don't look at, he didn't look at your tax bracket during the Trump era. Yeah, I don't know how much you make if you make 1 million, but if you make anything less than that, 200 or 300,
You pay
the
more.
bracket increase your tax rate increased during Trump
Yeah,
era.
but
You have to go with the
Prestige,
fact. It's always the
the
rich
mistake
people.
Prestige, please allow me 5 seconds. The mistakes Democrats make, especially like you guys are saying, is the Democrats, all this stuff, it's a messaging problem because all this stuff you're talking about doesn't come up in campaigning. What people hear are green this, transgender that, this, that. That is what overwhelms the Democrat messaging. That's why many people feel they've lost them. So while you have this minutia of what tax, what tax, that is not the central focus of their messaging, or is getting lost. And if they continue with this green this, the 55,000 identities, then you're going to keep losing the
Okay,
election.
okay. I think Kulata,
Kolata.
you made some
No,
good points, and I
man of
completely
prestige. Hold
agree
on one
with you.
second.
All this
Man of prestige. Hold on
cultural
one second.
something Democrat is going, they need to change their narrative, or else
So
they may never win election. But haven't we
no,
said
that's
that?
not true. That
Well,
is not
hold
true.
on. Haven't we said that? If you are talking about abortion, is it not an abortion that created the blue wave during the midterm before? So it depends on what happened. I think it has
No,
to
no,
go
no, no.
with
Listen, man of prestige. Look, I said it on this platform before. I said when I saw those numbers that over 70% of America thought the country was going in the wrong direction. Okay, so I saw that analysis that there's not a single party in government that has won election against those numbers. I knew Kamala was in trouble. Okay, this happened everywhere. When look, the Labour Party had a very good economic time during Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. But when the recession happened, guess what? They lost elections. When the people
What is that say progressive? You know the
when people
narrative they
start
said is the economy stupid?
exactly,
Economy.
it's election is most of the time economic issues, and this time let's not hide from the fact that the people were not feeling it
But
economically.
Hakim, so I think what I can deduce from you people argument, it means that even American community, they are not as sophisticated as we thought they are. Because if they cannot understand what is going on in the world, and they just decided because of economic situation voted for a party when they knew what actually is happening in the whole world, then even all this freedom and then
What is Simbi saying? What concern
No.
Americans? What
Simba
concern
just
just
said
wait,
African
let
that
me
people
finish.
with what
Let me
America
Americans
finish.
is
are
going
not
That's
on?
a
sophisticated
Saudi
enough.
Arabian
The
analysis
common
right there.
people.
Look at this
Let me
Saudi
No,
finish.
Arabia.
Simba is
Let me
right.
finish. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let
What
me
is
finish
going
what
on in the
I'm
whole world?
saying.
What
Then
is
all this
American? What
freedom of
concern
gains,
America
freedom,
is America
Papa
against
Jale
what is
Koko,
going on in the whole
Baba
world?
Jalikuka, calm down. Simba is going somewhere.
let me finish what I'm saying. Go and take your tea, Baba Jale Koko.
Forget
So
about taking tea. America doesn't care about the world. Average
the
American doesn't care.
freedom that say,
America, this
okay,
inside America is the world for them.
America is a free, allows everybody.
America is the world for them. They
It gives.
don't care about anything
Let me finish.
happening outside America.
Okay,
It's
I've
because
heard
you
you.
don't live here. That's why you don't know.
There is a land of opportunity. Give everybody opportunity, and somebody like Trump
That
Daddy
that
will
one is
come
a lie.
here.
That one is a
Look
lie.
at
It's
you.
not a
But
land of, it's not
Trump
it's
I
not
mean,
a
Daddy
this is
will
land of
what
come here
some of you
and
outside
say
Nigeria, I mean,
say
outside America, you
because
just do your
he
analysis. You
thought
don't
that the
know.
Muslim hated women.
You don't know how American
You can
thinks. You don't
see
know.
how sophisticated America can be. If Trump Daddy can come here and say he thought that the Muslim hate women, when you have a community before that does not even give women the opportunity, does not even allow them to
Okay,
work.
let us enlighten you. Let us enlighten you. Average American doesn't care about what is going on in the world. What care to them, what matter to them most is what is happening inside America. Inside America here is their world. Okay? So
So, Papa Jalikoko,
if any party in America is not governing well for them, they will throw that party out.
yeah,
They
but
say, "Oh, what is
it's
going
the
on?
same
All this
it's the same
lazy
everywhere.
argument that you people do in America, in Nigeria. You think that's the same way you operate in America?
It's the same way Ajalikoko. It's the same way.
Oh,
It's not
forget
different.
you this European. Just one of them, Jare. You don't know
It's the same
anything. We
way.
are telling you
Ajalikoko,
that saying it is the
Ajalikoko,
same
You
way.
can
it's
see
because
the
of
What the
you.
same
arrogance in
way?
them, I think. You can see the arrogance in
Ajalikoko,
them. They don't know
It's
and they
because
are
of
not ready
you. It was
to
because
know
of you
because
that
they
I
are
came
very
on this
arrogant.
side. It was because of
And the same
Ajalikoko
thing
that I came
operates
on.
in Europe that he lives. What matter
Ajalikoko,
to them is what is
Papa
happening in
Ajalikoko,
Ireland where you live. It is not
you
what
don't
is
even
happening in
know you
America.
don't
It
even know
doesn't
what is
care.
happening in America.
The average Irish doesn't care about what is happening outside the world, but rather what is happening
Ajalikoko,
inside Ireland.
Ajalikoko, you don't even know what is going on in America. Earlier
Oh,
on, you was
just
making
forget it. Prince Daddy, can you hear these people? Are you not surprised the way these people are talking?
making a submission. Hold on. Let me tell you something. Colata is still there, right? Okay. So you was making a submission earlier on about the tax bill in Nigeria, and you made the submission that how can a state that is generating more be getting less of the percentage in terms of returns? Is it that what happened in the United States? That is exactly what happened in the United States.
What do
Then
you
you're saying
mean that what is happening in the United States?
that is
What
how
happened?
the most
What?
that is
Tell
how
me
the
what
sharing
happened in the
that is
United States. Tell me.
California and New York. That's
Tell
what
me
you're
what
saying.
happened.
California, the New York, those are the ones that contribute more to the federal policies and they get less. Exactly the same thing happened in the United States.
They contributed more in what area?
Yeah. In terms of revenue, they contributed more in terms of revenue to the government, to the central government.
Hold on.
Oh,
So
you don't think you didn't know that the American government is giving money to the states?
How long have you been in this country? You seem like you don't know nothing.
Look,
this
hold on.
Just say to him now.
Oh, hold on.
So you didn't know American government is giving
look at this people. What is the garbage these people are talking
anything
about?
that
Do they even
if you
understand
cannot
the way America is run? Do you
so you don't know
understand the way America run the system?
America share money as well. The federal government share money to the state as well.
They share money like the way it is shared. Are you guys serious?
What are you talking about?
Do you? I mean, clearly people in soy.
Hold on. Let Akim guy talk about how they share the money in America. Maybe he knows better. Tell us how they share the money in America, Akim.
Okay, tell us how the money is shared.
Okay, thank you. So you see, tax contributions, okay, revenue contribution to the central
Akim is right, but Akim, go ahead, explain. Akim, you're correct, but
revenue contribution, tax contribution to the federal government, okay, state like California, state like New York, or who has bigger economy, contribute more to the central government. So when they are not sharing back to the hold on. This is your so-called Republican state that are so poor, that the poverty is reading, stricken state, get more from those.
Look at this guy. He's talking from Ireland, talking anyhow.
No, don't insult him. The Medicare, Medicaid funding that's gotten for the federal government, you get more money from California and New York than Mississippi. The likes of Mississippi and Alabama, they reach the other rich states up because all those federal benefits they get is funded by the rich states.
Those are traditionally poor states, as they call them poor states or whatever. But it doesn't matter the population obviously, the more people that live in your state, hold on, Prestige, you've been talking too much.
It was particular to Nigeria.
No. Well, see, if you live in a state, it doesn't matter your population. Every state they have a federal tax, so everyone pays their federal tax. If you have 20 million people in your state or 5 million, what does it matter? It's the same tax bracket, so to speak, on the federal level that you pay. So, and by the way, a lot of states that have natural resources and have like Alaska and other places, they get to keep a lot of their money. That's why not every damn person in America gets a refund.
No. Please, Daddy, again, you're wrong. Those states that have oil, they even get, those oil companies get big subsidies, tax break from the federal government. They get huge subsidies. They get subsidized heavily by the federal government.
No. See, I can't. You know what you know. What you say is not wrong, but you know what you know. It's not always the case. It's not always the case. So don't talk. Well, you're partially right that they do get a subsidy in certain regards, but at the same time,
Alaska is getting heavy subsidy. Heavy
subsidy. Who?
Alaska.
Alaska produced what subsidy in what sense? They
are getting subsidized by the federal government of the United States. Go check it.
Alaska generates enough money, more than enough, to give a rebate at the end of the year to their own citizens. Okay, I'm not sure what rebate you're talking about or what subsidy they're getting. If they get a subsidy, I have to look that up actually, but it's not. Alaska is a well-established oil state, just like Texas. So I'm not sure what subsidy you guys are talking about. I'm not really sure about that.
Subsidized. They get huge
what matter
from the government.
If they get subsidy, what does it matter? There's in America, unlike freaking where in like Nigeria, when they subsidize these companies, they actually create jobs, okay, and they still pay taxes. Believe it or not, they do pay taxes. After all, damn it, Amazon for over 10 years, a decade, did not pay no damn federal tax. So what's your point? It's a capitalist. America is a capitalist society, just like you guys know, and whatever works that benefit the people or the government, that's what they do. So don't try and compare Nigeria, the states paying to the federal purse and getting way less than they should pay. It's a merit system at the end of the day.
It's like you guys think Nigeria just picked this thing from the sky. No, they modeled it against the United States of America. Is they molded they molded it against the United States of
Well,
America.
they model it, but it's
This,
not the same.
we
It's just like
didn't
that
just pick it
democracy is
from
not the
we
same.
didn't just pick
It's
it from
not
the
the same.
sky.
Yeah, well, they modeled it, but it's not the same. It's not the same
No,
execution
yeah,
or the same method.
it's not
So
to
let's
the
not pretend it
obviously
is. It's not.
it's not the same 100%, but the idea, the concept came
See,
from the United
it,
States of
see,
America.
see, your argument is it's anyway. So just like, of course, Silicon Valley up there in Seattle and all those places, they have, even in Austin, Texas, where they have the concentration of these tech companies, and certain back then in Detroit, right? Detroit, when they have the auto manufacturing that dominated the whole world. Detroit was a booming city, and they paid a lot of taxes, obviously. So it depends on the state and the industry. So don't make an argument, or California or New York pays more tax. Of course they do, because they have the concentration of the financial market in New York, and they have the big industry, Hollywood and Silicon Valley in California. So they pay more taxes. So it's pay as they go taxes.
Prince Adi, hold on. This is what we're trying to say. My argument, when Ajali Koko was making his submission, and that was why I referred back to the United States, right? So look, turn it around and say, okay, imagine if California now said, okay, you know what, we're going to start collecting the federal taxes. That was what River State was trying to do, and this is some idea that was why Lagos State went to court as well. Said, you know what, hang on, we want to be collecting these taxes now instead of you taking it and then sharing that among everybody. So you would not think that is a fair way for them to go about it, right? You would think like, okay, at the end of the day, you are making more, but we need to support these states that are not that rich, they are poor states. Okay, that is a way to almost kind of lift everybody up. Okay.
Actually, I agree with that. Actually, I did not make my submission earlier. And to the people saying that they're taking more from Lagos and River State and give it to this other state, I see the point. But my position is, as a country, as a federation unit, whichever formula they've chosen to use, I think it's fair until they change it. I don't have no problem with it. I don't have no problem with it at all. I think, it is what it is. I mean, if there's any incentive for this other less producing state to be more productive, fine. It'll be more money to the federal purse. But if they're not doing what they're supposed to do, if the governors are just waiting at the end of the day for the fact or whatever money they get, that's all they're gonna get. It's only states like Lagos and maybe River State that are more forward looking, can produce more and generate more revenue, and they pay more taxes. It's that simple. But as a country, it's to me it's perfectly okay until they break up the country or they find a different formula.
Okay,
I don't have a problem with the Nigerian system.
Okay, sorry, your new name, Trump Daddy. What do you think in Nigeria, the entire northeast region, they're a net mucha, entire southeast, net mucha, entire northwest, net mucha, is just a few states in the southwest and the south that are net contributors. How can the country grow?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Remember, I made the point about the lazy governors that wait to the end of the month to collect their FAC or their allocations. But that's what I'm saying. Maybe the federal government has a blame in it. I believe so. It's a natural human tendency. If people are not motivated or to do something productive, they won't do it. If you're going to feed them, they will collect the fish and eat it at the end of the month. That's what is going on here. There's something unique about Lagos, obviously, and River State. They have a lot of natural resources or whatever, and that's why. But we know very well also that they have a lot of natural resources, minerals up north and around the country. But the governors, they're not doing much, nor do they have investors coming in to invest in those industries. So if they're not doing it, nothing's going to come out of it, no matter what. And I can guarantee those states you just mentioned now, I guarantee that those states are rich in minerals, a lot of minerals, but they don't do nothing with it. So it's up to the federal government to ginger those states or the leaders to do something. Until then, we have to support them. We have to support them.
Trump Daddy,
okay. Can I say something?
Trump Daddy, you're just focusing on the north. The southeast is not productive as well.
Coletta said that, and I agree. Coletta said that. I know in the southeast, they actually get way more than they contribute to the federal purse. I know that. But the southeast, But check this out. We know the Southeasterners are very industrious. They're hardworking people, and it's not about being lazy. Not at all. It's always about leadership and the ability to organize. I guarantee you. We know back then we were talking on this show about back then when they used to produce shoes in the Southeast and this and that in the Southeast. The people are ready to work if you give them the opportunity, especially in the Southeast. So
Yeah, but
again,
when
it goes back.
they are making these shoes, where's the contribution to the federal post? It's not there. That's what I'm saying.
Well, way back then, I'm talking, not right now. Way back then, I know Southeast was
They
very,
still
very.
make the shoes. They still make the shoes now. They are still making those shoes now.
Are they not paying taxes? Is that what you're saying? They're not paying taxes?
Yeah, but where are the contributions to the federal
Hold on.
government?
Are we not talking about VAT here? I mean, is that not what we are talking about? I mean,
Yes,
particularly in my
yes.
state like Imo, in terms of VAT, we don't contribute nothing because there's no industry. But do we have the natural resources? Of course we do. But there's nothing to tax. There's no single industry. What can you tax from? People or people? There's nothing to
But
tax
people
like in
buy
Imo.
stuff. You charge VAT on things you buy, right? It's value added tax, right? If you buy, I mean, apart from things that are not eligible for VAT. So unless we're saying there's no economic activity in Imo State
But
that generates
I mean, the
VAT.
market there is not proficient enough to tax them. I'm not saying they shouldn't tax them, but this is why
Collateral.
most of the
Who used to be
Southeasterners are
I
blamed?
want to
lacking
ask
in
you,
Prestige.
that
do you
area.
know how
Prestige.
they
Who used to be
track
blamed?
VAT in Nigeria? Do you know how they track VAT in Nigeria?
I
No, tell us,
don't know
man.
for sure. No.
I think the problem with VAT in Nigeria is that I think it's been taken from the source. It's not been taken from the point of sales.
It can be
Okay,
exclusively
so
from the source.
Prestige
It
is
can
right
be.
then because if there's no real industry in Imo or in the Southeast that the government can direct their attention to and collect the VAT from, then there won't be nothing coming out of it. But don't
So
tell me
why
the
are
people
we
there are
not
not
calling
really
their
Prince
poor.
their
Daddy,
why are
Prince
we not
Daddy.
Oh,
why are we
hold on,
not calling
the
their
people
government?
there are not
Why
any
are we
more
not calling
poor than
please,
the rest of the
friend daddy,
country.
friend
No,
daddy, why are we
no.
not calling
You
their
know,
governors lazy then? Why are we not calling their
the
governors?
issue is this. In Nigeria, because here in Saudi Arabia, you pay your VAT at the point of sales, so they'll be able to link it to the area where the person is buying that goods or services. But in Nigeria, the VAT is already taken from the source. So if you don't have any industry in your state that manufacture those goods, you will not have anything being remitted to you. That is the problem.
No, I don't think that's
Simba,
true.
it's a problem. It's a problem of
We will still
collection.
be charging VAT from this. I mean, from point of sale. You can't. I don't know how you capture everything from source. It's almost impossible. What about things you import? I know.
It's
I mean,
almost impossible. It's
it's
a
almost
value.
impossible.
It's called value added tax. Okay, it's mostly tax per unit.
Well, but it's Simba's argument is that the
I don't.
majority of the
Let me
VAT is
tell you
collected from the
here.
source.
No, it's not
Here,
collected from the source. It's collected from the sales
Consumers.
point. Yeah, from customers.
you don't understand what I'm saying. Okay, if let's say Liver Brother manufacture imperial leather, locks or whatever in Lagos, if you now go to Mama Jide that is selling it in Oshogbo, is she the one that is going to tax you to put VAT on it? The
She's
VAT has
supposed
already
to.
been taken from Lagos.
No, she's
No.
supposed to. She's supposed to add VAT
But that's
on
not
top
the
of
case
this.
in
So
Nigeria. That's what I'm telling you. That's not the case in
No,
Nigeria.
it is
Okay,
the
how will
case. It's
Mama
just that
Tope remit that
it is
VAT
the
to the
case.
government if she's
It
taking
is.
it? Because we don't have the
Hold on.
technology. Hold on. We don't have the technology in Nigeria, and that's why they collect it from the source.
Okay, hold on. So if you go and this is the reason why they say to you, they always complain that, oh, you don't allow people to drink alcohol in the north, but you want to be sharing from the VAT collected from alcohol sold in that part of the country. So if they are collecting the tax from the source, why would that be an issue in the first place?
And that's why they are sharing it the way they are sharing it now.
No.
No.
I'm just saying,
No.
according to your own case, if they are collecting it from the manufacturer of that alcohol, why would it be an issue that they are not allowing them to sell beer in the north anyway? It doesn't make no difference. You just collect the tax anyway.
Maybe people should go and check it out. In Nigeria, where if you buy from,
It is more complex than that. I read something briefly on it, but I just didn't pay too much attention to read to fully understand. the VAT value chain is more complex than that. It goes through the entire supply chain, but the most of it is from when you are buying the stuff, because that's the most efficient way of collecting it and attributing it to the status of the
Kulata. So if I buy
Oh no,
bread now,
but Kolata, it's Mama Risi collecting VAT. It's
exactly.
when
That's the
she
question.
sells
let
a
me
plate
say
of rice.
something. Let me say something. Why is Oyo State earning way more VAT than Ogun State? Well, Ogun State we all know Ogun State is manufacturing capital of
Exactly.
Nigeria. Oyo State is running clock like in the multitudes of 5 times. So it's not the where it's produced, is a lot of where the purchasing power is. Because Ogun State, you'll be like, I was shocked. Ogun State is not even near Lagos or Port Harcourt. It's not near Oyo State. Oyo State is like number 3 or something.
Ogun State is very industrialized as well. So
And Ogun State is the most industrialized state in the country. And then the VAT is so low.
Are you saying in your state they are collecting the VAT from the consumers directly? Is that you're saying more?
Yes, more. Yes.
Okay.
That's why it's high. Because how do we explain Ogun State having a low VAT?
How easy do you think it is from the example I gave? So if Mama Risi is selling locks, how would Mama Risi collect VAT and remit that VAT to government? Mama Risi
that's why we need the tax. That's why we need the tax reform, so we can collect from Mama Risi. That's why we're trying to expand the tax net. You're just landing on our problem. That's our problem.
But
the tax net is not wide.
The Mama Risi equivalent in Oyo State is they're taking the money, the VAT from her, or I'm trying to understand what you're saying about your state.
Let me put it this way: there's Mama Risi, and then there's CC Caroline. CC Caroline is kind of like top shop retailer. Mama Risi is kind of like roughshod retailer in the market. So there are more CC Carolines in Oyo State compared to maybe Imo State, for example. I'm even shocked at Imo State. What about all those hotels in Imo State? Shouldn't you be collecting VAT for those hotels? Like, isn't that the hotel capital of the Southeast? There's so many hotels in Imo, in Owerri in particular. And Imo State has the lowest VAT even in the Southeast.
They don't have customer anymore. Insecurity have driven away people.
Okay. Hold on. Can I come in here as somebody who's come from that and own business?
Yes.
That kind of business doesn't flourish anymore in Imo State. No, it's not. It's not like it used to before. Okay? I mean, they still have the highest.
You are started eating your food.
Yeah, it doesn't flourish anymore. I mean, we own some of them, so there's nothing really benefiting.
I think will not be on. No.
What happened?
You eat like broiler.
Man of Prestige.
The
UGM thing, is it a big factor when it comes to hospitality issue, business or hospitality industry in the Southeast?
Yeah, it is. It's a lot. I mean, like on the weekend, beginning on Friday, actually beginning on Thursday, used to be, most of the southeastern states, even from River State, they tend to congregate from, where beginning on Friday. I mean, all our hotel will be booked. Right now, it's not even up to 25% occupancy. This is how bad it is. And most people, people like Chief Prince, they have moved their business out of. He initially moved to I think to Delta, now to Lagos. So things are not really good in terms of business, over there anymore. So that's the predicament we find ourselves. All those hospitality business that's flourishing in Owerri is not as it used to be before.
So how did you then have people who are of Southeast origin from in the diaspora supporting this idiot someone? But I don't understand if he's
that's a different story. Okay, I think we already talked about it, and like I said, it kind of pained me to see my people. Like I was saying, I was telling one man, what I saw last week pained me a lot about the people that came to that platform. I mean, supporting some. I mean, I was kind of lost. So that's why I changed my narrative. Initially, I was saying that most Southeasterners may not support Biafra, but I'm beginning to change my tune. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but what I have seen recently, I'm not happy about that narrative. Yeah. He said,
So
sorry,
you
if
believe there are
that's
more
what.
people that support it that are against it. That's what you believe now.
Man
Yeah,
of
just my
prestige.
perception. I don't say I have the fact to back it up, but because of what I saw in recent development, the way not just people who live in Nigeria, most educated people in Biafra, the way they are supporting this narrative, that Simon Ekpa is perpetuating, So yeah, it's just my own, it's just my own assumption. I may not be right.
Let me ask you
I hope
this.
I'm wrong.
Man of prestige. If you are not directly affected because you have investment in this hospitality industry, do you think your narrative will be the same?
If I'm not affected.
Yes, because you are
Yeah.
directly affected. That's why
Well,
you are talking
I'm not
about.
making my narrative because of my investment, because the investment we have in Nigeria is not even it's not even for us. It's to it's to support a extended family that we employ and everything. That's what they
Hey,
believe. I
it's
mean,
an investment
my
because
business there is not for my own profit.
you are using it to cover something. So it's affecting you directly. And that's why your narrative is changing.
No, not because of that. It's what I have seen people
Let me tell
recently
you,
talking about. That's why my
an
narrative is
average
changing.
Nigerian diaspora doesn't care about that country being burnt down because they have nothing to lose. And that's
That's
the
not
way
true.
most of them behave.
No.
That
Let me
is
tell
not
you,
true.
I was on Doctor Damage last week when Simon Ekpa came. Okay, that is the highest traffic I've seen that of damage command. Even during the election, he used to have about 2,000, maybe 3,000, the highest. But what we had last week was over 4,000. And half of the people there, a lot of the people are from Nigeria, and most of the people, other people are, about 80% of that people in that platform was supporting Simon Ekpa. That's what annoyed me. I begin, I said, man, I came there, feeling very agony about, how have my people have sold their soul, gullible to that extent that they believe this man, that thinking Biafra will be actualized. How many times has he told them that Biafra will actualize? Maybe 3 or 4 or 5 times, and nothing has happened. And you are so gullible. You believe this man, racketeering, siphoning all your money. That's what he was doing. So
No,
I
the
got
Prestige,
so
question is
annoyed. I
this.
say, oh man, maybe my people has
prestige,
lost. They have,
But are
prestige.
you
they have
On the
lost their
platform,
senses. I mean, I
Prestige,
hope I'm
sorry.
wrong.
are
Prestige,
you
sorry.
are you are you in Ukraine or what? What kind of sound is that?
Prestige.
That's Babati now. Babati is in
That's
the
not me
bunker.
now.
Prestige.
You know what, guys? Good evening, guys. You know what? I am not happy. This evening. I am not happy. I am disappointed. I was looking
Your
forward to
mic,
December
your mic,
2nd.
your mic is echoing, Babati. Your mic is echoing. Are you in a hall or what? Did they lock you up somewhere?
Maybe. You know, I am not happy. I was looking forward to our December 2nd. I was looking forward to December 2nd, and Finland just messed it up for me. Why? I was looking forward to December 2nd for the independence, for people paying for their passports and their visa to Biafra land. Just messed up the
Babati, did
whole
you
thing,
buy a
man.
ticket to go to Finland?
Don't worry about that one. Don't worry about that. That's not the point. The point is, it's about on a more serious note, guys. On a more serious note, people actually paying money for this so-called passport of Biafra. I don't know how a PhD holder will be paying 400, 500 for some fake document. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Babati, you know what happened?
The same way they pay tithes to go to heaven now. So what is the issue?
Babati, do you know what happened? When the man is be doing all of these things and Finland ignore him. So when they now hear that they want to declare independence, they say, she not be say this guy will divide our whole country now because where is he going to where is he going to run the country? Because he's living here. So that's maybe they quickly go back here first. Because themselves start getting worried about the OT, like, you're declaring independence where? In Finland or where? So for me, I think it's when people become so stupid that they start believing some stupidity or some nonsense. That is what happened. And these people will come to you and tell you, I will start debating issue with you.
Yeah, but there's some things that are obvious now. Like you should know how the world works. How can someone say they're going to give you passport and you think it's going to be a legitimate passport? You're going to have a Biafra currency, Bitcoin. Like, I mean, it's so obvious. Like, Okay, how do they connect to the people's emotional side that it beclouds their rational side that much? Like it's
Mystical
it's
man.
Kulata, listen to this narrative
Man of Brazil.
Samanek were painted when he
Man
came
of
to Dr.
Brazil.
Damage. He claimed that they have formed a Biafran football team that be playing on Finland that particular day. I said, what? I mean, this man had built such a fallacy to people's mind. I mean,
But look
we're
like
not talking about uneducated people, doctors,
that
lawyers.
man of prestige. No, man of prestige. I think he has mastered his audience. You understand? For
Man, that
example,
is too much. What kind of
you know why? Let me land. In the southwest now, the man who was behind the championing of Yoruba Nation is a professor, and he knows that his audience are very sophisticated, so he's very careful. He cannot sell all these things to his own audience. But this guy, who is a runaway guy from Nigeria, hiding somewhere, can sell anything to anybody that has his mind colored, that has the mindset of the haters, that has the mindset of these are our enemies. Anyway, where there is no love, where there is hatred, anything goes. Anything goes. The mind who can color the mind of people to kill their own brothers. Because I saw a video on Twitter, sit at home in Anambra, and they attacked the vigilante whatever group. One Okada man, they shot him. I saw the first time I couldn't even look at it. I just had to close the video. They set vehicles on fire. They shot them on the ground like that. See, in pool of blood.
Are you talking about the one that happened last week?
Maybe it was last week. I don't even know. I think it was
Yeah.
recently. Yeah, that's bad. So a man who can he has the kind of audience that he can speak to and get them to do that to their own people. Sunday Igboho cannot get anybody, any Yoruba man, to do that to another Yoruba man. Even those who came out to speak strongly against Yoruba nation, what has happened to them? Nothing. Nobody's ready to do that. Not even Sunday Igboho is ready to do that.
They quack all those ones that went to go and try to hijack government.
Yeah, even if they had
they
succeeded,
demolish their
they
house.
won't. What I mean at even if those people had succeeded, they won't turn on their own people. They won't.
I think, Petrosky, you know, you have a very valid point. I think it's about mindset. You know, even most of these people doing this, they're not even born during the Biafran time, but they inherited this uninformed, educated. They are, you know, that they are hated. It's about
My
mindset, whether they're educated or not. It's about mindset. So it's not about education. You
So,
know,
man of prestige, you see the
Well,
problem we have is
Prestige, let me tell you this quickly, if you don't mind. See, when it comes to this kind of things, right? You'll be surprised that even the well-educated people are susceptible to this kind of shenanigans. I tell you, a good example, of course, is the Nazi Germany. Okay, back then, the Germans were perhaps the most educated people in the world, quite frankly, and they were advanced, technologically, and even in the sciences. But Hitler was able to sell them his idea, and you see smart, intelligent people, scientists, doctors, or whatnot. They bought into Hitler's idea and they committed heinous crimes against people, especially the Jews. So Ekpa, is just somebody said earlier, he's found a niche, so to speak, and he's been able to understand his audience and is able to talk to them, and they believe whatever he says. So don't undermine the guy. I mean, it's nothing new. This playbook is nothing new. So it's not your level of education, quite frankly. People will buy into any ideology if they want to, regardless of their
Trump,
education.
Trump, Trump daddy.
no,
Listen, you see,
Prince, that a good
when the
point. You made
media,
a very good
what,
point.
Trump daddy.
when no, when the media, when the
Wait a minute. Can I say something?
Prince daddy, is that your
Is
new
he Prince
name?
Daddy or Trump Daddy?
it's Trump
Anyone you
it's
daddy.
call him,
Trump
Prince,
Daddy.
is good.
We are
Oh, okay.
christening him. He has a new name now. His
Okay,
name
I'm
is
sorry.
Trump Daddy.
I'm speaking from my phone, so I'm sorry.
Even me, self,
I
I'm
can't see
I'm
the
ready
whole
to
thing.
identify with
Well,
Trump.
it's
He's
Let him be
Colata that
Trump
gave me a new
boy.
name, so I adopted it.
Okay.
Trump boy.
Good luck.
Trump daddy.
So what I'm trying to say is that I think you see the mainstream media, they've started for a while now. They've started they've been playing into this stupid narrative that the Southeast is marginalized. And the more they say such thing, which factually it's not backed by any empirical fact, the more they say these things, the more it's easier. It is easier for people like Simon Ekpa to convince some section of Southeastern that the country does not mean well for them. And when this kind of propaganda or narrative is being carried by a lot of the mainstream media presenters, just because they want to have huge followership, just because when they say such thing, it is popular among certain community, and then it gives them a lot of followership. And I think this is one of the problems. If you want to say people are marginalized, you have to be you have to present facts to back what you are saying. The only way when you ask questions or say, "Oh, they've never been president," that's how becoming one man becoming a president of a nation all of a sudden means that a region is no longer marginalized. Marginalization have to be economical, it has to be infrastructure, it have to be educational, it have to be health, it have to be a lot of things. And these guys they found a way to say that a region, in my opinion, that I think benefit more from the Nigerian project.
Bring the AI from backstage. Continue.
Can I say something
Continue.
progressive?
Yeah.
Okay, this point you just make. I mean, I think I agree with you. It's a certain degree, but coming from that part of the country, I think some of those economical and some of the infrastructure you just mentioned, is a valid point. But sometimes fulfillment can be more than those economical factors. Because they look at it, they haven't had the presidency. That's the only president I'm going to come at, So they feel like they're not part of the country because whether it's by choice or they have not been able to play their politics right or whatever. That's not how common people look at it. They
But
feel
is
like
that
they are
what
being
is that
deprived
what
for not
is that
having the
what
presidency.
wasting your
So it's
people's
a
time?
fulfillment. It might be a
Man of
fulfillment
prestige.
narrative to some people.
Is that
The
what
the
wasting your
Southeast
people for?
benefit. Hold on, the Southeast benefit more than any other region in Nigeria. Don't forget, the entire Southeast is almost the same size of your state. Okay,
But I'm
in
talking
that
about
same.
fulfillment. I'm not talking about
Hold on,
economic or what you give. That's the
hold
point
on,
I'm trying.
hold on.
You're not listening to what the point I'm trying to make.
I
I'm
listen. I
talking about
listen.
how a lot of people over there feel the
I listen.
fulfillment part of it.
I listen. Just like the Edos they've not produced a president. Just like some
Even Hausa,
other
But
tribes.
even Hausa.
you're minority. They are looking at the
No, 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 no.
the three biggest
Wait now.
tribe,
Wait,
which
man
is
of
Is
the
that not
which
the
prestige.
command
problem now?
which
Man of
Is
control
that
the
not the
prestige.
country.
problem?
Man of
That is the
prestige.
problem. That is the
Hold
problem
on,
because when
Akim.
other tribes want to say we haven't got it, you now call them minority. So this is an issue.
So,
Well, it's not me speaking. I'm just giving you the narrative coming up
man
from
of
that
prestige.
area.
Man of
Man of
prestige. So,
prestige. Can you name me one Hausa president?
Hausa, exactly. Even Hausa.
Ethnic
Awusa and
Hausa.
Fulani, they look at them as the same. So it doesn't
No, that's
matter.
Okay,
fallacious. That's a fallacy.
Yeah,
okay,
that may
Biko.
be the case,
No,
but
no, no.
we
Man of
don't
prestige.
demarcate them to be different.
Man of
You see,
prestige.
Okay?
Can I?
this
Man
is the
of
problem,
prestige.
man of
No,
prestige.
Akim,
This is
but
the
let me ask him
problem.
a question. If you can say Hausa Fulani, can you say Bayelsa Igbo? Can you say South Igbo? Can you do that?
And then we class
Can I say
Jonathan as,
South
as
South
an Igbo
Igbo?
man.
Yes,
And then we
now
I
class
mean,
Jonathan
Bayelsa
as
they
an
are
Igbo
South
man.
yeah,
Igbo.
there's Igbo in the South. So
So
I
can we
mean,
South
class Jonathan as an
Asaba
Igbo
and
Niger.
man?
all those places.
So Jonathan don't represent
That
the
means if we've
southeast
already produced
quota.
president.
No, Jonathan is from Bayelsa. I mean, he may
Okay.
have
Exactly.
an Igbo name or whatever, all those kind of
So,
things.
So that's
But
why we are trying to differentiate Hausa from Fulani. Because
well, I'm giving you the narrative coming from Southeast. It's not my narrative,
uh,
So
we are also putting that out there. And there are other
no, no, no,
major
no, no.
tribes.
I'm not saying you don't have a valid point, but I'm talking about the mindset of a lot of people who wasn't even born,
Man of
who
prestige.
wasn't
You
even
people
born
need
during
to
the war.
man of prestige. People need to be told the truth. The truth is that the Southeast geographically is the same. It's almost the same size as your state. In that same in that landmass, you have five state capitals. You
But
have
we're not talking about
15.
landmass. We are
You
talking
have
about
15.
population.
You have 15
Even
senators. No,
population.
You have 15 senators, 15 senators. You have more House of Rep members. Okay, so if you look at it, if you look at the money going into that region, it is way more than what goes into the Southwest. If you look at it in that way, because you have less land area to develop compared to other regions.
Yeah.
I've made that point before. Like, it's easier to develop the southeast than any place in Nigeria because the
No,
land
I
mass
don't think
is so
so. I don't
small.
think so, Kulata. I
No,
think the topography
look
of
at it
Nigeria.
now. Listen, or your state, 5 southeast states, almost the same land mass. If I'm going to construct a road to transverse or your state, I can use that same money to transverse to southeast, and then you have 5 different southeast collecting similar paycheck as your state.
Kulata, the topography and the texture of the soil in that area.
Forget that. I mean, it's not like Southeast is Bayelsa. Like, okay, how different is
No, it's
the
not
erosion
from.
in Southeast from Edo State?
What is? But it's. I don't think. I think the earth crust there, the
What
ground is
about
very.
Edo State, your own Edo State, the erosion the erosion that's there, how different is it? The red
Erosion
soil,
is not
that's what you're trying to say. What about Bayelsa? I
No,
mean,
It even
don't say
rains.
this.
Kolata,
even
it
worse.
even rains more in Edo State. Edo State have like
Yeah.
8 months of rain every year.
Yeah.
So let's not make that excuse. It's a small landmass that gets five. I mean, one state will get. I mean, look at Niger State. I don't even look at that's even unfair. It's too big.
No.
If
Don't
you
go to
collect,
Kolata. Don't
let
go
me
to the
even
north.
stay in your
Look at
state.
Kwara State.
Look how much. Look at how much will it take to construct roads from Ibadan to Ogbomoso? You will have construct roads from Owerri to another capital with the same amount of money. So it's easier to develop the southeast. Very, very much easier. And then they're supposed to have the population.
So, and if you're making the argument real quickly that the topography and whatnot in the southeast makes it hard, then to Colada's point, then you have to develop less land, which makes it much easier to develop.
This is why these guys should not even have a village. They should not have villages in that part of. It should all be cities.
I think some of most what you are speaking, I think it's governance, because we have some of these innate governors
But
in
you
the
people have been
southeast.
the
I
one
mean,
governing yourself now.
I can't pinpoint any one of them. I
Have you ever
can
produced a
give
Yoruba
example of
governor
my state, Imo
in
State.
Enugu?
I mean,
Have you ever produced a Yoruba governor in Enugu? Have
No,
you ever
let's
produced
not go in that direction.
No,
but that's a different. What are you talking
I'm just
about?
trying to ask a question.
Let's not go in that
Have you ever
direction.
produced a Yoruba or an Hausa or a Fulani governor?
No, Patrick, forget that side. No, forget that side.
What is that supposed to mean about what we are talking about?
No, I think Patrick is trying to say that your governance is your local problems.
It's your
That's
people.
what we're trying to say. Yeah.
That's the
Okay,
point.
do we have to produce a Yoruba governor for it to be better?
That's why I said don't go that route.
That your people have been your governor. Your governor has come from among your people.
Yeah, but you don't need to present it in that manner.
Which manner now? There's free speech now. I don't have.
It doesn't mean that a Yoruba governor is going to come and make Owerri the best.
No,
it's just the governor.
What I'm saying is that you don't need to blame the governor. The blame goes to the people. It's just like
so
us
where
as
is
the country.
Where is the marginalization?
Exactly.
That's the right question.
You guys know Bonayon.
Yes, the guy that just died, right?
He didn't just die, he was just buried.
Oh, sorry, he was just buried, yeah.
Okay. That guy, when they created Abia State, he was the first civilian governor, not elected, that was posted to Abia State. Do you know why I was saying this? Because me and his children were in the same school there. That man did not do anything with the money that was given to Abia State. Nothing. And these same people, this same man wanted to be the president anyway. He will do this, everybody will keep quiet, and then we will come out to say we are marginalized. I don't know how that works, but I've said this in the platform before, and they throw stones at me. I say things that make them not to like me. I don't really care. As long as the government give you your allocation, you get everything to keep yourself. If the government didn't come to your state to build skyscrapers, you have enough to build those skyscrapers, so why don't you do it? Why don't you do it? There should be a flyover from Onitsha to Aba. According to you people, next time, a flyover that if you are coming from Lagos to the east, you want to go to Abia State, from there you go to Port Harcourt, you have to fly over from Onitsha. The rest will be underneath. You'll be at the top. What a beautiful sight. Not only that, it will go to rivers this way. It will go to the other side of Abia State. But will they build it? No, they won't. They have money to build it. Because if you see what these guys do with our money, that's okay. Let's continue arguing.
But Zita, see, the advantage that the Southeast has, small land mass, huge population density. It could easily be the Hong Kong.
Let me ask you that something. What has their governor done in Imo State? Or that flyover that he's been building for 2 years? What is the status right now? I'm gonna go there when I go home during the Christmas. He has been building that flyover for
You
2 or
see,
3 years. And it's like nothing up to today, according to what my father said.
When you come to pick a state from the southeast, you are trying to be all over the place in the argument. And whenever I want to make an argument or debate or counter something or stand on what I believe in, I don't like being all over the place. The narrative that always come out from the southeast is that they are being marginalized. And that's exactly what you guys are talking this night. And that's why I came in. Whether it's Imo State, Abia State, Ebonyi State, Anambra State, or Enugu State, they are still the southeastern region of Nigeria. And I am saying that they are not being marginalized. Because I have never had any of their governor cry one day and say, because of this thing I said, or because of this thing I did about the federal government refused to give us our allocation. Never had it. I've had it in Rivers State. I have had that in Lagos State. But I have never had anything like that in southeastern region from any of the governors, past and present. So when they say they are being marginalized, I don't know what they mean. Is it that they have not been in government, or is it that they need the federal presence? I don't know what other presence you need when your money is being given to you by the federal government. But if the argument is going to be all over the place, I don't do such an argument. I've given a name, Obonayono. He's late today. I know how his family, his children, everything changed because they made him governor. And up to today, that stigma in Abia State is not going anywhere. They're still battling. Talking about Imo State, when Rochas Okrocha came, the first thing he did was to quench the insecurity, because Imo State used to have a little insecurity here and there. I don't want to say about it in the global platform. He quenched the insecurity. Why did he do that? Because Imo State people are people who love to entertain people. They have beautiful hotels in Imo State. Every nook and cranny, that's their normal business. Beautiful women, beautiful attendants. So he wanted it to flourish. And that was why he started molding all those things that people from Port Harcourt used to come On weekend, at least they see where to go around and take pictures. At least he did that. But what am I saying in essence? If he has money, if a governor has money to buy every young boy a motorcycle, that means he has enough to develop the state. I rest my case.
I mean, well, I don't want to belabor the point. As the cost of asphalt for 500 kilometers is the same for your state. I mean, maybe not exactly the same, but similar. 500 kilometers will only cover within Oyo State. I can do 500 kilometers to connect 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 major cities or towns in the southeast. And that's exactly my point. It is much cheaper if it's planned.
All of South is about 200-kilometer radius.
Yeah, but what does that tell you then? Greetings to everyone, by the way.
I'm a boy today.
You don't worry now. You know, all these. Oh, now he's worried. He's
Nuclear
worried.
weapon, I mean. Nuclear weapon.
Nuclear weapon.
He's worried now. So, greetings to everyone on the panel and the chat. But so, what does that tell you? Then are you trying to say that the Southeasterners are lazy? They can't build roads and all that. What is your?
It's not lazy. The leadership is in question.
Leadership is in question everywhere in Nigeria. There is no only Southeast.
Nobody's marginalized is our point.
Nobody says that. What we are saying is that the idea that they are marginalized, the idea that they are marginalized, it does not exist. The fact
I don't subscribe to that. That they are particularly marginalized.
The point you made about leadership, I think you are half right. Because if you come to Southeast, you find out that most times, most of the project is a collective effort by the sons and daughters of that town. It's like a thing of joy, and it's a kind of class. They call you from where you are in Canada, and your father will say, my son Oluchuku in Canada donated 100,000 Canadian dollar. Hey, that's how Igbo people in their interiors, they build roads, pipe bomb water, sometimes electricity. You won't believe it. Sometimes the rich among them renovate some houses of the extreme poor. And they do this to get blessings from their ancestors. And that's why their leaders, I don't want to use the word leader, let me use the word governors. Their governors then steal the money. Because when you come to, let me give you a typical example. If you go to, let me say, somewhere in Okigwe, I will not mention them more. I didn't call anybody's name. And there is erosion, okay? And you will find out that the sons and daughters from that particular village who have made it in life, they will come back, contribute money, fill in those things, build comfort, channel it. They do it. Individual, collective individual efforts from the villagers. Then how would you expect, instead of those who speak, who have made it in life, to walk to the governor and said, where is the money for this road? But they won't do that.
No, but Madam Zita, no, I don't agree with that. So you think that because of the this thing that the people are doing for them, that's why?
Yes.
No, it's not true.
Hold on. I will give you.
It happens everywhere. So don't give that one. It's not only in the southeast. It happens everywhere. So it's not.
I think, Madam Zita, I think I beg to differ with you, even at all I'm from that part of. I mean, I know we have self-reliance, but that does not mean the innate of the governance, not doing what they're supposed to do.
Wait.
Wow.
I am saying out of experience. A man of prestige, have you and your village people that are living abroad, have you for once confronted your governor? Or maybe the commissioner for works? If you have done that, you will know why I'm saying this. Then we come up with
confronting the governors or the elected people. Is it not the same epidemic we have all over the country?
Wait,
that
exactly. It's not peculiar. That one is not peculiar to Southeast. It's not
I'm
peculiar
not
to
saying
only
it's
Southeast.
peculiar to Southeast. We are discussing Southeast. And I'm talking about my experience with their governors,
Madam
with
Zita.
their commissioners. And
Wait, Zita, go give me 5 seconds. Is your overriding point the fact that self-help exists means the governors now take advantage of that and not do anything or not do what they're supposed to do?
Let me give you an example. When you go to them, okay, you know what is collective effort you people make. Sometimes it will not be fantastic. You make something that is at least durable so that people, because sometimes these roads get so bad that cars cannot even pass. The villagers are suffering. So these good men and women from that village who have made it in life, they will come and work on it. After some years, it will go bad. And some people who have voice will now go back to the governor and say, this also, it's the villagers that used to, the people from, they have very rich people, they do it. That's why I'm saying this. It's not one incident. It's not two incidents. Neither is it three incidents. So when you see your governors, your commissioners make such utterances, the first, look, it might not be 100% correct. The first thing that comes to you, so because we do this, that's why you eat the budget for it. Are you getting my point? It might not be 100%, that's why they take the money. But how could a government official, that money has been allocated for such a thing, this is a global platform, make such utterances?
Basically, abdication of responsibility. They're even bold enough to say, "Maybe you have rich people that they fixed it," and like something like along those lines, right?
Is it not? Don't worry, those villagers get the money, they will do it.
Do you believe that any government functionary will say such a thing?
I don't take anything out of them. It's possible they can say it. I mean, honestly, it's possible. Because it also depends. If the culture is a celebratory culture.
Just give me a second.
You know, Kulata, let me give you, for example, I've worked in Ogun State. In fact, the whole hospital of, they go to state hospital. Let me finish, Madam Zita. Were constructed by Jebu people. So with government now use that one as an excuse. In fact, they were using it like a competition. The didactic word was built by
but think about it. The governor or the commissioner can say, you people have built hospital here. Why should I go and build primary health care when you people have already built hospital? Jebu people have money now, and then that ends it.
Kulata, Madam Zeta, why are you talking this way?
Hold on.
This is what we are trying to say. The governors are shining away from their responsibility. If a private citizen build 10 hospitals, why can't the state governor build the biggest central hospital for them?
We're not excusing them. We're saying they give excuses.
Somebody just said something now. He said, Kulata, do you believe a government official could say that? I am so shocked that a Nigerian said that. Because in my country, Nigeria, on several occasions, utterances from public office holders in Nigeria has gone viral. And somebody in this platform this evening said, do you believe a public official can say that?
You cannot be saying this, Madam Zita, that is the reason why
the
didn't say
governors,
that is the
your
reason.
leaders refuse to do what they're supposed to
Listen,
do. You
listen,
can't be giving such a reason now.
listen.
No, you're getting that wrong. He's
Please,
saying
when I speak, listen carefully. I always have issues with people when they don't
You have
listen
to
with
look
me.
at it from the premise of this
No,
argument. You are not talking of
please.
tangents. We are talking
Please.
about development of Southeast, and you are saying that the reason why is because the people are doing self-help projects.
No.
I
Listen to
beg.
me carefully. I said it might not be 100% right, like the reason, but when you hear a government official say something like this, the first thing that will come to your heart, oh, is it because these people struggle on their own and do this thing? Is that why you people cannot? Is that not what I said here? Is that why you people cannot use the fund that is being allocated for such things? When you walk up to somebody and tell this person, there is a grass growing here. You are responsible for removing the grass. The person tells, oh, don't worry, there are people who always come to remove it. What will come to your mind? The first thing that will come to your mind, oh, so because people come to remove it, it is your job, you don't want to remove it. That's just what I said on this platform. So
the bottom line is the nerve for that government official to make that kind of utterances shows the leaning, shows the mentality, and that shows is abdicated his responsibility. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Let me tell you something. Let me say this. You know, I like saying things that nobody can say. Let me say this, and I must be very honest with you people. Before now, I don't want to lay my hands on a particular decade, but let me use the word before now. Nigeria as a country are being ruled by elites that has a little shame. I repeat, before now, Nigeria is being ruled by elites that had little shame. When this Babangida came and started his Maradona, he will use military governor, the rest civilian, election. He will change. Civilian governors, only him will remain. Small time.
So, but this statement you are making is not very true. It's not completely true.
When
Madam Zita, sorry, can I correct you on something?
I said I like talking rubbish.
No, it's not rubbish. You are saying something wrong.
Let me finish my rubbish. And then it came 1999. I used to say that come 1999, that was a time Nigeria turned for the worse. When it came 1999, a real election was called. Now come, we want to hand over to the civilians. The elite was no longer interested. They were like, let me come now, tomorrow they'll come and beat me out. And that was how Nigerians, and Nigeria is now being ruled by people I will call thugs. I remember my father, when Ojo Zokalu opened his mouth as the governor of Abia State, my father used to ask, how did we get here? And up till now, that's the question I still ask. For those who sit in this platform and tell me that, do you think a government official can say that? I was shocked. That means they've not been listening to them. You can continue.
But let me ask something, Madam Zita. So all this is just narrated here, I mean, it may be some isolated, incidents. Some of those things may have happened. But you can't come here and tell me that, that has become the culture of the governors in the Southeast because they tend to abdicate their, their responsibility, knowing that people, going to be, they will ask people to go and do that. I mean, I don't quite believe in that's kind of a hard truth to that, in my own opinion. Now,
No, that's not what I said. I
I mean,
said,
but that's the way I'm reading it.
oh no, it's
Okay,
because we are discussing Southeast.
right.
In general, it's because we are discussing Southeast. In general, I don't know if some of you have villages where the roads are not tired. Over the moons, the grasses seem to be covering the road. How many of us on this platform know that there is money for that from the government? But
There's money for rural
in my
development.
own area, all those things are done by the local government. It's local government that will pay people that will cut those grasses.
Okay, now, in some places, it's the women that weed that in, and their husband will buy them, give them
Because
water.
if they don't have a responsible government, you can't say it can't be a reason for any rational person to think that
I'm
because
not
what
saying
the
it's a good.
Just 1 minute,
See,
Madam AI,
that,
just 1 minute.
that
Try
somebody
to
is using something
understand.
not to perform doesn't mean it is a reason.
No, Madam Zita, Simba, try to understand. I serve in the north, in the southeast, and I see a lot of communal effort. When you go to to most of the inner road in the villages, because where I serve is a small town, but not very far from 9th Mile. 9th Mile is a place where you can connect to North Central, Enugu, to Benue and the rest. I saw a lot of things that really impressed me. Most of this entire road, they will be swept by the women, the local women, and it's always remain clean like that. I think sometimes we have to also see how they live together. What is the communal effort? And I also see a lot of competition from their children in the diaspora because we have access to the Igwe. And the Igwe will told us a lot of stories about his children in America, those one in UK, this one in Canada. Sometimes some of them do come home and they always do something for their community. But that does not take away responsibility from the governor from not doing what he's supposed to do.
But what you are saying is not peculiar to that area alone now. It's not peculiar to them alone.
It's not peculiar to them. In a nutshell, I see a competition between the rich people in each community or in each town to outdo one another about development projects in their village. But
is that not what it happens in your state, right in your doorstep?
Yeah, but Simba, the point you guys are not really getting is because there's such culture in the southeast.
That is their culture.
There's such culture in the southeast means the government officials will take advantage of that, and they've already said it in. If it happens in their utterances, you better believe it's happening in their behavior.
Okay,
They will just take advantage of the culture.
Okay, Kulata,
you're making it sound like it's a universal.
No,
No, I'm not saying that.
Man of praise.
No, I'm saying. Okay.
You know, I think acrobatically, just hang on a little. I think I will make it easier for everybody to understand what I'm talking about. If you are a government official or you are a governor, I'm trying to make everybody understand what I'm saying. And you are a government official, you are sent to look around, like any place we will walk. And you walk into a particular town and you find out that 60% of the road in that town has been done. Done, not from you people as the government that have the money to do that thing. Then I ask, simple question. If you are putting out money to build roads for towns, will you add those 60% road?
Is it only road that is it only road that
Madam Zita,
it's only road
all
that they
about
needed
road.
in that town?
How about building
It's
some
only
industry
road
that
that they
someone
needed in that town.
But that's not the question. Let's stick to the premise of what she asked. Not
but
whether
is it just road?
All over the
That's not the problem of the governor.
No, prestige. Let's stick to the premise. We're using road as an example.
We are using road as an example. And I said, sometimes governors want to know
the people in South, they are provided everything that they needed. So the government has nothing to do again. Is that what you are saying? They are provided everything that they need.
No,
that's not what he's saying.
Be all over the place now. I said I'm using road as an example because that's the one everybody will understand. I'm using road as an example. Can we stick to that? And I said, sometimes these governors, they go around. Sometimes villagers come to them to ask them or actually beg them to come and help them do some certain things in their town that are really biting them hard. They usually come, men, women, elders, chiefs, kings, they come to the governor to beg what they're supposed to, what is their right, they're begging. Now, I said again, if a governor is going around the towns in his state or he usually send people, and he went to a particular town and he found out that the place that there is erosion, maybe he had it before he became governor, they have done it. Build a cover, 60% of that town, most of their problems have been solved. I ask, for those who is saying, are you saying that because those people are doing things, that's why they're not giving them, they're not doing their job? And I ask, money allocated to that town for job being done, will that government give it to them or complete the 40%?
They won't now, they'll chop it.
Good.
That's very obvious.
Everything I want to explain.
But what you just saying, okay, you may have some valid point. Okay, in the Southwest, don't they have community development individual doing something? Does that make the governors over there to become abdicate their responsibility?
Okay, wait now. You talk of Southwest.
Madam Zita, even before you
let me finish with Southwest. He asked us one after the other. I know you people are ready to ask me questions. In the Southwest, I believe that an average Nigerian, when they say Southwest, their mind will just go to Lagos. No, that's not the only Southwest. If you go to the interior Yoruba land, interior is the same problem. Now me they tell you. Sometimes Yoruba, it might be even a single effort. One rich man living in a place, we just tell them, look, during a rainy season, we say, this road, it usually gets so bad. You can take 10, 5, 6 tippers of sand, close up the place, make it better for everybody. And the villagers will come
But what do you think that most of these projects being done, they have budgetary allocation for it?
They do.
It's not true.
I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Sorry, let me quickly chip in this point. I beg to differ from you. Most Southwest states, most towns are motorable. They are tarred. Maybe it might not be in good condition, but just opposed to the Southeast, most of the roads are tarred. They are
no, that is not.
So you've been the whole of Southwest and their roads are tarred.
No.
They
are more connected. They are more
connected. Remy, what you are saying is not true. I'm not talking. When we veer into this conversation, it was not about
we are not making comparison
like roads or development. So we're talking. Hold on. So you're going to tell me now, Remy, hold on. You're going to tell me now that Ekiti State is more developed than say an Anambra State. I don't believe that. I don't think that is true.
No, that's not true.
I don't think that is
true. That's not what I'm trying to say. She made a statement.
So what are you trying to say?
When people think about Southwest, people only think about Lagos, and that is
I think we need to go back to the origin of this conversation. The conversation was Southeast is so the Southeast is so small.
By supporting AI, is an AI that led us away from our conversation.
The Southeast is so small. There's no reason the federal allocation that they're giving them that doesn't skip a bit. cannot go a longer way than other typical states. And then we use Oyo State as a reference because the entire 5 states and Oyo State are about pretty much the same size. So if I'm going to build 500-kilometer road in Oyo State, it can take me from Ibadan to Ogbomoso, but in Southeast, I can take it from Onitsha to this major town to that. I can take it to like 6,
from one hand to the
7
other.
major towns.
No. It's a very good point Kulata is making because of their landmass being very small
It's
comparable to
small.
just one state. I mean,
Yeah.
they have, they have the perimeter to develop in that area more than any other,
What I was even saying is that because of the landmass, right? So you have
Right.
15 senators. So if all of these 15 senators just do their constituency project, you will get more than all your state.
But they are not doing it. That's the problem.
No,
you will get more.
And if they say because of community project, that's why they are not doing it. Then you take
No,
it.
I don't buy that,
project.
Simbad. I mean, that may be an isolated incident. Or occurrence.
In Igbo land, every end of year, I forget now that the whole place is in a mess. In Igbo land, every end of year, you people should listen carefully because I'm saying this thing in a global platform. Every end of year, sons, beautiful sons and daughters of Igbo land do what they call launching. Launching for a project that must be executed next year for them to come home for the end of the year to do launching for
Madam Zita, what you are saying is not peculiar.
Wait.
Even in the Southwest, you see each town they will do Oshogbo Day, Jebo Day. They do it every year, and they raise funds.
Hold on now.
They raise funds to develop their but that will not prevent the government. It can't be a reason why a government will say or a government official will say they will not do what they're supposed to do.
Hold on.
I thought the narrative was about marginalization, which the Southeast failed when they received the same amount of money from other states.
Even
but
more,
they have not been able to develop.
But Prestige, they receive more compared to the population and the land size. That's what you are saying. They
I agree
receive
with
more
that.
than any other person.
So I'm blaming it on the leadership. But Madam
But then somebody will not come here and say because they are doing community project, that's why they are not doing it.
Can you people understand me first? I'm trying to put these things so that you guys can understand it. Now, Remy, is it symbol Remy? He said they do Oshobo Day, blah day, okay. And they use the money to develop their town, right? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Can you give me an example of the development they do?
I've given you one. I worked in Ijebu-Ode, and the whole hospital complex, State Hospital Ijebu-Ode, were donated by the people of Ijebu-Ode. The whole hospital.
Now? They donated what?
What? Even the road project within the hospital were constructed by the people.
Okay, hold on.
Even
Stop there. Hold on now. I'm trying to drive my point.
Listen to this also. Listen to this.
Hold on. I'm trying to drive my point so that you can understand.
I want to give you another example so that you can everything together and then you can respond. Okay. In your state,
I just wanted one project. I don't want to all over the
place. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, they use it to do road. Just one. Let's end it there. They use it to build road, right?
Not road, though. This is not about road. I'm telling you the whole complex of a multi-millionaire.
Can you give me one project? You said
that's what I want to tell you. Then relax.
Just one.
Relax. Your hospital in Ibadan belonged to the Oni family, and they donated a whole building, a whole mansion for this hospital complex, and that's what they have been using to today. So they do a lot of things like that in the Southwest too. So it's not only in your own region.
Okay, wait now. You said they use it to build hospital. Okay.
They did not use it to build hospital. The building has been there for a long time. And when the man passed away, they donated it to the state.
No, what I am asking, can you tell me specifically what they use their donation to do?
That's what I'm telling you. It's a building and the building is so expansive. And then when demand died, they donated the whole building. And today, the state is using that whole building for hospital, general hospital.
Okay.
All the wards for children, adults, everybody goes there. Everybody knows that place. Now it's in Ring Road.
Okay. Okay.
So
What you are saying is that the community people came together and renovated the hospital.
No, I did not.
No, okay, that's the one I say. Okay, or let me forget about your own. The one I'm saying, yes.
They come together, donated money, and renovated the hospital.
Yes, they even pledge. What they do is that each person will pledge. Okay, this is what I'm going to do, and they did it.
Okay, so I'm still trying to drive my point so that you people will understand me. Now, after they have finished doing that project, did the government come to do it again? It's done, right?
Yes.
And within you think there is no fund for that hospital or that road?
When you make a budget, it's not you make budget for what you actually wanted to do. It's not a project that has been done that you make budget for now. You don't make budget. You don't budget for something that has been done.
What did I say wrong that you did not understand?
You are saying that the same project. No, what you are saying. You are saying, wait. You are saying that the same project that the committee has done, that government will also budget for it and eat the money. That's what you are saying.
You just said now, you can only budget for what is not done, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you understand what I've been saying all along.
But what you are that's not what you are saying. You are saying that the community.
I don't understand this argument now.
I think the argument she's making is that.
Well, I don't even know why you guys think it's far-fetched that government will budget for something that's already been done by private individuals. How is that not?
I don't understand this argument.
How is that not? I mean, how is that far-fetched in Nigeria?
But that's the argument that Badrazita is making.
But the argument is correct now. Like, if private individuals do something, government will still budget for it now. It's been done, but they'll still budget for it and chop the money.
What I'm saying.
So I think what Madam Zita is trying to say, we understand. But there's nobody from the East that can corroborate our assumption.
No, we don't need that. We know it's possible.
It's possible now.
She's not on trial now.
It's possible.
She's not on trial.
Let me tell you this. Maybe because people don't know how government work. Even if you want to do any government work, like hospital, you know that hospitals belong to government, and you want to work, government has to approve you. They have to approve it for you to do. You can't just go there and say you want to do this project. So it will be very difficult for them to not say they have approved the project for you to do. At the same time, they will not also put budgetary allocation for it. Why are you people thinking like this?
Understand?
No.
You know that every local government has allocation.
What do you think is going to be AI's?
Do you know that every local government has allocation?
Government owns something. You want to help government. Government will approve it for you. You can't just go there. Then at the same time, you now say that that same government will also approve budget for the same thing.
Which
government
approves what?
What do you think is going to be AI's fate in this case?
AI's fate. AI as artificial intelligence.
Samuel Ekpa.
You said that.
AI's take.
No, I mean, what do you think? What do you think?
You ask her the question directly. What is our own? What was our view about it? It's not.
What do you think? What do you think the Nigerian government will be able to extradite?
Whether they'll be able to extradite.
They will.
But it depends on how strong the.
Okay, do we have
I've seen several news saying that now that will be extradited now. I've seen
that's what they said. If you read the news carefully, they said they're going to ask for it. It's not like they've already gotten it.
Do we have any deal? Like, do we have any agreement with Finland?
Now, let me tell you something. First,
I don't think we need to be with Finland. I think we need to have it with what's it called?
Let me talk. At least I'm living here. let me say something here. People should understand.
Oh yeah, he's from Finland. Yeah.
If us, the Finnish government, find him guilty of doing that kind of terrorism and collecting money or doing that kind of stuff, the first thing they will do is that they will revoke his citizenship. And when they take their citizenship away, that means that man is already as good as going back to Nigeria. It's as simple as ABC.
Okay, where's the trial?
The file of the, I don't know, because I never.
The trial will be in Finland because they are the one arresting him. They are the one charging him.
The Finland first have to know.
Okay, so hold on. So hold on. So what if the crime? I mean, there are many variations of crime you can commit, like from money laundering to whatever. Yes, but the T, I don't have to call out the full one. The T one is allegedly committed in Nigeria. So can Finland try for the T1?
No.
Colata, you are not on. You didn't understand the case.
No, wait, the T1.
Who asked
the T1 can be committed anywhere, even though the incitement is in Nigeria, but it can be that the Finland can still charge him with it. You understand?
Even though it's not in Finland.
Who asked my view for this
because
case?
It's almost like somebody. It's almost like I'm trying to. It's almost like if they can if the T stuff, like it's almost like a universal offense. So the trial can be
under the international law and
jurisprudence. Okay. Financial terrorism, they can try for that even in Finland.
They can try for financial T. We're trying to protect the world.
Oh shit! Sorry.
No, but why can't you speak against such now? Why can't you say?
I don't know YouTube policy now. That's why I'm like.
See, Kulata, let me say this. They have been compiling actions of that guy. And I am surprised he's very careless about it. This thing that happened now, it's not that they just had something and went to pick him. Remember, it's not now they started pushing for it. They've been compiling evidences on him. Both what the guys in Nigeria say and what he's saying, and when the actions are being carried out. Remember, the military is heavily involved. I know most of you don't have a clue what is happening in the Southeast. You just hear that place is... you won't believe how many military men these boys have spied. It is not a joke. Unless they want to make the case a joke. But the case against him is not a joke. That's all I
can say. Can I ask a process question, right?
Go ahead.
So they talked to him in some court over there. A lot of it's going to be due to financial, one thing or the other, or funding Oh, hold on. Or funding T or something, because you can't say, I mean, the best they can do is call him. It will be financial related because some of the charges that they counted. Oh, hold on. Some of the charges that they counted. I mean, the initial arrest was financial. This one is T related. They're going to link both of it together, one way or the other, and then they're going to call him an accomplice. So are they now going to finish the trial and then redact his citizenship and deport him? Or
yeah, if the T1, if they get him on the T1, they can revoke the citizenship.
So once they revoke his citizenship, then they deport him.
Yeah, but that means Nigeria.
That will take a long time.
No. That means Nigeria has to be involved in that trial in Finland because of evidence. Because then you then have to present your evidence of what that financial transaction has been causing your country.
You see,
so you can link it together with that in the court. So Nigeria has to be in court in Finland.
If you are a foreigner that have a citizenship in that foreign land, you are living. The moment you have an issue and they boldly put on air and online mentioning where you are born, you are in trouble. When they say Nigerian born finish, you are in trouble.
That means they're going to throw you under the bus. You're not one of us.
But it started, but it started in the, but it started in their military, right? If I'm not wrong, right? It started in their military over there, right?
But they've called his papa's name now. From what did I just told you now? They've serving the military is not
What
good
I'm
enough.
saying is that it is in Finland. Finland is a country, if you follow their constitution, they don't really bleat an eye in things like this, like separatism and blah, blah, blah. But a lot of evidence has been pushed to them. If they don't act, it's going to tell a lot about them.
But actually, you don't even need that much on X. That guy posts all sorts of barbaric videos of stuff that they've done to either policemen or military.
Yes.
So it's even easy to. It's not
That's what I'm
like
saying.
it's an easy case.
Yeah, they beat.
Let's go by that, Abby. Let's go by that.
Yeah, the guy must be foolish. I think he overthought his Finnish citizenship.
But okay, remember that the guy even joined one of these political parties here, trying to cozy up their politicians over there. Like he thinks like
it was a deputy councillor or deputy something. And then he's married to a Finnish citizen. So maybe he thinks with that will kind of like cover that's enough cover for all the shenanigans he was doing online.
Listen, let me tell you, as we are speaking here, they have his phone.
Now, of course, they will have all that stuff now.
You see all those things he's posting, his contact, what he told the person, what they have a lot on him. They have more than a lot on that guy.
Because you know
he was so careless about it.
The thing is,
they were tapping his phone.
Apart from that, if they are charging him, it means that for me, it's done. I think it's done. If they charge, like if they are actually charging him now, forget it, it's done.
I have a question. Okay, and Jack, I have a question. Does it mean that Buhari government didn't make enough push to get this guy? Because I'm trying to figure out, were they watching for a while, or this was just something recent? Because he's been doing this for almost 6-7 years now, right?
No, it could be a combination. What we are seeing now, Babati, don't let's presume that the previous governments have not.
I'm trying to understand. I don't know. I'm only asking the question.
Pato must defend Buhari, Mr. Pato
You see, this is a combination of everything. And people that think that, the Finnish government is, I can see Nigerian government hand behind this thing.
Of course, they'll be pressuring them
to
say.
They are taking their lesson from Nnamdi Kanu. They won't go and try and play backdoor. They want to make sure they get him. You see, with all this noise, they are not even responding to him. With all this, we will do this, we will do that, we are Biafra. They are just waiting. That guy is on his way to Nigeria. Go and mark it.
But here's the thing: is how fast can that happen? Because in Europe or all these things, they might just drag in court.
No, everybody. You see, some of these things, the European people know what they happen now too now. The world is open before all of us, except we want to pretend. The world is open before all of us. They know what is going on. They know do you know when these people started touching World Health Organization and all those stuff? There are some things you don't do. You know what they did in Anambra?
You remember that boy that used to talk about Tinubu during that election? Hyundai. That's his name.
Oh, that.
We don't even hear about him again. Where is he now?
Where in they?
He's still there. He's still go Dr. Damages. Still they talk of Pata.
I thought by now it would be on Fox News, CNN, Al Jazeera. Which one they popular again? I thought
overplayed his hand.
he's acting. His latest stunt was acting like he's protecting Dangote. That someone said he should write some damaging environmental something on Dangote. Someone that said Dangote refinery
The guy,
didn't
okay,
exist.
the guy sent the email to himself. I mean.
I thought you have written a bestseller.
The guy's
I
a
thought you
sick
have
joke.
written a bestseller by now.
Same guy. Tinubu is Guinean. Same guy. Tinubu is from here. Same guy.
I don't know, but let's see what will happen.
No, but that guy,
Yeah, but
Udeyi one is just propaganda journalism.
No, I'm
that's
not
all.
talking about today.
That
I'm
one,
talking
no, there's
about
not like
It's not like he's doing anything.
See me on that.
But me, if you
Now
ask
this
for my
one,
own honest opinion, I don't want him to be extradited back to Nigeria. I want them
partially
to
a
deal with
military
him in
guy. He
Finland.
knows the implication. And mind you,
where you go
you are,
get better prison, get better food.
He'll be playing Xbox in
you know,
prison.
you know his insurrection list.
Madam,
His
you want to mention the
You know that what
you say
that one
make
we
gatekeeper for Finland. Where you go get better prison, get better food.
Madam Zita, you know what that one we generated by the time he gets Nigerian can easily forget it. He will get there now. You see now by the time he spend 1 year, 2 years, you will see the story will change again.
She reason that the kind of story change.
This is his is it 40 year?
How long?
How many years has he been there?
You mean Simon Ekpa?
I think
2021 or something.
Was it 21 or 22 that was arrested?
I think it was 21.
September 21, right?
I think it was 21.
Is it June 21? 21.
It was after COVID something.
The date they arrested Nnamdi Kanu was 21st. This guy too was 21st.
But I didn't know do well though.
Why?
He just abandoned the guy for there.
Go come on.
You see what we are talking about now. You can see what
Pato, what is wrong with you? Are you just trolling us or something?
Pato is a woman. He's not just emotional. Every time he's just emotional. He just being emotional every time.
Buhari no do well though. He just forget the guy.
It's July 2021. It's been there since. It's going to. It will be 4 years.
Has he changed the clothes?
That Fendi. That Fendi does suffer.
But were you surprised when he came to court and he hasn't even mellowed down a little bit? He still think he's on radio and so he's still acting like no, I don't think.
No, wait, no. This life, I don't think it's either one. They don't communicate to him about what his people is going through, or
like
human being.
Pato,
prison.
Pato, the word has moved on. Pato, the word I've moved on, but for some reason when he's speaking, I'm like, dude, even your people they've moved on to people, they moved on to something else. I haven't gotten the memo yet.
Because of me, if it's because of me that they are doing that, I don't know how I would be, Sha. I don't know.
Here's the thing. I mean, that guy, honestly speaking, I don't think anybody's going to release him. Except it comes out of the true court process. I don't think there's going to be any president.
Let me be honest with you. If Tinubu does not release him, Pato, hold on. If Tinubu does not release him, it's going to spend about 16, 17 years because nobody from the north is going to release him.
Nobody from the
Trust
north
me.
will release him.
So it's only hope with Tinubu because that is it. If not,
I don't think Tinubu is going to release him.
So that means he's spending 16 years plus there.
Was it not somebody from the north that forgave Ojukwu?
With this current
Ojukwu is different now. Ojukwu is different. Ojukwu stuff was real. There was a war. This guy is just an element.
It's just politically expedient. They will play politics with it and release him.
But the current politics now doesn't require releasing him for anything.
Nigeria, there is nobody in the north that will risk his political future as a president for second term. Maybe second term, but I don't see it.
It's not the same narrative. Believe me, it's not the same.
So it's only
I mean, you can't even compare with Ojukwu at all. Ojukwu was a real Nigerian military guy. I mean, that was real. But Cameroon is just some radio nuisance.
So Kumawo about 16 to 17 years, Lemon by any, and that's what we
These
are
people are
looking at.
Please, when are they burying Anduba?
I
think it's not this Saturday.
It might not get up to that much. Although you see this Europe sentencing is not
When
that.
are they burying Anduba?
It should be this week.
They
They've started this
did
process.
not allow him. I think it's this weekend or something like that.
And they've started the process.
No,
It's not Andover. It's not Andover.
Maybe they say Biafra.
Andover never
Andover never die. Sorry, it's fine. But thank you, Ekene, for
sorry.
Wait, Ekene, did he pay Cosmas Maduka his money before he died?
What did you say?
Brother, you don't forgive.
Did he pay Cosmas Maduka the money? Cosmas forgive him.
No, I don't think so. No, he has forgiven him. He paid some, but he didn't pay all of them. I think
Now big money. I was in Lagos when I was in Lagos with the banker when that thing happened.
So,
did you hear what?
The question I want to ask this platform is this: with the arrest of Simon Ekpa, do you think another person will come up again and start here?
Of course.
No, they will not come. They will not. Listen, they will not. They will not try it again.
The money is there now. What are you getting now? The money investment.
Let me answer your question.
It's becoming risky. That money is very risky now.
No, that's not true. Remy, I know you've heard of a place somewhere in the East Asia or West Asia, West or East, where they're fighting war now.
On my way.
Okay. Wait. Even if they are buying them, they will still come. They will always have a leader. Because if you look at those ones, they buy their leader, buy the replacement of their leader, buy the replacement of the replacement of their leader, buy the replacement of the replacement of the replacement of their leader.
So, Madam Ahai, what is the solution there? If another person comes out,
that one is not. That one is different.
Wait. In the southeast now, you don't collect one, go put for cupboard. Tell and say make it sit down there for almost 3 years now. You want collect this one went wide. You don't pick him now. Probably you end up putting him in a second cupboard. Now, if you listen, when people have a movement, the people that actually chase them away is their domain. I repeat, if somebody has a movement, the person that kicked that movement out is where they reside.
Yeah, Zita, we know that. But look at the reality. The reality is there is now new indoctrination. So we're looking at an average of a 30-year problem because we have like 2 generations now that have been indoctrinated.
That's what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying. But
there's
wait.
no indoctrinating anything. It's just cow. Let me explain something to you. These guys are just cowards. You know what is going on? It's not just on the southeast side, though. It's mostly a lot of the southern part of Nigeria. As soon as they get maybe citizenship from any of these Western countries, they feel like they can come out with their chest and say anything about Nigeria or about certain group, about anything. They come.
Just
you see,
like that, my sister for Canada.
Once this Finland case happen now, they see that you can actually get in trouble even if you live in police soil. Watch, all these cowards will run inside. They will run inside. I bet you.
I think that thing will not die.
About that.
That thing will not die.
Kulata, you get one of my brother. You get one my wife go meet for market tomorrow. They contribute for this man like that. Tell us say in the Western border.
For Ekpa.
I go meet them tomorrow. The hope of Biafra on the 2nd of December is now dashed. So
that we still
we'll go argue the thing for sure.
And
announce with you get announce, and their prime minister don't go free. Even if go deny them say no be prime minister for.
Sorry, please don't meet the guy.
they will still announce it.
There's
The difference is that it won't have weight.
Don't let them target you. Just leave them. You know, it go be like say they laugh them. I beg.
But you guys don't really realize what is going on.
No, they don't go
The
do
people
anything.
that believe in this stuff, the people that believe in this stuff will now think this December 2 is so real that the Western world, that Nigeria, this is how they will think. That Nigeria had to use the Western world to stop Biafra from coming.
They will announce it.
You know when I know that? Do you know that? Do you know when I know that? You know that when I think that people that have sense.
It's ideology.
There was this video this guy created. There was this video this guy created on, is it last 2 weeks or so, after Trump win the election. This video was circulating. They were circulating it in their WhatsApp everywhere. The video was Trump saying that he will give them Biafra, this and that he give the Nigerian government before he comes in.
Yeah, somebody said it to me. You are right. I told the person that it's AI.
If you see how these people was, if you see how they were jubilating, they came. I tell them, say, "Una no get sense." This is Trump inauguration speech, and this guy go and did some stuff on that inauguration AI speech, changing, as in was circulating it around their WhatsApp group. You know, these are our elderly people. They behave sometimes you think they get sense. They don't get sense. So all these are our elderly fathers and mothers, especially these ones that fought Biafra.
No, see the thing. I can not be say they don't get sense. Once they've planted a seed, an emotional seed in you, it's like following a pastor. Like if you open your eyes, you can see it's shenanigans. But because they planted that thing in you, since you will just blind your eye to rational thinking, and you just continue doing it. I think that's what's going on.
That one might make me vex. I can't tell them say I don't get sense. So
one man said Kanu was an estate agent in London. One man.
Kanu was an estate agent
in London. That's what one man said.
In London.
Maybe now he sell house to one man.
But the guy is far from that. Now he's a big boy now. Big boy.
People don't go kill me with laughter. He sell a house.
He sell a house.
He be rector, they collect commission.
But there's a problem because for the people to revolt, is either everybody wises up, because there's so many people that are born now see Kanu as one hero. They'll see Ekpa as an hero, and then they will see all these things plus all these videos they think is real. So you can imagine the psyche of some young, fresh minds. It's going to be hard to deal with, though, honestly speaking. It's going to be hard.
It's difficult, but the only thing, as I said before, that we change it is a mistake.
What kind of mistake?
I don't know, but they're gonna make a mistake.
A lot of people need an orientation in that area.
What will orientate them is that mistake?
Sorry, Madam AI. Let me tell you, this is one thing I wanted to say. Kenny was almost hitting that point. You see, as human beings, we have the tendency to repeat the same mistake from one generation to another. When I was growing up, when I was a young man, you know that we had these banks that came in the early 90s, all of them, they were paying heavy interest and everything, and people put in money and people lost money. That generation grew old. They had not passed away. They were still in Nigeria. In the early 2000s, that's just barely like 10 years or almost 12 years after, another stream of people came that they could do money stuff. People put their money
Ponzi scheme. What those Ponzi scheme?
Wet solution, no spec.
Wet solution.
I remember no spec.
No, that's not the mistake I'm talking about.
Even recently.
No.
They still do
has rigid. I want you to pay close attention. Listening to Donald Trump, the condition he has given to Nigeria government to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu before 31st of this November 2024, or else Pachanti Gofuma, pay attention. Also, there is another video at the end of this particular one from that popular Biafran prophet, what he said about Donald Trump and this redeclaration of Biafra, December 2024. Guys, listen and keep sharing this video. It's quite interesting.
I am calling on the Nigerian government to immediately release Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, who has been detained under circumstances that raise questions of fairness, human rights, and basic justice. Nnamdi Kanu's detention has gone on far too long, and it's time for the Nigerian government to respect the principles of freedom and the rule of law. I have watched this situation closely, and I have seen how it has stirred deep pain, anger, and frustration among many Nigerians who feel that their rights and voices are being suppressed. Now, let me be very clear. If Mr. Kanu is not released by November 31st, 2024, my administration will begin the process of withdrawing medical. Let me be very clear. If Mr. Kanu is not released by November 31st, 2024, my administration will begin the process of withdrawing medical, financial, and humanitarian aid that we provide to Nigeria. The United States stands for justice and democracy, and we expect our allies to uphold these same values. In addition, if Nigeria does not take this step, I will meet with other world leaders to discuss further actions, including sanctions against Nigeria. The world must not stand idle while the rights of individuals are trampled. This is not a message of hostility, it's a message of hope, fairness, and accountability. We want to see Nigeria flourish as a nation, and I believe that respecting justice and human rights is key to a prosperous future for all Nigerians. Thank you, and God bless America.
Now, listen to the...
I just now AI write that thing. Now AI read that.
And you know the worst part of it. Do you know the worst part of it? This video, if you watch Trump inauguration speech, this is the video.
Not
That is that day he was making. I mean, his victory. Yes, his victory speech. Yeah, that was the background there. So and I watched that. I watched that victory speech from beginning to the end. So when I saw this video, I say, no, I just say, wow. I just say, now.
Wait, do you think that girl? Do you think she believes it or she's intentionally lying?
No,
that
this is catching out for this guy. If you see
that one,
Kulata, you need to see how my people were jubilating. You need to see how my people were jubilating. You need to see how they were jubilating. This video you see here, almost all the whole both Igbo group, almost all the whole WhatsApp group where they Igbo land. This video circulated towards them, and they were jubilating. I just stand like this. I just say, "Now, wow, Simon Ekpa, don't go far." Now, wow, only few people. I mean, you know, so all this AI of stuff. Not only many of us know say this kind of thing will happen, but most of them don't believe. They say, "Hey, Donald Trump voice now." Can't let them say, "No, be Donald Trump voice." This is they just
they didn't even get it well. They didn't get the voice well. The algorithm wasn't right. They didn't get the voice well. Some people will get the voice so well that you'll be shocked.
So that young girl, educated, fine girl, she believes whatever she was playing, or she was just pretending.
That one, Polata, if you ask for my own opinion, she was just trending it because she know that she will get traffic. She will get traffic from it.
No, this one we get. You know, this social media of a team. I think it's time we need to look into it, because just because of this guy now to get followers now, he's now circulating all this video in every internet, every platform, deceiving a lot of people. It's quite unfortunate.
Ekene is the one.
So when I saw this thing, when I saw this, I just say, hey, man, and I don't say that Simon Ekpa a thief right from the beginning. This one I confirm thief. He just they use the mind of our people, especially our elderly. You get one man where they run mad for this Biafra for Alaba. The man they run mad. He go tell you say Simon, I don't bring don't bring vehicle, don't bring this thing, don't mount
Kulata, you said Samuel
hold on.
Onekpa, is he still married to?
Sorry, you have to stop that music. I could get copyright. We could get copyright struck for it. So no music.
He's still married to his wife.
Yeah, Shebi is married to a white woman.
I asked you, he's still married to them.
I don't know. I mean, I don't follow all this or something. I don't know.
No,
his wife is Nigerian, Abi.
No, Ekpa.
Okay,
Ekpa's wife is white. I
That
think
guy
his
do
wife is white.
something for Igbo land. God of mercy.
But you know the sad part is you could literally look at the indices, the statistics in the Southeast in 2014. And when you compare it to 2024, and you can see areas where the thing is going down, down, down. And a lot of it has to do with like revenue numbers and all. It's either static or it's going down and going down. It's not going. So it's really
if you're
affecting.
losing one business day every week, you're
the
going to lose
guy
money.
dealt with Southeast, Jehovah.
This guy has empowered. This guy has empowered. Let me tell you, this guy has empowered a lot of criminals. So which I don't know even if this arrest will stop it. A lot of criminals. He has empowered them so much.
Do you know they divided themselves
just
into? I think they are 10 now, because he has a breakout from his own group, and then that group has another breakout. At a point that we are trying each other. They have 3 breakouts from his own, I think so, plus other groups that formed. I mean,
Madam Sir, where are they getting the funding?
Very easily.
I tell you, say my people they fund this guy. I tell you, say they go meeting. This one don't be said and tell me. As an elderly man we get shop, what they do where we get money, you go meeting every month. Go donate 5,000 naira, 2,000 naira for this course.
They catch and say they fund.
You know,
say
if I was,
funding fee.
If I was Tinubu, you know what I would do? Now that Ekpa has been arrested, I will release him Nnamdi Kanu, just to kind of almost like you want to balance the whole. Like you want to balance the whole.
If you not like people land,
this Ekpa own. This Ekpa own.
You
no,
don't
they
know
talk that
nothing.
kind thing. No.
All people that they have fight their people, they will take him to court. If you don't know nothing.
No. I think you can. I think they can work with Nnamdi Kanu.
No, they cannot. They can just let him.
Akim, I think you believe that one person, that this whole crime syndicate is centralized. I don't believe it's centralized anymore. You can't stop it. People have figured out they can make money from carrying guns.
The issue is that the issue is that I don't know whether this their killing will stop because of the arrest of. But for this one now, this time nobody cares about him. I'm telling you the fact. Nobody will even unless maybe if government have a hand in it, maybe at the back they will just leave. But nobody will beg for his release. People are even most of us and a lot of people that knows what he's doing. Just bring him home, buy him, just buy him. Now him be our own. The guy don't waste.
The guy
Can
half
not
of
talk
that
like
Nnamdi
this?
Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu not even man.
This guy is worse than whatever you guys are saying. Yeah.
What you are saying, we can't see it now. We can't even palpate it. That okay, people, a lot of people still supported. Or have we seen any form of protest or whatever against the killing that is going on in the Southeast?
Hold on. Somebody asked my opinion on this case. Maybe Remy, you were not here when I spoke on this case.
This is Simba.
When
you guys confuse both of them.
When you guys say they supported him, I have tried severally to explain this thing to. I know most people understand what I'm talking about. I have struggled on several occasions to explain this Southeast Wahala to everybody. I told you the first instant is emotion of a kind of pity and soft-mindedness. Then the second one is fear. That's what is raging that fire in the Southeast. Nothing more.
The most important thing is fear. Fear.
No,
People are afraid.
It's the emotion of soft. How do you say
Soft
it again?
soft spot for the historical.
Thank you. That's the
Yeah.
right word. When you have soft spot for a mission, people like Nnamdi Kanu and Simeon Ekpa will become a tool that can be used to either make it or mar it. Then from having that soft spot, the second one came later, which is fear. Yeah, we want Biafra. What they did to us during the Nigerian Biafra. Yeah. There is nothing wrong in asking for secession. Agree. Then people go about their normal business. Then Simeon Ekpa came and then forced sister at home. Is that sister at home that went bankers?
Madam
When he
Sita,
said
a quick follow-up question. With the arrest of this guy now, what about next Monday? Is he going to
sit at home?
Oh my God.
Are we going to bet
No,
money
people
on
will just wait to observe now. People will just wait to observe what will
I have an idea that just
Who
came to
am I
my
going
mind.
to bet money with? They will sit at home.
I have an idea that just came to my mind. I think it will be more beneficial for the Southeast for Finland to actually lock this guy in jail in Finland rather than sending him to Nigeria.
Finland's taxpayers' money to be used to feed
No,
him.
let me explain why. Because if Finland jails him in Finland, then the diaspora that really fund all this nonsense, they will be on notice, because that means your activities is considered as part of the T activities, and you can be locked up in your country of residence. So that would dissuade. So that would dissuade the diasporan people, and then it will just be a localized Nigerian problem.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe at least
you have a point there.
Can I say something?
It's a good point. Yeah.
Kulata, can I say something?
Mm.
Let me repeat this again. The money for the arms and ammunition is not coming from that contribution. I may comfortably say that the money is coming from billionaires. Those people contributing that money don't have, one, the financial capability. When I mean capability, I mean when you have the money, you can have the connection to be able to move such arms and ammunition without the federal government or the Interpol intercepting you. That's why I say capability. Then the second one is capacity. Those money that contributing is the one that the Simeon Ekpa is using to fund his lifestyle and for those paying for the lawyer and something.
Madam Sita, do you know the stature of that guy when he started? Now the guy don't big now. Don't they add body the guy?
That's the money.
Can I tip in something, Madam Ian?
Our youth don't finish you. They don't buy everybody from Southeast.
Let me tell you, the difference between this fight and most struggle is this. One, what is the thing that is located in Southeast that can be of economic interest to a major power in the West or in the East? If they don't have, then
gas.
They don't have something to negotiate. If they have, if I'm the one
gas, Patrick, gas.
If I'm the one leading that
Imo State.
If I'm the one leading it, then I can. It's just because they are not smart. I've said it on this platform before. I think was it Man of Prestige say, "What are you talking?" But I think he almost was going to believe me, because if you have something to work with, then you don't even need to make noise. Nothing. Everything should go normal for the next 5 years or 7 years. You are working in the background and you are bringing in major interest.
Let me tell you something.
You can start.
We know the study situation. Let me say this. If you have something, that argument is totally wrong. You don't know Ogoni land. If you know Ogoni land, you will know that they have a lot. It was from the first inception when somebody voiced out that he wants to secede from Nigeria, they shut him up and dealt with him decisively. That's the foundation. No matter what you have in Nigeria, you stand up, you say you want to secede, it's not go easy for you.
You know, go stand up. That's what I do. I'm saying two different things. If I have that, I can use that to stimulate interest.
That is what I'm saying. You didn't know how far King Saruwiwa went. That was
he
why.
Didn't do all those versions.
Wait,
just a fight.
Let me finish.
People of interest.
You don't know how powerful King Saruwiwa is. That was why Abacha has no other choice. Because if he has left that guy to live, he go be helele by now. By the time they bring up the stages Ken Saruwiwa has gone in the international community, Abacha didn't have a choice than take off his head immediately. Because that's the only way he will not succeed. So this thing you are talking about background, I don't know what you mean, because if you are doing your background, remember that the country you are doing that background has a president. And some people and some countries still want to do business with them. So that your background will come out in the open. It was Ken Saruwiwa's background that got to Abacha. Abacha say, Ishikene, in this country, I did hear this guy don't go this far. Catch him.
Can I raise a conspiracy theory? So, Madam Zita, you said the people funding this shenanigans, they're billionaires, right?
I thought it was Babangida that by Sarowa.
Who by Saruwiwa? Was it Babangida? I think it was Abacha, right? I can't remember. That was we were in university. I can't remember. It's been a while.
Abacha.
Who was before, after Babangida? Who was next?
Abacha was next.
So it's
I
Abacha
know. I was in
that
Nigeria then. It's Abacha that by him.
That was in the early 90s.
Around 96. Abacha by
Was
him,
that
I think it was
96?
95 or 96.
It was November 1995.
No, it was
we went there to
Okay,
watch it
1995.
live. We went there to watch it live. He was spied in Port Harcourt. They take the.
Yeah, it was Abacha. I was kind of misunderstanding it with the Legiwa.
They collect the
I think someone just joined us.
I have never seen
Crown.
anything like that before. They take the body, they hang in. It get as Port Harcourt on day. The thing will just
publicly
take
done?
the head and throw the body the other side for the owners.
Was it publicly done?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, that's bad.
Well, I wouldn't say publicly, but it's military people that took us. So I wouldn't know whether it's public. I'm a civilian, so I was there. So I don't know whether publicly.
Crown, are you with us?
There are a lot of civilians like me.
Hey, Kulata, how you doing?
I do. If you enter, I mean, we're just
Yeah, I know that you guys are just you guys are celebrating the Ekpa and I was
AI arrest.
Yeah. The guy have committed a lot, and people I watch this guy. I watch on Rudo's platform the other time, and it's very sad the way people are celebrating this guy. And they see people dying every day in that part of the country. I don't know what you want to gain. If you want to
300,000.
If you want to leave the country,
wait. 300,000 people died.
Yeah.
Which 300? If you go, Madazita, if you go to Ihala, nobody remembers Ihala again.
It's 300,000.
That Ihala in particular. Nobody.
What has happened in the southeast is
only elders.
Boko Haram did not
Only
kill
elders
us to
go
that.
to see.
the report, what the military gave us, they didn't include elders and military personnel.
And
just
and
the
the
youth.
sad part
The
of
youth.
it is that if federal government send military to that place, they will say they militarize every place.
Military they there. Where you get that one from? Military
So,
they there.
you know, for me, I was more like kind of taken aback when Man of Prestige was talking earlier, and he talked about how that thing has affected business in that region. I was like,
no, if
how does it?
you see data, you know that a lot
How
of
did
people
people put
have
up with
left.
that for that long?
Because a lot of people have left.
Hold on, guys. Let's hear from Crown and JC. They've just come into the conversation and they've not made a submission yet.
So thank you, woman. So what I'm saying is that a lot of people have left that part of the country, and it's affecting the economy of that. If you look at data, you see that a lot of people, those businesses have closed down, and I don't know why the elders they are not speaking out. And it's very sad because if the people are not speaking out, and things is because when this guy now, like a lot of people have said it, they have thousands of him that will still spring up. That's the sad part of it, because if they arrest this one now, another one will come up tomorrow.
You see, that is those things, the ideology, and you cannot take ideology away from any human being. It's in the blood, both in the
But the
politician.
ideology that the thing is this: if someone have an ideology that you want to leave the country, but not by killing your people. You know how many people this guy have his own family. He kept his own family in
But do you know that it's not only that guy that have all those men, even politician, local government chairman. If one come out and
leave those. But see, politician in all the part of this country, I mean Nigeria, we know that politicians are using thugs and using all those people, but not to that extent. They are being politicians since 1999 now. We know what they are doing now. We know that those things, the thugs are already there now. But there was a hold on now. There was a video I was watching last time, maybe 3 days ago. The market women, they put their things, to sell and all that. Those people came and they spoiled this, they chased those people away and they spoiled everything because you are fighting for the country.
Let me tell you, that is what happened in issues or local government area of in Hamufu. 130 year from 2020 to 2023. They are fighting. They are killing those guys from that community. Innocent people are dying. Children are dying. Mothers are dying. Federal government don't come to their end. They call army. Army cannot do anything. Until the same man, Simon Ekpa, sent their guys to that community. Do you know that even fighter jet is supplying ammunition to all those bandits that is killing our mothers and youth in Southeast?
So you are supporting Samuel Ekpa, right?
We are not supporting Simon Ekpa. Something that is
that's what he came to do. He's still talking.
Is adulation. All those things you cannot stop it. All
so
those
Samuel
things
Ekpa sent his boys to do what?
To secure that community.
Really?
Yes.
That's the problem.
You see the problem?
You can see that we have problem.
Send those guys
Are
to
you seeing
secure
the
that
problem?
community.
That's the problem.
You can see the pictures of thousands
The issue is that the issue is that just like I told you,
somebody
Madam
saying something that is different from all of us.
that guy, that Simon Ekpa, he has empowered a lot of criminals, just like I said it, and that is what I don't know what will happen next.
But Kenya, you just said what this guy just said. You just said what JC just said, right?
Can I give you answer to it?
No, it's not support. JC is trying to
can I give you answer to it?
To portray Ekpa as the Messiah.
Yeah. Do you need answer to what will happen?
Now.
Okay.
Okay.
What will happen
I'll
next?
give you the answer. The man, if they arrest him and keep him forever, they've taken his phone and everything. That means he lacks communication. Another person is going to come up to take charge. But let me tell you, if you are asking for how this will stop, you see this guy that just spoke now, something is going to happen. We could not mark my word though, that will reset his brain. It's going to be a 180 turnaround. And after that turnaround, if you mention that kind of a thing in Igbo land, my people I know are very resilient. They might set you ablaze.
They need to set them ablaze. But what I want to ask you, again, Madam Zita.
Today is 21st of November 2024. Write it down and say, Madam Zita said this. It's going to be a 180 degrees turnaround in Igbo land.
So sorry, guys, can I make a request?
Madam Zita, another thing I want to ask that baffles me. The ammunition that these guys are using, the kind of ammunition they are using, how are they getting it? It's a very powerful one.
Can you do me a favor? Can you guys ask JC how come he believes? I mean, can you guys ask him question, because you guys are both from Southeast? Exactly. It will be unfair for me to ask him that question. But how come he's arriving to the point that Simon Ekpa is somehow the hero and some bad guys are going to destroy an environment, and then some Ekpa is the one sending people to solve the problem? There's a problem here. There's a disconnect. But I think I will appreciate if you guys can ask him and to see how we land there.
What kind of message is that? You're passing message for the message to be passed away, both of you are on the same platform.
No, let him. Let's allow him.
I don't need to ask him. This is the same problem I'm facing with the people that believe in this cause. Because it's very difficult.
But we need to know why they believe what they believe.
We need to know. Let him
understand him. We don't need to.
We need to understand him. We need to understand it. Can you please let him speak?
If you want to understand,
for the first time, I'm listening to someone that is taking this kind of position.
We understand.
Okay, if you people refuse to ask him, we will ask him.
Okay, you people to ask him. Kulata, ask him.
Okay, JC, right? So
are you still responding?
Let it be comfortable with his response.
Yeah, I'm there.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you who are the external factors that is causing all these issues in the Southeast, and then someone Ekpa is coming to save the day?
That 2020, there is a lot of even herdsmen where even they carry their baby enter that community.
Stop it now. Stop.
More than 400 herdsmen enter that community.
Which community? Which state?
That issues a local government area. I went to
which
work
state?
In
which state?
In Enugu State.
Okay.
Through Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi regime. I went to work in that village, but I cannot stay in 1 week. Everybody fled out from that community. Nobody, even when you have a mother there and your children and your siblings, you have to send food to them for another community. They called the Nigeria government to help them. They even carried the protest, go to Abuja. Nobody heard them. Nobody. And they are still killing their youth.
Okay, let me ask you a question. From a geography perspective, right? Cross River and Enugu, they are pretty much touching the northern part of Nigeria. So, okay, you said herdsmen came. Okay, they came from Kogi or something, right? Cross River too connects to Benue, probably Kogi too. So, Cross River doesn't have the Salmon Ekpa. How come they are safe and somehow it's Ekpa that's creating safety in Enugu?
If you say that Cross River don't have somebody that is working to Simon,
They don't have any whatever. Is it autopilot or
I'm not
something?
very sure. Do you remember Bakassi Peninsula?
I am sure. Bakassi Peninsula is nowhere north of Cross River. I'm looking at the geography. Bakassi Peninsula is way south.
As far as the southeast is concerned, all the state, there is men that is working to that. They have already created that soldiers. They say it's the Biafra Liberation Soldier. That is what they call it.
So Ekpa is using Biafra Revolution as whatever soldier to keep Southeast safe. And his herdsmen
to protect them, to protect.
to protect Southeast. So it is. So who are the people buying the soldiers, the policemen,
They are bandits.
and
They are bandits.
then hold on, Simba, buying all of them, and then Ekpa is advertising those buying on his X. Can you explain that?
Is their soldier now?
So Ekpa is buying our soldier to protect the southeast from herdsmen. I'm not sure I understand.
Is their soldier? Maybe their
He's
soldier.
trying to tell his Nigerian soldiers that are killing them. It's not their own soldier. It's simple as ABC.
But no, I'm trying to follow his logic.
Why are you quickly
I'm trying to follow his logic. Ekpa is protecting against herdsmen.
Can I answer a little bit? You know, I know
Now
the
you step
narrative.
inside that, but now you step inside
I know the
the
narrative they
answer.
want to create. I know the narrative
Why
they
are
want to
you
create there.
answering the question that you refused to ask before? Ekene, we don't need your explanation this time around. JC, we are talking to JC. We are talking to JC.
Let Ekene ask us. Let's see, because it's a convoluted thing.
No, say you explain anything. Ask question. Let him explain.
I know the narrative they want to create. Their herdsmen this, herdsmen that. Yeah, herdsmen is everywhere around the country. It's not only particular in the southeast. So, should we be killing your people because of herdsmen? That is the issue. So, but the problem I'm having with this Simon Ekpa stuff is, and the people that really believes him, it's very difficult to let them know that this guy don't mean well, because they use all these herdsmen, Fulani this, and they see it as if these guys are the real enemies. Yeah, sometimes we have farmer herders crisis. It's not only limited to the southeast; it's everywhere, almost around the country. But bringing it down to the southeast just to create a narrative and deceiving your people, create a platform, receiving money from them and living large is what I don't understand. And it's very
Ekene, hold on.
Understand.
Ekene, hold on, please.
Ekene.
JC, please let me ask JC.
Let me ask Ekene a question, please.
Yeah, just 1 minute. JC,
Yes,
this Samuel Ekpa arrest. Now, what do you feel? What do you think about it?
For my own mind, it's not going to stop those adulation. They are
But are
still
you happy
pushing.
about it, or you are not happy about it?
Even me, I'm happy because I know there is. If they arrest him, another person will still come out. If they arrest him, as they started from Ojukwu, he reached Wazirike, from Wazirike to Nnamdi Kanu, from Nnamdi Kanu to Simon. You see where he started from?
So when is he going to this Biafra announcement that he used to tell you guys? When is he going to announce it? Because I already know that one is a
question.
Okay, Madam Zita.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When somebody tell you a story, he was telling Kulata a story. They didn't ask him the proper question. He said that 2 villages were fighting and 400, he counted them that day. In the midst of his fear, as he was running away, everybody was fleeing. He was able to count the herdsmen and find out that there were 400. That is one.
He's a
Now,
statistician now. You don't know.
then he said that the villagers, or probably the Igbos or the villagers, went to Abuja to demonstrate, and the federal government did not help them. So Ekpa sent his soldiers to go and fight off the herdsmen in that village. He said the federal government did not come to their aid. And now Kulata now asking, then who is buying the army and police in the southeast? Because army and police means the federal government is there, more especially the army. That should be the federal government. So if you demonstrate in Abuja and you claim that the federal government did not come to your aid, then how come the military are in your area? And then you people now are the ones spying the military, and the military is spying you people. So how did the military come in when you said that Ekpa, I don't know which village that was fighting, that 400 herdsmen came in? It was nowhere in any paper, and the village ran away in Imo State or in Igbo land, and nobody heard about it except supporters of Nnamdi Kanu and Simeon Ekpa. That the only one that knew that there was a village that 400 herdsmen came into in Igbo land, and the whole village ran away. You see, I said I didn't want to ask him question.
Yeah, but you're helping the panel and helping listeners, because so JC, you see now.
Madam Zita, you know, I want to say something.
The question I want to ask is that what I want to say is that you made a comment which is very vital, Ekene. Thank you for putting that out to the public. You said it is not only in Igbo land that there is herdsmen. They are littered all over Nigeria. Now, let me say that what I said earlier in this live stream, I said, when you are growing up and you are told something that you were not born when it happened, you believe that thing to the extent you brew hate, sadness, and bitterness against a particular tribe because of what you are told. Ekene, in Igbo land, villages do have intertribal dispute.
I just want to give you an example, sir, when you are talking, but I want to allow you to finish.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's just like this headers crisis. There is a place I know very well called Omo. I am in local government. This is a consistent issue that happens almost every year or every 2 years between them and headers, because it's very easy for Fulani people to come in there for their cattle and also they used to have this crash every now and then. So the last one that happened that received a lot of attention happened, I think, last year or last 2 years. Either last year. This is not, they tell me, this is not I was told. This is something I witnessed, and I know most of my family, my wife's side, they were involved. So, but you know, when they are putting out this narrative, it's as if somebody created it. This is an issue that you know that is existence in Nigeria. You don't just use it to label one side and use it to create a narrative. People's houses were burned down, farms were destroyed. So Soludo now made an effort. Soludo now made an effort. Yeah, Soludo made an effort to bring in soldiers there. About, I don't know, many soldiers to secure that environment. When those soldiers came, just these villagers, those guys, unfortunately, buy about two of those soldiers. They just buy two of them when they were trying to scare the soldiers away to go so that they will settle with those Fulani and they fight those Fulani people. They buy about two two of the two soldiers. Then those armies became angry, burning down houses. They ran. The whole villages ran away. Everybody ran away. The villages became empty. So they don't have to because the villagers have some big men staying abroad, and so they now begin to consult, making some before they were able to settle those soldiers. Then at the end of the day, just ending of last year, that peace returned to that community. So, but you know, when all these things happens, you begin to say Fulani do this. But this is a particular place I know that Fulani and those Omo people, they have issues. So
the share staff that were loaded in their bus, that were going for work in Ohaji Asanot project that is between Izombe and Ohaji, that they opened fire and killed 11 of them in the bus. Are they Fulani herdsmen? I know too much to be arguing with this kind of guy.
Do you guys remember recently that there's some foreigners that got killed too? There were some foreigners that got killed.
Or any other. Are we communicating here, or you take somebody personal?
Say that again.
I said, are we communicating here as one family, or you take me personal?
Yeah,
We're just having a conversation. We're not taking you personal. We're trying to understand. I think you have a different perspective, and we're trying to understand why you have that perspective.
Kulata, please just give me a second. JC, you see, we are not taking you personal. For someone like me, I'm trying to find out something. You understand? So please feel free to express yourself. Even if someone is taking you personal, don't take offense. Come with your opinion. Be firm with it. Some of us are even interested in what you are saying. I'm personally interested in what you are saying because you are one person that I think is on ground that is taking a different opinion, and that might be educative. You might even be saving and converting some of us, and maybe we have the opportunity to save a brother too. So please don't be intimidated or tell us what you think. I've stood on this platform before, and I've told them that, okay, I've told my brethren here, that my friends here, that look, why not let's listen to these people and see whether they're actually marginalized or something.
Okay,
Maybe
I want to ask
Jesse. So please, we want to hear you. Continue.
Jesse, I want to ask you a quick question. The question I want to ask you, we always say that children will be the leaders of tomorrow. There is a viral video some few months back whereby I will call them, whatever you call them, whether agitators or non-government, whatever you can call them. They line up some students and their teachers, and they were flogging them because they dare go out on Monday. But the argument is that they have a special exam or whatever. How do you feel as an individual? I don't know whether you are a father or do you have children. I don't know. But if you look at it from that perspective, how would you feel that these so-called people that want to liberate the region, they were flogging your leaders of tomorrow, and they are also flogging their teachers? Thank you. That's my question.
Okay, that is a very bad action. Even to fight to get a Biafra is not supposed to be a fight. It's supposed to be a peaceful something that everybody will enjoy. A referendum, conduct a referendum. That is what people need. They have already fight in the old days. They don't supposed to fight again. Seeing all those things online where they beat children and beat teachers is not supposed to be like that.
Okay. The follow-up question for you would be, do you believe that in any situation, whether crisis or whatever, do you believe that at the end of the day, everybody will sit down around the table to solve this problem? Do you believe in this?
Yes, I believe.
So what Now, what justifies the action of killing your own people, where we have a very good alternative of finding a way to sit down around the table so that everybody jaw with your leaders? And at the end of the day, if you want to go out from that country, because at the end of the day, whether they buy 10 million people or 20 million people or they buy a lot of people, the end result will also be sit down at the table. If you like these people, or if you like your people, why don't you people talk to your people that say, at the end of the day, we are going to sit down and settle this problem, even if we want to go away? Why can't we do it that way?
Let me say something. Let me say something. All this normally Southeast needs a lot of orientation, and there must be a round table, and our elders, both from the north and the west and the east, are not telling the young ones the truth, especially after the war. We have never talked. We have never discussed anything. And that is why you see all this misbehavior here and there. You understand? But I used to tell my people that any agitation or anything that is calling for separation that involve killing your people is not a freedom fighter. That person is a manipulative somebody, and he's benefiting something from that system. You understand? Whether marginalized or not marginalized, then killing more of your people. Which one is better? It's better you become marginalized and be alive to fight the people that you think is marginalizing you than killing the rest of your people. So that's why when I see all this Simon Ekpa stuff, I became angry about him. Southeast need some federal
killing
presence.
over 300 youths.
Yes,
300,000. That's what this guy is here.
Madam Sister, cannot be up to that now. 300,000 people, are we kidding here? That's a huge number of people. Is that true?
It might be more than that, you. I know people that has died.
300,000 people.
Go and check the statistics.
This thing did not start this year. It did not start this year.
Check the statistics from Obinze.
Even Fulani herdsmen, okay, reach that one. Fulani herdsmen that they are fighting.
It's better I become marginalized and be following the process gradually. Then waste the life of my people just like that.
Hold on. Let's ask this JC and the rest. You heard what Madam Zita and Ekene just said now, that over 300,000 people have been fired there. Is that true, JC? JC, if you are still there, can you
from
say
where?
something? From your region, from the south.
I'm still there.
You hear?
Guys, there's also Igbo first on too. So between JC and Igbo first.
They said that over 300,000 people have been killed over the space of, I don't know, maybe 10 years or 8 years. 300,000 youth. They're not even saying old people. They are saying youth that will become leaders, youth that will be productive for that region. 300,000 of them have been taken away. Is that true?
Even when they don't have they are killing them. So if say from that 2017, I remember that all those guys is going without arm. They are flying their flag until soldier went in there and massacred them. You remember that?
Hold on. Sorry, I want to get something clear. You go back again and say you mentioned soldier. Please clarify it. Which soldier? Which soldier is it?
Nigerian soldier, of course.
Who?
Nigeria soldier. In 2017, they are gathering in one field in, I think, in Abia State. When soldiers go there and kill some, arrest some, put them to, and if they arrest you, they will transfer you to North.
So what you are saying now, JC, for over 10 years now, it is Nigerian soldiers that have killed more than 300,000 youth. Is that what you are saying?
Not only them. All those guys too.
So who killed more among the two? Nigerian soldier or your owner or Biafra and blah, blah, blah?
I don't even know, because there is a lot of killing inside.
This is a big issue. I think the leaders in that region, both old and young, should come together and find lasting solution to that. It's a,
ask a question?
Okay. Anybody can talk. You might not know what you are doing now, but think ahead. 10 years to this time, or 20 years to this time.
Who wants to ask a question? Remy, someone wants to ask a question.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think all of us here are from that Nigeria. Yeah.
We're all Nigerians. Yes.
Okay. Why all this news flying out up and down is very confused for us that we don't know the actual something that is happening. Many of us here are just speaking out of the hatred, you know, and we are Igbos. We know who we
Lotta, why are
are.
we not hearing the guy very well?
I'm not hearing him well.
I'm not hearing very well. Maybe there is echo and it's not audible enough.
Can you hear me very well?
You're kind of like in a hollow room or something.
Or did you just wake up? You are sounding, your voice sounds like you just woke up or something.
I just
He's in echo chamber.
I'm listening.
It's in echo chamber.
Madam, which one is the echo chamber?
Because his takeoff sounds like from echo chamber.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear your submission. But what I'm just trying to say here is that this thing that is going on in that region is not good. Even for the region, even they are going to go away at the end of the day, it's not good. Because when you kill most of your productive youth, what will come out in the next 10 or 20 years? Are you still going to be begging for people? And most of I think it's a big problem. And I think
Remy, I still have a very great fear. You don't know what that fear is. This guy has empowered criminals. You don't know what it means. And when I travel or when I see them, these are young minds you have brainwashed, give them ammunition, and they've become a tool against the innocent ones. It's not only in this, but they involve in kidnapping, they involve in a lot of evil activities. So it is very bad for an individual to sit down in just one community and begin to say, I'm agitating for this, bringing out ammunition and empowering you that don't know anything about ammunition. What do you think they will become? When they see guns in their hand, automatically they become thieves and criminals. And that is what is happening. So how are we going to solve this problem now? I don't think the arrest of this guy will solve such issue. I know what is going on in that region every now and then. It's a very difficult task. So how are they going to remove those guns? How are they going to collect those ammunition back from them?
That's a serious one.
And make them to begin to think normal again. These are nonsense actors which are not supposed to be given guns at the first instance.
The bitter truth is that
saying to collect those from them is not an easy thing. Cannot do that.
Jesse,
I think your leaders and your governors are also. We should also put a big blame on them. How can you
afraid now?
What kind of afraid is that? Why you are not afraid to
stay to die? What do you mean? Is it what kind of afraid?
You know that all those guys is not afraid of anything.
You are just sitting down like that, or I don't understand.
Now, who wants to die? Who wants to die?
What do you mean want to die? You can put the money in your pocket.
If they are political leaders today and tomorrow they are political leaders today, they have security. But by tomorrow when they leave office in court, what
about they left the place ungoverned? How can agitators tell you cannot go to work, you cannot bury your people, you cannot move to this place, you cannot do that, and instead you are a governor?
Because you don't know the power. You don't know the power of those guys. That is why you are saying that. You don't know the power.
You know what these guys do? You know what these guys do? If they want to settle in one environment, they will just chase everybody away from that environment and make it their camp.
The solution is still that. The solution we still need to come together We still need to come
The
together.
solution still
What
lies
can
on
solve that
the solution
is
still lies
to
on our state
come
governors. They
around
are not doing anything.
Your state
They are not
governor
doing
does
anything.
not have military power. They
But they
don't
are
have
collecting
power.
500 million as security votes
So
every month.
let me
Who
tell
are
you,
they using the
the
money?
point.
I bet if they all come together as a
What is
group,
Remi Duro? What is 500 million? 500. If as
Mm.
a state governor, if I collect,
all those state
wait now,
governors
let me
don't
finish.
have power.
Sorry, let me finish. If as a state governor I collect even 50 billion, can I go to Russia and go and buy a gun? Can I even buy
no, what I'm trying to
automatic
say is that
rifle?
five
Is
states
it what
come
will do?
together. That is 2.5 billion every month.
Mm-hmm.
And with this kind of money,
But
they cannot
Patoski and Remy, I still have a question that has not been answered. How did they get to own those ammunitions?
No,
our
black
borders
market
are
One more
now.
time, Joe. How
There are
did they
black
get to own
markets
them?
everywhere. There are black
Patrick,
markets everywhere.
Patoski, let me tell you, the leaders in the Southeast, partially or totally, they are in support of what is
They
going on in the
dodge them
Southeast.
Thank you.
initially.
God bless you.
They
Thank you.
that is what
That
I
is
want.
it.
That's what I
That
want.
is it. And that's why it is easy for those guys to
But
thrive.
even me,
Let me
I
tell you,
disagree.
nobody can solve the problem of Southeast. It can only be solved by the Southeasterners themselves. And they are not ready. That is it.
Simba,
That's the fact.
let me tell
what I
you
wanted to say.
something.
And another thing,
Hold
Simba.
on.
A lot of highly ranked people are benefiting from that.
That
That.
hold on,
Do you know
Patrick.
what happened?
Patrick, hold on. It's like we are not telling ourselves the truth about this. What federal government need to do, or Nigeria need to do now, is to come together and see if Nigeria as a country who doesn't want to stay together. They should do maybe a kind of referendum like what they have been asking for. And because we see, as it is now, no matter what people are talking about security and all that, if the people are not ready to be secured, there's nothing the security people can do. They will still sabotage.
Even
And
you that is there, if they make you governor, you cannot go and stop all those guys. They are more powerful than
so they should just come together and see if to separate
they are
You're
more
not
and
powerful than
you
you.
are
and
telling
everybody
us
Let me
just
that
go
tell
to
you.
our
we should
way.
let them go. That's what you are
It's
saying.
just
Let me tell you.
Yes,
just
if
too
they want
much.
to go now.
That's what you're saying. You will not share. Let them go away.
Let me
That's what you
tell
are
you.
saying.
Even self, if you
If
see
that's what they
where all those
want.
guys operated, you will know that life they sweet. Life they sweet for body.
So, the crown, what you are saying is that let the people go, let the Southeast people go. But remember, when they go their own way and the rest of Nigeria remain intact, any law against them or any of them that is living in other part of Nigeria, they can sanction them. Because
Yeah,
there must be a price.
that's their choice because
Leave that one now.
There must be a price to pay. There must be a
don't
price to
bother
pay.
now. Don't bother about that one.
no,
Don't
that's
bother
their
about
choice
that
now
one.
because it just to me, I
But
don't
are
see
you
any.
really sure that is their choice?
No, because to me, arresting this guy now, I don't see any solution in it because I can see, there's a guy that was talking before. There's a chat that one guy, sent on the platform now. So there's a lot of people supporting this thing.
Yeah.
So if we have the numbers of people supporting the agitation like that, so we shouldn't think that once they arrest this guy, and that will be the solution to the problem.
Crown. Let us be realistic. We cannot look at Ekene and Madam Zita and majority, I can say it boldly, majority of Southeasterners are in support of what is happening. Believe
Yeah,
me.
that's what I'm saying. That's it.
Then I also think that they should
It's a
have their
fact, too. Especially even elderly. These elderly men you are calling self, they are the one in support of it. Go, chef.
So
Because they will
let's
tell
have
you
the
they know what they
referendum. I think
I heard this guy. What's his name? Ekene. This popular, what is the name of this popular actor from the Southeast?
Adetshina. That
No, not Dochi. Kenayo, what they call his name. If you see what that guy used to vomit, you will not believe that.
No,
Come on.
at this junction, I also support this referendum. If they do it and it's
They
positive,
they will
let
not
them
allow
be
it.
peacefully.
See, if they want
Because
to
Ghana
round
is just
table
too
and
much
say let
unnecessary.
them conduct a referendum, all those issues will stop. But they cannot do that because everybody, both our politicians, is benefiting from them.
No. What we are saying here is this: you cannot continue to hold the rest of the country in a ransom, and the rest of the country cannot continue to sympathize or trying to tell you that you should stop or not stop. If this thing continue, the best way is to let the Southeast people go and let them have their 5 states. So the problem you guys are having is that you don't want to have the 5 states. You also want the rivers and the rest to follow you, and they said they don't want to follow you. Let you have your 5 states so that you go away peacefully and rule yourself.
How do you know that rivers don't want to follow them?
And then let's do the referendum. Maybe I'm wrong.
That
Right.
is what I'm saying.
I'm not against that. Let's do the referendum.
But do you remember about those Bakassi Peninsula? Do you know about them?
Yes, I know them. Why not?
About Bakassi Peninsula. Bakassi Peninsula during the Biafra Civil War, they carried that side, give to Cameroon. But now, all those guys telling in that
What is the
Bakassi
relationship between Bakassi Peninsula and Biafra War? What are you
He
talking
doesn't
about?
understand
What's the
Bakassi
relationship?
Peninsula. Bakassi Peninsula. He doesn't understand it at all. That is not Bakassi Peninsula.
No, what he's trying to say was that it was that
Where did you
Bakassi
become
Peninsula
an
was.
interpreter,
No,
Patoski?
I want him to be able to speak. The way you people are sounding, the guy will not.
Okay, are you saying that the Bakassi is not Nigeria or what?
You are right. It was part of Nigeria. It was during the war that they used it to negotiate. They used to negotiate. You
In
see,
the
now see them for
1940,
here.
that side was.
Lemima, lower voice. Oh, you have a very strong voice.
He has an intimidating voice.
No, it's not intimidating.
You
Your voice
people
is
should
just
allow
strong.
him to speak now.
You don't
It's
want
a
me
new
to lie.
voice. Let him tell us
Let the
how
man speak.
the Igbo people want to leave Nigeria.
Like that.
If nothing, for the entertainment value, let's share. Sorry about
Okay,
that.
let me ask JC. Yeah, JC, you are talking about Biafra and the Bakassi Peninsula. Can you enlighten us on that?
Okay, Bakassi Peninsula during Biafra Civil War, Cameroon and Nigeria get agreement that when they finish, they will hand over those boundaries to Cameroon. And through Obasanjo wanted to collect that particular place. And they go to court. Cameroon win them. But do you know now, those guys living in
Is
Bakassi
it a negotiation for during that war? Is it that Cameroon was supporting Nigeria against Biafra, and they promised them that okay, if they can, or what is it? No, that's what I want to know. Because you said Cameroon. Okay, so Cameroon was supporting Nigerian government against Biafra, and they promised them that okay, if they succeeded in winning the war, they will cede Bakassi to
if you
Cameroon.
can wage them, let Lely, from there you can send Lely to Southeast. Do you know of that?
No, I don't get it. That's what
Gabon, from there, Gabon send relief to those Southeast. All those people that Kwashoko is damaging. But
okay. Gabon was supporting the Biafra, so they now use that through that Bakassi, they block it. Is that what you are saying? Cameroon helped them to block it.
Supplies, yeah, that's the channel they use for supply. That water, that part of the ocean,
and there is
was
one oil well there, resources, that fuel. That is why they carry that place, give Cameroon. And
you are telling us what some of us know.
Oil. And those guys living there say they are not from Cameroon, and they are
okay.
Igbos.
Do you know? Do you aware that in the 80s during the Buhari regime, the first Buhari, I'm not talking about second Buhari,
yes,
they made an attempt, but it was not. They didn't succeed. Cameroon made an attempt that time. In fact, through military effort, but when Nigerian military actually attacked them, they soft pedal. before they now use diplomatic means during the Obasanjo regime to get it. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that.
So if it is an agreement between Nigerian
Even
government,
during Abacha did not say, didn't allow them to take over that place. No, Abacha during
so
Abacha.
if it is an agreement, okay, probably it was what was the name of this guy during the war now? The one that had an agreement then. So why didn't he obey the agreement after the war? Why did they delay it till
The guy is
2000 and
not from
something before?
Bakassi now. Why are you asking him that one? Guy is not
Okay,
from
that
Bakassi. How
question
would
is
he know?
good because if as a man now, if you want to have a woman, you will promise him heaven and earth, and after
And you
everything, maybe
okay?
Are
you
you
will not
taking
By
her
the
give
time
her
you
down
not get
Bakassi?
consent.
her, by the time you get her, you leave her.
Are you from
You
Bakassi? How do
not
you take you down?
fulfill your promise again.
Yes, it happen like that, and maybe you people have concrete agreement. With that concrete agreement, you can win in court.
So in a nutshell, with the arrest of this guy, there will be more people coming out to claim leadership, and then the whole cycle will begin again. That's what you are saying, JC.
Of course, very possible.
So
Very
if that
possible.
so JC, the question now is that
I can see JC. So JC, maybe JC is the next leader. You don't know.
yeah. So JC, what you are telling us now that if we do not have that referendum, the killing, the fire or whatever, we still continue in the southeast, right? In the
It
next
will still continue until government
JC,
comes around the
JC,
table.
we have if we have secessionists in at least in that we have experienced in the world, and there's still some that are still ongoing. Can you liken the kind of secessionists that we have in the southeast to anywhere in the world? Any other place in the world?
Yes, it have happened in Ukraine.
What
Ukraine,
do
they
you
have
mean? What do
secessionists.
you
Finland.
mean?
No, wait.
We don't have secessionists in Ukraine now.
JC,
Let's
waiting with
talk
the
about
talk. Waiting with the talk.
Crimea, part
Okay.
of Ukraine. Now go back to
Okay.
Russia.
And the
So
Kenyan
I saw a
people, are they
governor
killing
that came out.
themselves? Are they killing
No,
themselves because
they
of
did
that?
not hide themselves. Sorry.
They
That's the
fight,
question I'm
kill.
asking him now.
Well,
They
at the
fight,
end of
they
the
kill.
day, I can see that it's a very tough call.
No, Remy,
Yeah.
let me
Let him
come in.
answer.
Ken, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. You see, he has just told the whole world why they are buying themselves in the southeast. I hope you people now understand my point that I've been saying from the one I came here. You see all he said? That is the reason why they are buying themselves in the southeast. And I just told you that they will continue the buy. On a good night.
How do you know that they are buying
Parasita, it's just like a travel again.
You not go travel. In fact, I pity
Because
people
I
like
noticed that this woman here is a tribalism woman. So you cannot explain
no.
anything from that
Jesse,
woman.
let me ask you a
Let me
quick
tell
question.
you the honest truth.
No,
Let's
Remy,
not
let
forget
him talk
about
now.
tribalism and focus on our aim. Forget about tribalism. What we are doing here, I see that this woman is doing tribalism. That is what I
But
noticed.
she's Igbo like you now.
You focus on one person. You focus on
JC,
Southeast. Maybe you have
she is an
issue with
Igbo woman
Southeast.
she's an Igbo like
I'm
you.
not sure. I'm not sure.
No, she
Oh,
No, Jesse.
no talk down.
This is a woman we have known for a long time. She's from if I'm right, Imo State.
We know her.
We know
You
her
don't
very
even
well.
have to tell us where.
It's not
Tell
the
you
matter.
where she
Jesse,
comes from.
the
But
question I want to ask you is this. Jesse, let's
no,
assume
you should not even, if you are having a conversation, don't always take it that route now. And
No,
JC.
Jesse, what you will know is that if this buying has not affected you, you will not hate these people. A lot of us that know who have been buying and you understand, you will really hate this Simon Ekpa.
But that is the way we behave now. Most of us, once things are not affecting us, you can't actually you can't empathize. You know, that's what they call empathy. You put yourself in position.
So Simba, my own question is on that line. What about
You like
those?
asking questions.
Let me
Remy,
ask
your question.
for clarity.
Are you a
Let me
questionnaire?
Question no dey
I'm not
finish.
my question is
Yes,
simple.
and it's a small, brief. Everything is
Yes,
good.
it's good
Good
that way.
question.
It's good that way. So what I want to know is what I want to ask is this: there are so many Southern Easterners all over the country, and I know how they cherish going back home, spending Christmas and New Year with their people. Are you, JC? My question to you is this: for all those South Easterners from diaspora, from all over Nigeria, do you think they will be happy to go back home every December?
Like me.
How can you be talking about happiness? Is it happiness that you're supposed to be talking
Let him
about? Or are
let
they
him
not
answer the
afraid?
question.
Are they not afraid to go? It's
Let
not
him
about
answer
happiness
the
now.
question. Let him
Me,
answer the
I know
question.
that if I dey travel every year, I go Southeast because I know there is nothing that is going on that will hurt me or hurt anybody. Maybe see, I noticed that maybe everything we are saying here, we never reach the background. All those things is in our politician hand to
So all these
solve
things
those
wey we
issues.
all the pine wey we dey see na fake.
You know, this Simon Ekpa that you are talking about,
No, I mean pine, all the pine wey dem dey climb for southeast na fake.
this
You see when you
Simon
grow,
Ekpa
nothing.
that you are talking about,
So
You know my brother.
in
You know how you was saying you
2012, if you talk about all those things to Simon Ekpa here, he go chook you knife. Do you know about that?
that what?
In 2012, if you say all those things that you are saying now to Simon Ekpa here, he will chook you knife in your belly.
Where?
In
In the
2012,
In
southeast.
Nigeria? You mean in Nigeria? In the southeast Nigeria?
Simon Ekpa supported and loved Nigeria with all his heart. In
Okay.
that 2012, the same thing with Nnamdi Kanu. Do you know that Nnamdi Kanu protested
because of
because
Jonathan.
of bad government in Nigeria?
So is it because the
Let this
Igbos are
one
not in?
celebrate.
Okay, what you are just saying now
Samuel
missing?
Ekpa is not because of the bad.
No,
Samuel Ekpa
it's not.
is not because of bad government in Nigeria.
It's not bad government he's talking about now,
The
Crown.
guy is making
JC is
hell of
saying
money.
because they have an Igbo, if they have an Igbo president now, that they will stop all this. That's what he's saying now.
It's because
They
of
did that.
resources.
They believe in that because they see good Lord Jonathan as one of them that time. That was why they love Nigeria. Now that it's not longer there and there is no Igbo there, that's why they are doing what they are doing. That's what he's saying.
That one is for Kalu, but this Samuel Ekpa home, I believe that guy is because of the money.
The only thing I want
Because of the
to
money
say,
he's making from that stuff.
this
He
Simon
made a
Ekpa,
lot of money from that
of a guy. People that believe him, I don't know what they see in that guy. But honestly,
He just maybe the guy used jazz for them because I don't know why somebody would do a passport. He will say he has a Biafra passport that he cannot use to travel from even from his one street, and the educated people will follow him.
Kulata, while we are talking now, something just happened now. I was just here now. Somebody was knocking on my door. Knocking. I thought it's something serious. I just opened. I didn't expect that person. This guy is just walking around the street begging for money to take the guy to hospital. So, these are the problems we are talking about. But if we say it, you say Nigerians are not facing anything. This is a guy that I know very well, hustling. So what would definitely make this guy come to knock on my door this early morning? Almost crying. The guy don't sleep already.
Because the country is working now.
Eh?
It's working
So
for everybody.
it just happened now. It just now. I just mute my mic just now.
What you just narrated now have happened in Nigeria several years ago and it's still happening here today.
Let me
So
leave that one.
No, this kind of thing had never happened to me. This kind of a
I
thing
know
never
it
happened
does.
to me.
I know it does, but that's not the right response.
I am not saying it
Let me.
happened to you, but people knocking on each
Okay,
other.
no, wait.
That's good.
Okay, it can happen. Okay, Ekene, okay, I agree it happens. So, what did he say? How much does he need? What is he? Has he taken the child to the hospital and
No,
they are
he
requesting
just
for
need
money?
he just because he was telling me about the critical condition of the child. I was like, I just looked the guy. I don't know what to tell him. I was like,
You know
okay.
what the
I just gave him.
question?
I just gave him.
You know, let me tell you,
He said he came
right
back
from
yesterday. Let me finish. Let me tell you because I don't like all the. He said he came back yesterday.
Hmm,
Almost spent everything he has on the family. Then in the
hmm.
night, the guy is one of his child became very very
Came
sick
back from where?
and from work yesterday.
Okay.
It's not as if he's a lazy guy because I know him. So
Hmm,
he came back from work. He spent everything they had, maybe food, and nothing is left. So now,
hmm,
and the guy is very down, very distant, and he don't know what to do. And what this guy need now is just to take him to the healthcare, the
Mm.
the general healthcare. I say okay. I was just listening to him. I don't know what to say. I said okay. Anyway, first thing is just like first thing you have to do first. Take this. Just take him there first. Then let the guy just be there first. Maybe let them run some tests. Maybe give him some drugs. Then
What did he say
when we
was
come
wrong?
back for
What did he say was wrong with the child?
he said the body is very, very hot and the guy cannot eat again. The guy is very down. He cannot even stand up. So the guy
Hmm,
was shivering. So I
okay.
just
So he's
just
just looking for money. He has not gotten to the hospital. He has not taken the guy to the hospital. He
no,
just
you don't have any money to
knock,
take him to the hospital.
he's
Not
just
even a
knocking on
transport.
the door of people to
No,
to get money.
he came to me. That guy
What
never
does he
asked me
do?
anything.
What kind of work does he do? What kind
I
of
know
work
him.
does he do?
I know him in Alaba.
Who-
I know him in Alaba.
What
He's a
is the
hustler.
question? What does he do? What does he? No, forget about all. Anybody can work.
He's
What
a
does he
business guy
do?
now. He own one attachment, one small attachment like this in the market.
What does he do? What does he
They
do?
sell. That's what
He's
he means
selling
now.
He
attachments.
sells now. He owns one small attachment in the market like this. One small
What do
attachment
you mean by
like
Attachment
this.
means he
attachment?
has a small
What do you
shop.
mean by
Small shop.
attachment?
More
Small
shop,
shop.
more shop.
No, just a small
Yeah, small
space.
shop.
Simba.
Yeah,
Small
just a small
space.
space as you manage.
You know, in the
You
market,
know,
sometimes they
let me let
Yeah.
me let me let me say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. And don't take me up. Don't let me stand as if I'm just being. Let me tell you what. You know, Nigerians. I'm very sorry to say this, and I will tell you what happened to me. I work with my state government during our Beshola regime, and when the guy stopped paying salary, there was even a time that I couldn't even pay the school fees of my children. Believe me.
Simba, 1 minute. Sorry. Ekene, are you there? That is when
Yeah.
that was what I was telling you that and that during Goodluck Jonathan, a lot of state governors they couldn't pay salary. Simba, please continue. I just want to
I
reference it.
couldn't even. You know what my wife did to me? She is a friend to the headmistress of the it's a private school, though. And my wife went and paid the school fee. In fact, it was even this January, second term, that's when they normally resume second term now in Nigeria. So my wife went and paid. But what my wife did to me? Every day when she goes to school and pick these children, she will ask them to, when you get to your home and tell your daddy that they say you should not come to school tomorrow if you don't pay.
Omo, Ofiesi cruise.
Believe me, I was under that pressure for weeks. It was after I paid the money, she now said that you understand. But what I did that time, believe me, as a doctor, I was already a consultant. I have to go and look for more work to do. Believe me, not only locum, that was when I ventured into farming, Patrick.
You see,
Yes.
It didn't work out well for good.
Let me tell you. So the one thing that we are used to. Let me finish. No, let me finish what I'm saying. Wait. Patrick, you are in the diaspora.
Is there anybody that can say conveniently that I will work for 8 hours in Canada, in US, and say this is what I will do and to pay my bills, to sustain my family?
Simba,
In Nigerians, in Nigerians, we are so used to, believe me, we are so used to not working and get money.
This is 11 for
Simba, you don't know. You know, most of the time, how you justify things is not.
Simba.
Okay,
This is
yes.
11:46 p.m. here. I'm on my desk. You'll be hearing my mouse clicking. I've been at this desk since 8:30 a.m. I've only taken 1 hour break. It's not 1 hour at a stretch. You 30 minutes, go and make coffee, come back. 15 minutes. I've not eaten. I'm just taking coffee and snack. 8:30 a.m. This is 11:46 p.m. behind my computer, and I'm in Canada. You understand what I'm saying?
The issue, let me tell you,
The issue is this.
you cannot, Ekene, we are here. No, wait, Ekene, I know where you are going. What I'm saying, let me tell you, there are certain things that you cannot control. Yes. Do you understand what I'm saying? I can only control what I can control my own. That time when they were not paying me salary, that was we are talking about 2013, 2014. I cannot force my governor to pay me. I have to solve the problem on my own. If I'm a businessman and I hold one small attachment and it's no longer enough for me, or living in Lagos is something that it is too expensive for me, I have to find an alternative.
So where to go? Southeast again? No,
Simba, you are right. I remember I lost my job 2014, right? Well, after that, I use my car for Uber for a lot of. Sometimes I will go to Alaba, buy some markets, go and sell it around. So it's not that people are not facing. A lot of people are facing a lot of things. The way I lost my job, I can say, because I am this and that, I can't do Uber, I can't do this, I can't do that.
Crown. Another question. Another thing is this.
The thing is this.
You will come now. Crown.
Which another thing?
How many times are you going to continue to beg people for money? You go to Ekene today. Are you going to go to Ekene for the second time, for the third time?
So we cannot say, government. So
how many times?
The problem is this.
Hold on. What I want to tell you is this. Even that time when my daughter came, before I left my job then, I have my HMO, they call it then, I don't know. In the office. HMO, yeah. Yes. So I lost it. I couldn't. I have to take, the point my daughter got first sick, I took her to maternity hospital, or this local government. That's what I wanted to say. So the doctor there will attend to you. They attended to her. It's only they will not give you drug. So they will do the test. They will run the test. Then you go and buy drug. So those are the things. Those things are in Lagos. If you go to the local government, because that time I think I went to the Godo, and they did the test and they run the test. They have HMO that we go every time. So things happens. So it's normal. Even in the US.
No, for me, I don't see it as a normal, because the number is increasing every day. You understand? Even though the guy has a small business in the market, which I know very well, the guy has never come to me for one day. But definitely, when I saw this guy this morning, the guy just leaned. The guy just, everything about him is
everybody need to change his strategy.
But the problem is that I know that Nigeria is in a very hard time. But what I know is that the kind of what will I say it? How would purchasing power of the people is very, very low, honestly speaking. I just sat down yesterday. I know how much I spent. I know how much. Let me finish, Timber. Let me finish. I sat down yesterday. I calculated myself personally. I know I'm not living with anyone now. I stay alone. My children are in the village going to school. all of them there
Are
in the
you
village.
sure you are sleeping tight every night?
Yeah, I'm sleeping tight. I'll soon travel to see them. So,
I hope your village is safe.
Keep them in the village now with all these months,
You
with all
better
these
bring
things
them
that we
back
are
to
talking
Lagos.
about.
Yeah,
I pray so because my
You
father has
understand?
been and my
With
mother,
all
all of
these
them. My parents have been in
establishments,
the village for a
you
very
have
long
to
time.
move them now.
So the problem now is, if I sit down and calculate how much I spend daily, I just think how Nigerians survive. Only me. How many people is make? How many? So all fingers are not equal. So Nigeria has to be in a level that no matter how much you earn, you should be able to survive.
Okay, Ekene, let
Don't
me
just
ask you.
suffocate them because you want to
Let
do
me ask you a
something
question.
right.
Let me ask
Stop
you a
all
question.
those
Ekene,
Okebele that you are taking every night. Bring your family to Lagos. I beg you.
Ekene, you said if you check what you are spending, that means because you are selling, that means there's money in the circulation. That's why people come to your shop to buy. People are still coming to buy, so that means there's money in circulating. People are buying stuff. So
It's not about money. It's not about money in circulation. It's not about money in circulation. Because if I talk about money in circulation, business is not what it used to be before. But it's just about changing strategies all the time. You understand, in your business. Because it makes you, just like what Timba said, I understand. It makes you think, what next? Is this thing going to be sustainable for me? If it's not sustainable, I have to make some changes. You understand?
Most times, a lot of people, I want to say it, I'm not saying it in a way that maybe I want to be this or that. A lot of people in Lagos supposed not to be in Lagos. A lot of people supposed to be in the village, but people
Okay,
doesn't
can I
want to do
shock
that.
you? Can I shock
A
you?
lot
Can I
of people
shock you?
doesn't want to do that.
Can I shock you? Do you know that things are more cheaper in Lagos than the village?
Why?
Let me shock you.
That one also surprised me. Sometimes.
No, that is he's talking about their own village now. He's talking about Igbo village. It's not. How can you be telling me that things will be more
Let me
village?
shock you. Let me shock you. In the village, maybe not everything.
Which
Maybe
village
not
are you
everything.
talking about? Which
The
village are
only
you
thing you
talking
can
about?
benefit in the village. Let me talk now. You will not even want to hear me. The only thing you will think you may benefit in the village is that maybe you are not paying house rent, or the school fees are more cheaper than Lagos. But when you compare, like a bag of pure water here is about 350, but in the village it's about 500.
Do you need to drink pure water? Do you need to drink pure water?
Normally now, Nigerians is
it's not normal. It's not normal. I don't drink pure water in my house. So what are you talking about?
Me that have drink bottled water for many years now. Do you think
You are
it's easy
living
for
a
you to
luxurious life, probably more than what you are earning. I don't buy pure water. I don't buy bottled water. I don't drink such things in my house.
Because you have
No, it's not about living luxurious life. Can water is not luxurious life. I cannot stop it because the only thing I have to do is to make sure that
even when it was cheaper than this, I
build up more earnings, more income to sustain it.
Nigerians, we should learn. Let me give you another example. I think this was around maybe 2007, 2008. We admitted the child with malnutrition. We now ask the mother, because what we need to do is we have to ask about the diet that they are feeding that child. And if you see the woman, if you see she was wearing lace,